T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
across the ocean for a heart of gold. I've been in my mind, it's such a fine line that keeps me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old, keeps me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. You keep me searching and I'm growing old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. I've been a miner for a heart of gold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, they are dropping like flies. Zip Trader now apparently not going to be talking about AMC anymore either. I am really under the impression, guys. I'm starting to become under the impression that individuals have been basically told that they probably should not be talking about AMC anymore or else. Because, man, I tell you what, it's just way too much of a coincidence that they're all basically starting to say the same thing at the same exact time. Too weird. It's just too weird for me to not believe that there's not something going on out there. It's too much of a coincidence. Let's see here. What do we got? Happy birthday, Adam Aron. That is the title for the day today. On this day in 1954, Adam Aron was born. In 1972, he would have been 18 years old. I have no idea what his favorite song was when he was 18 years old for rock, but I took a stab at it, and I thought, Heart of Gold, of course, that must have been his favorite song when he was 18 years old. That had to have been his, I don't know. I have no idea what his favorite song was. But, I played Heart of Gold because I feel like, a lot of times gold's on his mind these days, and I couldn't think of a more appropriate song. Yeah, I really can't think of a more appropriate song than that one. Einstein's over here saying letters from attorneys if you ask my opinion. That's exactly what I'm saying. I would imagine they probably got some letters from attorneys, and so part of the problem is, guys, is if you are an influencer of a group of people and you're making money and said people are perhaps losing money, and I know Trey made mention of that at least at some point in his video. I haven't watched anybody else's videos, but at some point in his video he had mentioned something about that, like that you could potentially generate risk at some point, and I'm sure it's been brought to their attention that they're liable or could be potentially liable for people's positions. Now, part of the reasons why I have maintained a non monetization status is because of that, one of those exact reasons. I don't need. First off, I don't really need. It'd be nice to be making money right now, but I don't need to make money right now. So I think it's really kind of interesting. I haven't received any kind of letters whatsoever. I don't have a status to where I have to worry about that kind of thing, so I think that's great. It's awesome. I can still be here, and you guys don't have to worry about what it is I have to say. I do tell you guys. I tell you it's your money, it's your choice. You make your own decisions. I can't can't decide for you. I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what I see. And I'm here to document the history of this thing. And this is, this is on all of us. We all make our own decisions here. So I'm glad that I'm able to be here on a daily basis and not have to be giving you guys some kind of BS video about how, I can't continue to go on streaming about AMC anymore, because I'll tell you what, man, people get discouraged by that kind of stuff. They really do. And, but I'm not worried. In fact, last night, I went into a space call. I did not know anything about this whatsoever. This notice came through. Actually, let me send it from my phone to my computer. I forgot to do that this morning. A notice came through from the Federal Register, and I think this is. I really, truly, and honestly think this is something that relates to what's happening with us. Let me send it to my. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna link this for you guys in here so you guys can see this. I think it's Tom Zuelo was the one that I think first put this out. And when I heard this on the space call, and I was in Ape Radio last night, and somebody played it, and I was like, "Holy crap, is this for real?" So of course I had to look up Tom and go check it out to see, in which I found the link to the Federal Register that he had linked in there. But I mean, I'm reading through this thing and I'm going like, holy crap, this is insane. Joint Industry Plan Notice of Filing of Amendment to the National Market System Plan governing the Consolidated Audit Trail by the BOX Exchange LLC. It lists off like all these different exchanges, just tons of exchanges in here. The BYX Exchange, BZX, EDGA, EDGX, CBOE, C2 Exchange, the CBO Exchange. I mean, there's a long list of exchanges that are listed in here, and it's basically saying that. Actually, I probably should just refer you to Tom Zuelo because he actually did a great breakdown on this. But let me see. I'm trying to get to the part here. So they're removing the arbitration provision from each agreement and replacing it with a forum selection provision, which would require that any dispute regarding cat reporting be filed in a United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, or in the absence of federal subject matter jurisdiction in New York State Supreme Court within the First Judicial Department, and revising the existing choice of law clause to provide that any dispute will be governed by federal law. The Commission is publishing this notice to solicit comments from interested persons on the amendment. It sounds like. I mean, this kind of looks like to me like arbitration of how reportings have been handled on exchanges, and it sounds like there could have been some kind of. It sounds like some exchanges didn't agree, and so they took a vote and decided they were going to take this up with the federal court system. And I'll tell you right now, guys, I think it's personally really good for us. Thank you, hon. Hun just came in with the coffee here. I got coffee. Coffee. Nothing like coffee in the morning. So, anyways, I really think that's something. Actually, let me link you to Tom Zuelo's video. I listened to it last night, but I listened but didn't listen. I was more there for getting the link because I really just wanted to see what it was, if the link was legit or not. And I just really couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. I was like, holy cow, this is crazy.
All right, everybody. So
let's see here. Let me go to his videos. Hold on one second. I'm gonna get you guys a link to his video. Here we go.
all right, everybody. Breaking news: we have not had a story this.
But I agree with what he's saying, and I think he's onto something here. I think it's pretty big news. Let's see here. Danny had, or not Danny, was it Danny? No, Tim. Tim said, Casey, I thought you were going to play When September Ends. And I was like, at the time when I told you guys I was going to play When September Ends, I didn't, I guess I wasn't really thinking about the fact that it was Aron's birthday. And let's see, we got myself's birthday today. And so I thought, like what, I need to probably pick a song that would probably have something to do with Adam Aaron maybe a little bit more instead of When September Ends. So I'll probably play that like Monday instead because after all, you would be waking up and it's wake me up when September ends. It makes more sense, I guess. I don't know. No, I'm not the last man. Griffin's mom says you're the last man standing. I'm not the last man. There's definitely other guys out there. So, but there, there's definitely there's still some people. There's still some people. I know Tony, Mass are still in it. Who else? Obviously Tom Zuelo's still in it because he just put out a video. There's still some people out there. I bet Trading with Emotion's still in it. I know Rico's still in it. He's not on my top list though. There's definitely still some people. I'll tell you what though. I was going through the videos last night because I was trying to find Tom Zuelo because I don't have him on my list of people to watch. And as I was going through my list, I couldn't find him because I didn't know how to spell his name, so I just put in AMC to find him. And so the whole bunch of videos were popping up. There's some anti AMC people out there. There's definitely some heavy anti AMC people that are out there, and surprisingly, they actually have quite a few amount of views. I think the really interesting thing is that I was watching one of them. I don't remember what his name was, but I was watching one of them, and he really didn't. He just had things to say, but didn't really have any data to back it up, and it was just kind of like I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I was really surprised to see how many views it had. Let's see. Sub as the boss says, oh, it was to Nana. Never mind. So, Nana? Are you without electricity currently? No electricity. I'll fix myself and no electricity. So, I'll Mickey more. I'll Mickey more it till then. I'm blessed. Arthur says, Casey, I was watching this random guy and he made a great point. All these glitches we keep having always seem to glitch in the way we say the numbers should be, never the way of the shills. Yeah, it doesn't. It's hard to. I guess when you're entering in numbers though, like large numbers, it's always easy to make them look larger than it is to make them look smaller. Because it's like easier to tell. Like I don't know if you've ever typed out like a billion of anything on a calculator before, but you have to if you don't see any commas, you have to start counting the places, and you know it's too small when you see a million, because a million's real easy to see. It's just nine numbers. But when you start getting to a billion, you have to start count. You have to look at it real close. You're like, is that a billion? Did I get it? That's too big. I can't tell. Did I get a trillion? I can't tell. There's too many numbers here. So I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what the reason for it is? It is a good point, though. Um, for everybody in Florida, hope all is well. I heard last night from Active. She said that she said Miss Tahiti's okay. Apparently, Miss Tahiti was posting in uh, Mediocre's Discord, and she's okay. So just throwing that out there for anybody who is wondering. Yeah, it is kind of interesting, Arthur. It's for sure. Casey, they're doing away with paid off arbitrators. I think Bigham's mentioned something along the lines happening eventually with the upstate to the cat system. It's a good thing, no more paid off auditors. So that's essentially what that's exactly what it is, yo. That system that I was just, or not the system, but that notice, that filing that I just posted up. In fact, you know what? Let me make sure that it's pinned to the top because I think it's kind of an important one. But that notice that I pinned to the top just now is is about just that. These internalized auditors, no more. And that's a really good thing because now we may have people who are actually looking at the books the way they're supposed to be looked at. And yep, somebody get caught. Danny says there are towns with 100% no power. We went through that here. Was that last? Hey, hun, was Snowvid last Christmas or last year or the year before that? I can't remember now. It was 2 years ago. Okay, yeah, 2 years ago we had Snowvid here, and we were without power for 3 days, and without. I think we were without water for a day, and no power for I think 3 days. And what's that? Oh yeah. That was for us personally. Other people around here went. There were some people that homes got completely totaled due to water damage and stuff, but because they had no power and no electric or no power, no electricity. Same thing, Casey. They had no power, no water, and so they had to leave their homes. They had to evacuate their homes, and the pipes ended up bursting, and so they had so much water damage that they're when the water did finally get flowing again, that their homes were completely totaled. So I know, I'm sure that, and there's a lot of. Nana says friends got flooded. I'm sure there's a lot of flooding over there right now. You know, it's quite the catastrophe. MCon says, when is Citibank selling shares? When AMC tells them to. AMC actually has full control over when they sell, how much they sell for, and I think there's a couple other things they're controlling as well. How much they sell for, and when they sell it. So I was looking through when I was reading through the prospectus and some of the other data, or the other what was the AK filing. I really like the fact that they took control. That they're really heavily managing how these shares are going to be sold off when they sell them. Oh, and who they sell them to. That was another feature that they're going to have control over, is who they sell them to. Yeah, so if you go to the link up top, Cuddy Cut, they've basically they're taking to the federal courts about settlements and how they're occurring, and who's auditing, and I think it's a really big thing. Tom Zuelo is the one that I found this from. I actually didn't find it. I mean, somebody played it on a space call, and I was like, holy crap, that's huge. And I think I linked. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna link Tom's video in here, and I'm actually gonna link that to the top instead of the Federal Register, because he's the one that's responsible for finding this in regards to when I saw it. So I'm gonna put his video in there, and then in his description, in the description box, he's got he has the links in there. The links are in his description box to the Federal Register. But he's got a good video on it. It's pretty short, so it's easy for people like me. It's only like 4.5 minutes long. You know, it's hard for me. I wish there was something I could do to help people out in Florida, but I don't have. There's not. There's other than me driving out there and doing something, but which probably ended up just getting in people's way. But I always, I feel for people when they go through something like this, and there's just like I feel helpless, like I can't really do anything. I know when we had Snowvid here where I was at, um, we were making sure that people around the neighborhood knew about their water pipes bursting and stuff like that, so that they didn't have it happen to them. I don't know that anybody had any water pipes burst around here though. Well, I knew we saw you 2 days ago yesterday, Nana. So I knew you were probably okay when we saw you 2 days ago. Um, I figured you were probably just busy with stuff, in general. And I'm sure you're going to be busy some more. Take care of you first. This will still be here. You can set up alerts for price limits, usually through your broker, and take care of what you need to take care of first. Well, I need to clean my glasses and put on my thinking cap too, Cuddy Cut. So let me do that, and we'll run through the numbers. The markets this morning, I was looking at how they were, the futures, and most of them were up. However, that's starting to turn around a little bit. They were up somewhere between like a quarter and a half a percent, and the VIX was down like a half a percent, but now the VIX is kind of starting to break even and starting to head the other direction. So we'll see. One of my friends had to drive out an hour north to contact people. Dang. Yeah, this is why I was saying before the storm hit, like make sure like if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. Like don't even waste your time. Like just like it's not even worth, any there's nothing worth not trying to protect your life. And if somebody's going to tell you to evacuate, it may not be mandatory, but you might as well just take their word of advice and just do it. It's always just better to just be safe than to be sorry. So I feel like every time and this is just me not living in Florida, so I have no idea, but I feel like most of the time, whenever I see hurricanes coming in, most videos I ever see, Floridians are basically like, nah, nah, we got this, it's not a problem. It's like I'm like, no, leave, go, don't stick around, take care of yourself. Danny says to me, evacuating is a mini vacation. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's just of the three different major catastrophes between an earthquake and a tornado and a hurricane. I feel like the hurricane is like the best one, like the least worst out of those three, because you can like when it's coming well in advance, and it's just like it's the easiest one to plan for. It's the easiest one to get away from, and it's the easiest one to survive if you're willing to do it. It's the easiest, but the damages that are caused by it are not necessarily so easy afterwards. But it's definitely one of the easiest ones to survive if you're willing to if you're willing to avoid it. Oh man, Danny says a few years back in 2017, 2018, there was a hurricane or two, and my aunt and uncle ended up evacuating north towards Georgia, and the storm turned and followed them to Georgia and hit them. Oh man. September 26th. I'm gonna remove that just because I love the fact that you want to share with us what you've got. But I'll tell you what, one of the things that I really try to protect people from doing is letting people know how many shares they have. Believe it or not, people do get targeted on YouTube. If they can try to target you, they will. Uh, it's something that happens quite often. If they know what your position is, then they'll target you. They'll try to figure out who you are, where you're from, um, what places you have for uh, social media, and then you could potentially become a target. So I try to ask people not to post that up. Alex says I have the craziest story for you all. Let's hear it, Alex. While you tell your story, um, I'm going to log into my broker and start getting ready to tell the numbers. So you tell your story, and then I'll tell mine. You first. But while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and say two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get two-factor authentication. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Always good to be safe. Also, if you're setting up yourself an account to be safe with two-factor authentication, set up a secondary phone, in case something happens to your phone, battery dies, you drop it in a toilet, who knows? Set up a second phone to be able to send the code to just in case. I sent my code to my wife the other day, and she texted me back and goes, "You need this?" I was like, please. Man, yeah, it was a. I don't think I had enough coffee yet in the morning. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page, but before I do, let's see what Alex's story is here. I'm gonna see. During Hurricane Irma in 2017, we had to evacuate. I'm in South Florida, and this hurricane hit smack in the middle, all the way north of the state. I went from my home to. Wait, hold on a second. I went from my home to Alabama, back to Sarasota, then back home to South Florida, all in 37 hours. Dang. Sounds like you were just trying to get away from it and you couldn't. That's insane. I mean, when I was watching the radar of this hurricane, it looked like it was just basically like swarming the entire state of Florida. It was insane. It was insane how big it was. I was just like, dang, it's the whole state. It was just nutty. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take you over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts that if they're specifically for me until after you see the big tramp back up on the page. I will not be able to see what you're writing. Starting at the top left-hand side, closing price yesterday of AMC and Ape was $9.99. I think every single one of us. Nope. Monty had 10.15 to 13.15, so I had 9.75, 12.75. Eric had 9 to 12. Keto had 9.39 to 12.39. Monty had 10.15 to 13.15. We have a three-way tiebreaker going into today. Monty could still win this. If none of us get the price prediction right except for Monty today, he would win the tiebreaker and the point for the day, giving him the win. So he's still got a chance. I think I was the recipient of one of those one time where I swept it from behind. Doesn't happen often. Did I just accidentally give Monty a point? I did. Oh, hold on a second, guys. All right, had to hug my son before he walks out the door here for school. He's got early band practice this morning. All right, let's see here. We've got short exempt volume. I already updated from last night. I kind of was on the ball a little bit, trying to get ahead. So short exempt volume was 192.4 for AMC yesterday and 96.8 for Ape. So Ape came down quite a bit. Utilization, let's check and see if that's still 100% here for AMC. I doubt it's changed, but let's check it out and see. And it is going slow this morning. Holy moly. Give me a second here, guys. Just gonna make sure that everything's off on my internet here. Okay, we're showing 100% utilization still for AMC. Let me verify the date just to make sure that it is accurate. Showing the 29th, meaning that is accurate, up-to-date data. We are now at day number 163 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. And for Ape, we have 77.38% for utilization. So utilization a little bit up on Ape. We did see additional borrowing that was happening yesterday, so that explains that. Closing prices, I already updated. AMC was down 7.43% and Ape was down 13.95%. Taking a look at Max Payne this morning, I feel like a lot of our volume was back down. A lot of the new positions that were created were back down at the $7.50 range for the call options. So I have a feeling that we're going to be back down to 750. So we started out the week at 850, I think. And then Tuesday we were at 8. Wednesday we were at 750. Thursday we were back up to 8. And I think today we're going to be back down to 750. So let me refresh it and see where we're at. We actually had put options that were being purchased in the money as high as I think $10 at some point yesterday. Yep, Max Payne back to 750. And off exchange. Final numbers for off exchange yesterday for AMC. We had 58.34 for AMC through the off exchange, and EDGX was at 10.56 for a grand total 68.9% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That's high by about 5% from what I would consider to be a normal day. Ape had 57.92 through the off exchange and 9.85 through the EDGX for a grand total 67.77%. Again, higher than what I would expect to see on a quote-unquote normal day by about 3.7%. Institutional ownership has been bouncing around a little bit, probably all within a 500,000 share range. Yesterday it was 154.185 million shares. No change today. Still the same number. Let me just verify that that is what I have for the number. Yep, that's what I got down. And let's take a look at Ortex. We'll just take a look real quick here at estimated short share interest of the free float. 19.27% on AMC. And on Ape, it's at 7.39%. And taking a look at options on the right-hand side there, let's see where our highest amount of open interest is on the closest strike price to where we're at currently. That value is at a $10 strike. That's the same as what it was yesterday. There was 15.3 thousand contracts yesterday. Today there's 14.9. So some of those positions closed their positions as price was probably starting to come back down. We had a little bit of a period of time, I believe, where we're heading up, and they probably sold. On the On the other side, highest amount of put positions that are in open interest are at a $10 strike price as well. And it went from 7.9 thousand contracts to 8,000. Why would somebody buy put contracts in the money? I think, personally, I think that probably means somebody needs shares so bad that they're willing to pay a premium for them. And they probably plan on exercising those at some point. Maybe some portion of them they may exercise, and then some portion of them may, as long as prices continue to move down, some of them may be used to make money as well. But that's what I think. That's the only thing I can possibly think of as to why you would buy in the money puts. Let me move a couple of screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data here. Let's see, one more screen. Alrighty. Taking you guys over to the other page. The combined price of AMC and Ape currently is at $9.99, the exact same price at where we closed yesterday. Yesterday we had a very, very long descending parallel channel that I wouldn't even say that we broke out of. It was almost like we fell out of it and then actually kind of fell down back into it and then finally broke out right around 1500. Broke out back up and they closed us out 1 penny of $10. And overnight it just basically played a little bit of a seesaw, up and down, up and down. Here's your utilization at 160. Where are we at? 163? 163 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in here just a tad bit and check out some of our numbers day over day. Alrighty, got to put my coffee down. I need 2 hands for this. All right, day over day on loan amount increased for AMC from 183.9 to 186.8. So that's 2.9 million share increase day over day. Of that, let's see, if I had to guess it, it's going to be about 1 million shares. It's going to be in short interest because it's usually a third of it. Let's see, we got estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 19.08 to 19.27, so 0.19 of the free float. So let's see what that comes out to. Yep, 978,000 shares, just about a million. On loan average age per day should 3 million shares should be enough to at least make it flatline, I would think. But we'll see what if there's really super old loans out there. A 3 million increase of shares on loan average age per day should typically flatline. Almost flatlined. It went to 52.69 to 52.72. So it did raise, but it was almost flat. So 3 million shares. That's quite a few million. I mean, that's 3 million shares is a lot of shares. To cause that to flatline, there's got to be some old to not decrease. There's got to be some old shares out there that are on loan. Security lending volume day over day was slightly down from 5.54 million to 5.28 million. Utilization on Ape, we saw an increase from 72.27 to 77.38. This means the on loan amount should have increased. It did. It went from 23.97 to 24.42. So 500. We'll just call it 500,000 share increase. Just gonna round it. I don't care to get too specific. 500,000 additional new short interest on Ape. Estimated short share interest of the free float should rise. Let's see, went from 7.35 to 7.39, just barely. Security lending volume day over day was down. It went from 8.74 down to 6.5. We've been seeing something interesting over this last week, and Active actually kind of mentioned that she's been seeing a lot of after-hours exchange volume that's been abnormal, and we've been seeing a whole bunch of sell orders coming in from Fidelity, likely because they're not. AMC is not on the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks, and then all of a sudden the next morning when I refresh it, they're on the list, and the sell orders are larger than the buy orders. So that's kind of interesting. It's almost like they're holding them until the aftermarket hours to perhaps maybe, I don't know, make some money on it. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but Ape is the first one on the list I see right now. It had a 75-25 buy to sell ratio. That's strong. GME is on the list here with a 77-23 buy sell ratio, and AMC is not on the list today. So it didn't happen again. SSR is triggered for both AMC and Ape. Ape triggers at $6.39 today. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I have. Oops, that was the wrong one to push. Give me 1 second here. This. I had the SSR tripping point written. I didn't have it written down. I only put it into this Weeble as a marked position. $2.61 is what it is for Ape. 2.61. Both are tripped and on from yesterday. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow all the 10,000 shares. I'll look to see if I think there's some more shares yesterday at the end of the closing. And sometime usually the guys post up some data for me in Discord as to what the end of the day's numbers are. I'll check those a little bit later and see if there's some we didn't see. Does look like they did borrow about 50,000 shares so far this morning. Fees are up to 24% now. Fees have been driving up higher and higher, as well as cost to borrow as well. I think we were high 20s yesterday. Let me just pull up real quick here. I just want to see. I gotta add this data here. Yesterday we had about 450,000 shares borrowed. So it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of shares left to borrow. Currently the market futures are looking, right now they're looking bullish. However, the VIX is up in pre-market, meaning those will probably continue to slide down further. But most of the futures are showing up right now, anywhere from a quarter to a half percent. Those will likely, the Dow is only up 0.15 though. But those will likely slide. If the VIX is truly heading up, then those will probably start to slide. So it might be a red open today. In the pre-market, Tesla's down 0.09, Amazon's down 0.04, Cinemark is down 0.4, Doge is down 1.14, Bitcoin is down 0.78, GME is up 0.24, HYMC is up 1.54, Hood is up 0.41, NCMI is down 9.96, Ape is up 1.72, and AMC is down 1.13. So far for this morning, we've got or actually from yesterday, we had $1.6 million more in inflow than outflow on AMC, with 4.63 thousand shares traded so far this morning. That is very low volume. On the hourly, There's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.37, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.91, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.21, which is signaling oversold. So short term, it's showing signs of being oversold. Long term, it's below average. On Ape, yesterday there was a total of $2.1 million dollars more in inflow than outflow, with 8,750 shares traded so far this morning. Very, very low volume as well. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.66, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.26, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.55, which is slightly below average. Ichimoto on an hourly. Let me erase yesterday's numbers real quick here for levels of FOMO buying. On the hourly for Ape, we've got the lagging line below the price line. We've got conversion below the base. Price is going to have to break through the cloud before there's any sign of strength for FOMO buying. Cloud starts at $3.55, so I'm going to put 360. 360 is going to be the key number to get over in order to see large amounts of FOMO buying coming in from outside investors. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base, price is down here. Price is going to have to get above could become a strong buy at 390. It could become a strong buy at 390, but another. I like to give 2 points that are a little bit further apart. And 360 and 390 are pretty close to each other. If it hit 390 and moved into the cloud, you could see the price stall out inside the cloud somewhere in here. But the next really big push would come at $4.75. So those are the two numbers that I'm going to give you is 360 and 475. Those are the big points of strong support where you would see outside investors coming in to buy. Taking a look at AMC for those same indicators, we have lagging line below price line. We have conversion below base. We have a really funky red cloud coming up here. Price does usually like to move up through red clouds, down through green clouds. So we may have a temporary stay of moving up until perhaps maybe either Monday or Tuesday. If it did move above the cloud here, it would probably come back down pretty quickly if it were to do so. On AMC, to get above the cloud here, we would have to see a price higher than $7.40. I would say heavy buying pressure at 750. And on a 4-hour, lagging lines below price line, conversion below base, price getting above price getting to 830 could be a strong buy. But I think more realistically, getting above 920 would be even better. That's quite a ways above 750, so there may not be a really good buy signal based on a 4-hour chart. So I'm gonna put the lower number of the two in here. So I'm gonna say 830 would probably end up being a secondary point of potential outside buying pressure. So we got 360 for Ape and 475, 750 and 830 for AMC. AMC current price at $7. Ape current price at 2.95. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Let me just make sure first, before I comment on what you guys are saying, let me just verify real fast that the numbers that I have for synthetic price failures are on and accurate. I've got 690 is the low from yesterday on AMC. Okay, we got a 681 before, so that's the lower, so I'm not going to count that. And then lowest price we saw yesterday on Ape was 289, and I have that recorded, so I have the low prices in. A reversal according so what I told you is we'd see a lot of upwards buying pressure at 360 for Ape. According to synthetic price failure, there's also a buying pressure at 332 as well. So that would actually make a good stair climbing point, right, from where we're at 294 right now to 332 to 360. Those being different levels of support. Those are nice price points that I see for stair stepping upwards. If we were to see a turnaround today. In regards to AMC, see support at 783 for synthetic price failure, and what I've got here on my board is 750 and 830, so that's kind of a good middle point as well. So we do have some good stepping points for price movement should it start moving up today. However, it looks like the market has other plans for us. VIX is showing down now, not up. So the market is starting to head back up again. The market's undecided at this point. Somebody asked me about PCI data yesterday, and I totally spaced on it. Let me see here. Let's see. One second. Was it CPI or PC? I can't remember what they were asking for. I feel like they were asking me for PCI, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't know if somebody was asking about that. I think it might have been Maggie. Maggie, if you're here and you were asking about that yesterday, what was it you were asking for? I can't remember. Good morning, Maggie. That's so funny. You're right here. I see your good morning. Was it Maggie? Was it you that were you asking for PCI data? What were you asking for? I feel like there was somebody that was asking for some data yesterday. I can't remember who it was. Uh, Jathan, listening at work again. What was it, all this that I read that they didn't want it under $10 for AMC one? Oh, PCE. I was gonna say. I was like PCI, PCE. Let me see here. Um, I don't know that I normally look at that. Let's see. I don't normally have a chart pulled for that. I usually pull PPI. I do have CPI as well. And then also I watch interest rate, federal rates, probability calculators, but I don't have a page pulled for that at all. I don't think I do. Oh, I also have GDP as well. I need to put that page closer to the other two. Yeah, I don't think I have a chart for that. I don't actively track that. Yeah, so somebody said, Jathan says, listening at work again, what was all this I read about didn't want under $10 AMC won? So normally, in regards to, um, where did I pull this? I pulled this last night and I saved this because I knew this was going to be a topic. Give me one second. I actually pulled this up. It's going to be for individual tickers. Now AMC1 is a chart for both AMC and Ape. So I would assume that if there was going to be lending that was occurring for that, if they were having to borrow, where's my folder at? There it is. And this is what the collateral looks like. Can I pull this up on the page? Let's see. It's gonna blind you maybe, guys. Hold on a second. Careful. This might blind you. So this is where the haircuts begin and on prices. Equity securities, common preferred, listed on the U.S. National Securities Exchange, NASDAQ, or Canadian Securities Exchange, with a market price of $10 or more per share or per other unit, it would be 25%. Once it gets to the 750 to 999 per range, it becomes 30%. If it gets to, which we're at right now, we're at currently at a combined price of 999, it would be a 30%, so it would be a 5% increase. From $5 to 749, it would be 50%, and once it gets down to 500, it would be 100%. Now I don't know. I couldn't find. I was looking for this all over the place last night because I know I've pulled this up before, and I couldn't find the most current update to this. So if somebody's got a link to that, let me know. I was trying to find this. It should be under. I think this is under. I can't remember where to find this exactly, but I was trying to pull this up, and I couldn't find. All I could do is find a screenshot of the numbers because I think these actually changed on the last update. So I think these might be the old numbers. So I need to see if I can find like a more revised version of that. I know I've pulled it up, I don't know, within this last year, and I can't seem to find it again. So, but that's I think a lot of people are talking about, I think there was only two numbers this last time. They revised it to where it was like 30 and then 100%. And anything under $10, I think, was like 100%. And then if it was above $10, it was 30. Now AMC and AMC1 options, that should only be for I think that's only for collateral that would be needed for new positions. I don't think it's for old positions. So I'm not positive on that. I'm not an expert on knowing what collateral is needed. I don't play in margin accounts, so I'm not. That's not like one of my expertise areas. So the idea that they may want to keep the total price of AMC and Ape above $10, they didn't succeed because they closed the price at $9.99. Oh yeah, the Pokey Stick. Thank you. Pokey Stick of volume had 35,000 shares in it, but I mean it only increased to 47, so we're looking at like 10 to 11,000 shares were already there going into the pokey stick on AMC. So we're going 30, 50, or sorry, not 30, 50, 10 to 30 million volume for the day today on AMC. And Ape, we're looking at probably around. Ape went from 40. Ape had 43,000 shares in the pokey stick with 63 already there, which means it had like 18, 19,000 shares. I know it seems like an obvious 20, but we've had a few minutes since then. So that is still pretty low volume, still 5 to 25 million trade on that. So no new predictions, same thing as usual. Low volume day today. Oh yeah. Powell is supposed to be speaking this morning. Hold on a second. It's supposed to be before market open too, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for saying that, Maggie. Let me check it out here real quick. Let me see if it's something that is going to be easily found. Yep. Oh, maybe not. Hold on a second here. That's 11, which would be 10 my time. Let me see. Let me go to YouTube and see if they're going to have it on YouTube. All right, so I'm pulling up the Federal Reserve on YouTube to see if they've got anything listed there, and I don't see like an upcoming video set up here for something that's going to happen in the near future. So and I also went to the website to look and see they do have a governor that's going to be speaking later today that they have a link to, and it's in regards to. Hold on a second, I'll pull it up again. I closed it out. I dismissed it. Let's see here. In regards to principles for large bank supervision, we've got Governor Michelle W. Bowman. Michelle Bowman's going to be speaking at the Institute of International Finance, and it doesn't say where, but yeah, I don't. That's at 11 a.m., which would be 10 a.m. my time. So that's not. I don't think that's what anybody's looking for. So if he is speaking, if Powell's speaking this morning, they don't have anything set up to record or to show that. Maccabee says, Jathan, I recall that collateral rule being implemented during 2021-22. Yeah, no, I got to go and I got to see if I can find that. I was having a hard time finding it last night. I didn't go to the SEC. I should have just gone straight to the SEC website, but because usually you can, because I'm pretty sure it's a notice. Let's see. I can go to Edgar. Let's see. SEC. Yeah, that's not it. Let's see here. It could take me a while to find this. It's sometimes some of this stuff is like really difficult to find if you don't just save like the. I should have saved it a long time ago when I was trying to look for it, but I didn't really. At the time, it didn't seem relevant because we weren't even close. Yeah, Maggie says, Casey, I do not believe that the 290 plus 710 combined determine the haircut. Each stand on their own. That's what I agree. I agree with that, Maggie. Typically, that's the case, but if there was more borrowing involved, I think that it would. I think they would be because AMC one's different, right? AMC one is not standalone. It's actually the combined price of the two. So if they needed to borrow more, or if they had shares that they were borrowing, the question is would there be a haircut on the existing loan shares for AMC one? And I don't know. I don't know. I truly and honestly don't know the answer to that because AMC would be standalone. Ape, if it had its own, uh, if it had its own options chain, then it would be standalone. But AMC one is a combined price, so it may actually be combined between the two. Richard says weird stuff going on. I am with Fidelity this morning in pre-market. I purchased Ape shares that randomly changed to sell after verifying the purchase. I was able to cancel the order before it went through. uh, so also Tony, I just want to mention to you guys, Tony last night verified for us that let's see here. He was able to verify that he was able to buy less than 100 shares through XNYS, which is the alternative to buying through IEX so you can get your shares pushed straight through to the lit market, and that would be through Active Trader Pro in order to use that. I had mentioned to you guys that I had problems with that a year ago. It was probably more than a year ago. You do have to use Active Trader Pro in order to do it. Um, I came to the determination that either something has changed since I tried it, uh, or I was trying to make the trade and I was trying to purchase the shares in the pre-market, and I was unable to do so because it was pre-market. I'm not sure which. But Tony said that he confirmed that you can do less than 100 shares. But in regards to what it is that you're saying is not being able to, you said that it randomly changed it to sell. I would refresh your browser. If you're not already using Active Trader Pro, that might help you. Jeffrey, in regards to the shares themselves, if you remember correctly, the positions are owed in Ape and AMC. So if somebody were to exercise their position on AMC one, they would be owed 100 shares of AMC and 100 shares of Ape. So the collateral is a combined collateral. So I don't know for a fact. I'm still kind of up in the air as to whether or not the haircut would apply. But it is a combined uh, options chain. It's the derivative itself is a connection between the two. Thank you very much, Arthur. Pompey, I have no idea what Hot Koch is doing. He's wagging the dog's tail. That's what he's doing. So, Danny, they already got you. They got the schools back up and running already in your area. That's a good thing. I don't, that's the problem, man. If I knew what the full title of it was, I would be able to search it really quickly and easily. That's the problem. That's the problem I ran into. And it's so if you type in, so there's, I think the answer to what you're looking for, I think is the SEC Rule 15C3-1 haircut rule. But the problem is you got to find you got to find the amendment to this rule that shows what the most it's a notice. I do recall off the top of my head that it's a notice that was filed. So what you have to do is you have to find the notice for that SEC Rule 15C3-1, I think. And so I'm pretty sure it might be. Let's see here. This might actually be it. Like I said, it's going to take me, for some reason, the very first time I remember looking for this, it was really easy to find. For some reason now when I'm looking for it, it's becoming very, very difficult for me to find, and I actually don't know where to get it at. But I think that's what we're looking for, is you're looking for a notice, to an update for collateral haircuts. And I can't seem to find it. I don't know where it's at. And quite honestly, like I probably could sit here for like hours and search and search and search and not talk at all, and probably still not come up with anything. Just because I can't do this in front of people. I can't, like, knowing that I'm not talking and trying to search for something, and like it doesn't work for me. It's just easier for me to just not look and try and find it when I'm on my break sometime, when I'm not feeling like I'm under pressure. Maggie, I did the numbers. I ran through the numbers already. Maggie says, I had problems with Active Trader Pro. It showed the wrong amount of money I had, yet Fidelity had the right amount. The Trader Pro specialist verified it was a glitch. If it happens to you, just refresh. I've had problems with Active Trader Pro as well, Maggie. It seems to be like a very, very old system. I mean, just based on the looks of it, it's pretty trashy. And I've had problems as well, and it's not my favorite place to go. That's for sure. Dana says I could just sit here listening to you. Am I open mouth breathing? Jeez. Open mouth breathing while I'm searching. It's so annoying. I can't do that. I can't do it. Silver Surfer says there are no AMC 1 options now, so that combination theory no longer applies. So is that why you're saying there's no AMC 1 options now? What happened to them? Because there was tons of them before. Why is there no AMC 1 options now? And what happened to them? Because I haven't contacted Fidelity yet, but Fidelity stopped putting them up as well. And when I try to search for them, I can't find them. So just out of curiosity, like I've kind of been suspecting that there was something going on there, but I had no idea because I haven't contacted Fidelity about it yet. Because there was there was a lot of options there, and they were out into next year. Shares on loan numbers. Yes, I can. I can just give them to you straight off. For AMC, there's 186.81 million shares on loan, and for Ape, there's 24.42. It should be AMC one, Danny. And I was unable to find. Fidelity's has been not logging it for a while, and it was right about the same time that Max Payne. I told you guys I saw Max Payne had changed to where Max Payne was only reporting AMC's Max Payne. It wasn't reporting AMC 1, but AMC 1 still had options at the time, but for some reason Max Payne suddenly switched from a Max Payne for combined AMC and Ape to just being for AMC. But it was like a week later that changed. Yeah, they don't show on Fidelity at all. You're right. I've tried pulling it up in different methods and could not figure out how to pull them up. Let me check something else here real quick here. Let me see if I can find them. Hmm. It's very strange. I'd like to get a bottom of that. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call Fidelity and get to the bottom of that because I want to know what happened to that options chain. Hmm. The AMC 1 options chain were it was to facilitate the move, the award of an AMC and Ape option to somebody who had already previously purchased an AMC option. So if an option contract. So if somebody had prior to the what was it, the 19th of last month, if somebody had already purchased an option prior to the 19th, then any option expiring after that would have been owed both an AMC and Ape share, 100 of them, if they exercise. And so all of those options should have had that dividend attached to them. If they didn't, um, then you would have a problem with dividends being distributed to people who had opened up contracts previous. So it had to be created for that reason. But I just don't see it. Maggie says, Casey, what coffee you drink? It's Starbucks. It's Starbucks this morning. Peppermint mocha. Yeah, I'm not seeing AMC 1 options listed anywhere. Well, I'll tell you what does. I'll say this. Um, it seems like they disappeared about a month after the issuance of Ape. So perhaps maybe the position's only good for a month after before they have to be settled. I don't know. I don't know the rules for that. I would have to check that out, and that's a question I'll have to call up Fidelity and find out. Uh, is there some kind of like time frame or period that people have to close out those positions? Um, that would have been something that would have been nice to have known in advance. I don't play options on AMC, so I wouldn't know. But WV, there's no way for me to know. I can't predict the futures. Arthur says if they're truly gone now, that is a great thing, right, Casey? It definitely seems like it would be less likely that somebody would be able to manipulate prices easily for Ape with them gone. Yes. Casey, you got the updated one, I think. Post in Discord. Checking. Not sure what it's under. What's it under? There's so many different things here. Looks like 10,000 shares all they had last night. Interesting. Let's see here. I'm looking to see where your post is, but I'm not finding it. I don't see it. I don't see it in Discord. What section is it under? General. I don't see it in general. Make sure you're in the right Discord. I don't see it. You might be in the wrong Discord. My thoughts on Ape. I think it's woo. Volatility is way down. The bands are close on this. I think it's a great. I think it's a great tool for Atom to be able to use to be able to generate funds that will be able to give AMC the ability to pay off some of their debt, and it's also a way to generate those funds without allowing short positions to exit or close out any of their short interests that they have built on AMC. So it's a really amazing tool. In regards to uh, specific thoughts, you'd have to be more like detailed as to what you wanted me to talk about. Manjeet says, I think retail didn't have access to AMC One options. I don't remember, but I think it was on Boss Blunt's where he brought it up. They should have. I mean, they should have been able to access. I saw people posting out there that they're actually even able to buy AMC One options if they called the broker directly. Jay says this has been a long. No, man, it was 2 weeks yesterday. It's 2 weeks today. Harry Parrott says there's a filing on 822 that shows AMC equals AMC plus Ape. Yes, that's correct. AMC 1 still shows up on Webull. Hold on a second. Can I just type it in? Or is it just going to be under options? What do you have to type in? You'd have to type in something to get there. I don't see. So I type in AMC one, it just takes me to AMC. So I don't know how you're getting to it. Because if I look at options for AMC, it's separate. Christopher says, "Have you heard when the 425 ape shares would actually hit the market? 425 million ape shares would hit the market. Do they disclose that? They would not. I think they have like three. I think it's 3 days, 3 or 4 days before they have to disclose with a filing. And I have no idea when those are going to hit. AMC has full discretion. Jeffrey says, had to place a call. The order I bought some on Fidelity last Friday. Yeah, my understanding is you could buy AMC One options. You just had to place a phone call instead of trying to do it online. Brian says, still holding AMC One options in my account, so I don't think they have expired. They were converted in my account from AMC to AMC One after the split, which should have been what should have happened. WV, you're welcome. So yeah, they've got to still be out there. There's just I don't understand why they're not showing anywhere. Peter Kwan says, why is Ape market cap higher than AMC? It makes me wonder there may be more Ape shares in the market than reported. Yeah, so many people talk about market cap so often. I really don't understand like why. It's not that I mean you just oh, I can see why. Right off the bat I can see why. Market cap is showing oh wait, hold on a second. Let me check on something real quick here. Okay, yeah, this is 1.5 billion. I'm not seeing that. So I don't know why people keep looking at market cap so much. Like that's not like I've never in my entire life looked at market cap in order to figure out anything with a stock. I've never ever looked at market cap. Like I feel like market cap has like been blown out of the water because of people like looking at the number and it's just I mean simply if you want to figure out market cap, you just take the current share price times how many shares are outstanding, and that gives you your market cap. So what? Big deal. It's not. It's not a. It's not a big deal. It's how much it would cost if somebody wanted to buy out like every single shareholder. But currently, I show 3.67 billion for AMC, and for Ape, I show 1.5 billion. So if you're seeing a miscalculated number somewhere, figure out where they're getting it wrong because somebody's getting it wrong, and you're reading it. You're reading somebody's mispublication of a number, and all you have to do is just take the amount of shares outstanding multiplied by share price, and that's the true number. Yeah, I don't see why. So Harry Parrott, like if Adam Aaron were to be dumping shares right now, like I can't imagine he would dump a whole lot. These prices are not the kind of prices that are going to allow him to use Ape as a device to be able to get out of debt. They just aren't, right? But if he wanted to try and create some kind of buying pressure in the market, he could potentially release like a small amount, like maybe 5 million shares, 10 million shares, or something like that, and you know, you might see a little bit of buying pressure coming in from those shares hitting the market. But I just can't imagine him dumping shares throughout the week, and that's why price is moving down. I just don't think that's the case. And plus, if you look at it too, if that were the case, you should be seeing, as somebody was stating just a minute ago, you should be seeing changes to the free float, well, or the shares outstanding. Mitch says playing Division 2 while listening. Man down, man down. Oh man, that's hilarious. Dan says I purchased AMC one for 16th of December 22 here in Spain. Dan, where are you seeing the options chain? Where are you getting that information from? Peter, that's where you're getting. That's where part of your problem is. When you go for the cheap sources for information, you get cheap responses. Sorry, Peter. I just despise Yahoo. I get some information from them as well, Peter. So I'd be a hypocrite if I told you don't ever go to Yahoo for information. I go there too. I only go there for real basic stuff like volume, uh, day over day closing prices, just because they have like a really cool historical uh, data that you can pull up there under their historical data spot. You can find that, and then sometimes I'll download their the history on that and use that for Excel spreadsheets and whatnot. But just be real careful though with Yahoo because they're real super like glitchy, and a lot of times they'll mess up their numbers, and it's just simply a calculation error. All you got to do is go over and check out and see where they're getting their numbers wrong. Just verify their numbers, and you'll figure out real quick where the numbers are wrong at. Ryan says, "Why is Aron not saying anything about why Ape?" I don't think he can really say anything about the prices at all, Ryan. I think it's very difficult. I mean, they did post something in the prospectus that they just released, but I don't think Aron can really sit there and talk about share price. You have to look at AMC one on the AMC ADJ tab on Fidelity. Okay, hold on a second. This is new to me. Hold on, let me look at it real quick here. AMC ADJ tab. Where is? I'm gonna pull it over to the other page. You tell me. You tell me where. Market overview, trading ideas. I don't see an ADJ tab. No, yes I do. It's down. There might be one down here. Let's see. Let's see. Where on the Casey ADJ stands for adjusted. Boss mentioned it before. Yeah, I know what ADJ stands for. I don't know, or do I have to type it in, or I don't see an ADJ tab here. Oh, adjusted. Here we go. Maybe. Yep, that looks like it did it. That definitely looks like it did it because that looks like the right chain. No, no, no. These are the same numbers as before. Those are the same numbers. It's right in the middle. Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. There's no way. Because this does say adjusted right here. ADJ, I see it. I see it right here. I see adjusted, but the problem is the adjusted is for values that are much, much higher. Like the strike prices for the adjusted are super high. Let me change the scale. Actually, I guess that just means that there was nothing that was opened up under 15, and so it's probably all a bunch of zeros. Let's see here. I mean, if that's the case, because I see options all the way down to 15, but I don't see the thing is that you have a starting price at 15, and then it goes up to 18, and there's a bunch of prices up and beyond that. If it's basically saying that let me change this real quick here. Let me get rid of the adjusted and see what happens. Yeah, so it just got rid of it, that's all. Hmm. All right, and we will make sure I click non-standard. Got it. Okay. Oh, this is why I'm not an options guy. All right, so I see the AMC one options here for September 30th expiry. So if I open them up on Webull, I can see them now. All right, so that's what it is then. Because Webull actually confirms this is that the lowest price that there is for a strike on AMC options, which is the combined, is 15. It goes 15, 18, 18.50, and then all the way up to like 30 in increments of 50 cents. So if that's the case, then Webull's reporting the exact same thing that Webull's reporting, or not Webull, but um, Fidelity's reporting. And Fidelity's reporting the adjusted right here as starting at 15, 18, then 18.50 with increments of 50 cents going down. So yeah, okay, so no options. There's no options chain below $15 apparently. So everything expiring under 15 bucks, anything under 15 bucks is going to be out of the money for calls. Donald DeVoy says the futures are now red and dipping. Let's check it out here real quick. I got to go to break here in a second, but yeah, I see the same thing. VIX is currently showing down as well, though. Man, if you're just never ever give financial advice to friends. Never. You don't. They're not your friends if you're giving them financial advice. It's finances and friends. French. If you want to keep a friendship, you don't talk finances. Or at least you don't talk to it in a way to where you're getting them to invest in something or you're not getting them to invest in something. It can ruin a friendship. BioLife Hemp says AMC one options chain for 21st of October goes all the way down to $1. First open interest is at 7. Okay. For some reason, when I've got it pulled up on here, I don't see. Let me check this out real quick here. Let me see if there's a way that I can get mine to open up further because I've got it set up for all all strikes. But for some reason, answer me this: is there any positions that are open below 15? Because it could be that it's only showing me open positions. Do you see anything open below 15? A 15 strike? Oh, you just said it too. First open interest is at 7. I don't know why I can't see it on mine. That's so strange. It's like they're not giving me the full. Yeah, it's not giving it to me. I wonder if it's doing combined. I don't know. I can't tell if it's doing it combined or not on this thing, but I mean, I see the adjusted. I don't see anything below 15 though. 15 is the lowest number that it reports for me. Hmm. For today, today works. If I go into the futures, for example, though, let me check it real quick here. If I go into the futures and look at futures, I can pull up, for example, October 21st unadjusted, and I see it going down to $1. So I do see on the 21st, I see it going down to $1, but for the 15th, or for the 30th rather, today, I only see it going down to 15. 15 is the lowest number it's got listed in here. $15 strike. Okay. Donald DeVoy says doesn't look like there's anything open below 15 for this week, but for future weeks. But yeah, okay, that's what I'm seeing as well. Okay, good. We're on the same page. I can start looking at those numbers again. That's good. All right, so that goes back to the haircuts now. Haircuts should be a combination of the two prices. All right, guys, I gotta go to break before I don't get one. Did Monty or Keto come in and put in numbers? Because I missed it if they did. I'm scrolling back up to look. Because usually Monty has his numbers in by now. I'm looking, I don't see Monty's numbers. Okay, 8:51 to 11:51. Thank you. Casey, look up. How much do these hedge funds suffer when the market is this bad? If they're not able to make positions that they can make money off of this, and they're losing collateral at the same time, they suffer a lot. Alrighty, guys, heading out. I will see you guys back at let's see, 8:15, and we'll get my price prediction in for the morning and get this day started. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
just kidding. No, I didn't realize it plays that song in the middle of this soundtrack. Interesting. Let's see here. Let me figure out what price I'm going to go for the day today for price prediction, because it is there's a three-way tie right now, and Monty's still in the running and has a chance here. So I got to be real careful about making sure I get the right price. Let me see what direction the market's looking like it's going to head. Market's kind of looking negative right now. VIX is going up. What are our chances? Red green days. If we have a red day on Thursdays, we have a 28% chance of having a green day on a Friday, which is a pretty good chance. It's actually our second best chance at having a green day out of the entire week. So let's see here. Let me think. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $9.90. I am going to go $8.90 to $11.90. Let me just verify something real quick here. $10.4. Let me look at the options. 15 is yeah. That's what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna stick with that. Might not be low enough, but I'm gonna run with it. Jeff is going 890 to 1190 as well. What Jeff doesn't know is that I already put in 890 to 1190. I said it before he actually typed it in. I watched his typed. So because of the delay on here, Jeff probably didn't know that I was going to. See, not just putting in a different number. 889 to 1189. We're thinking along the same lines here, Jeff. I actually think it might be just a slight bit lower. Keto's going 913 to 1213. Keto, do note that today is a tiebreaker day, so whoever's the closest average is going to be the winner. Porter says bigger margin requirements below 10 and need to keep Ape below 3 for limit up, limit down. So part of the limit up, limit down thing is based off the idea that the requirements for where limits are triggered change a little bit. So under $3, it's a 20% change. So if they were to drop price by 20%, it takes a 20% swing. So instead of the 20% circuit breaker that we normally see, the 10% circuit breaker we normally see, it's now 20%. For Ape. So the price can move up to 20% before tripping a circuit breaker. However, I don't know. What I don't know if that's based off the starting price of the day or if that's a continued price throughout the day. So in other words, like once it hits $3, does it change? Once it hits 301, does it change to the other 10% value? I guess we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Jeff says, "Wow, there is a delay, or you're listening to my computer." Now it's about a 15. I've timed it before on a couple different occasions. Depending on how bad my internet connection is, it can be up to as much as a 25-second delay. Normally it's somewhere right around like 15 to 20 seconds. Just depends. Casey is good at pretending to ignore the chat. What did I ignore? What did I ignore here? Let's see. Sometimes I just miss stuff. Let's see. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I don't even know if I want to know. Yeah, I won't myself. I'll just pretend you guys are having your own little conversation over there. Myself, happy birthday. Everybody wish myself a happy birthday today. And Adam Aaron. They share a birthday. Yeah, I don't know if I do want to know. I'm just gonna we'll just pretend it's a happy birthday to myself today. I just turned on the TV and put on YouTube versus my laptop. Yep, a delay, maybe 15, 20 seconds. And every once in a while, if you don't hit live, you may get further and further behind too. But it's not your fault. It's my fault, Jeff. It's all me, Jeff. It's not you. It's me. Another broken mug connection. That's right. Let's see. We got about 6 more minutes here before market opens. Let me just check here real quick. I haven't looked this yet today to see if Adam Aaron came through with any posts. For the first time ever, I sent Adam Aaron a DM. I've never sent him a direct message before on his Twitter account. But I thought I wanted to. I figured I kind of want to send him a DM and ask him a question. But was unable to get a response from him. I probably should have asked a few days in advance. But I sent it yesterday afternoon and asked him what his favorite song was from when he was growing up, and obviously didn't get a response. But I kind of went back to when he was 18 years old, which was 1972. So the song for today is one of the hit songs in 1972 by one of my favorites, Neil Young. And to be honest with you guys, I couldn't think of a better song to represent Adam Aaron. And in a roundabout way, I'm kind of calling him old with the song. he is, older than me. So, and I consider myself old. So there's that. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to be saying things like my parents used to say at my age right now about how they were around when dinosaurs used to walk the earth. Oh yeah, everything's fine, Cuddy Cut. I'm good. Don't worry about me. Monty says not voting for raises for Adam Aaron and the rest of the board until this manipulation gets addressed. Absolute joke. Arthur Martin says, back in my day, insert whatever. It's really, I don't know, like I find at 46 years old, I find it difficult to like trying to stay current. With high school kids in the house, actually even younger than high school. With middle school and high school kids in the house, trying to stay relevant with terminology and I don't know, I guess just things of the time, things that the kids are dealing with these days. It's difficult, and so I can only imagine that it gets harder over time. Because it really does kind of get to that point to where you're kind of like back in my day. Yeah, see, and even Arthur just says it too. Lots has changed since I was a kid, for real. I agree, man. Lots of stuff has changed. Just even the 20 last years, right? A lot of things have changed in 20 years. It is so weird, Dino Mike. So weird. But the lucky thing for me is that I live between a weird a rock and a weird place known as Pflugerville. I almost called it Pflugerville. Pflugerville is in between Round Rock and Austin, and so they call it the place between stuck between a rock and a weird place. So I guess I have to deal with it. Dr. Zena says, "Don't worry, Shaw. 25 more years of this, and you can stop." Woohoo! or maybe less. Who knows? Alrighty, guys. It's that time of the day, so I will get this show started. We'll see you guys on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and S.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
searching for a heart of gold, and I'm getting old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. You keep me searching and I'm growing old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. I've been a miner for a heart of gold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat greyhounds for breakfast. Rock strong. I couldn't do the screw the hedgies without getting a little bit of phlegm going on from the coffee I'm drinking. This peppermint mocha was getting in my throat. I was like, oh. Good morning, guys. Drink poo and eat crayons, myself says. Yeah, well, you do what you want, man. Let's see here. So, happy birthday to Adam Aron. On this day in 1954, Adam Aron was born. So in 1972, Heart of Gold by Neil Young was a hit song, and that would have been when Adam Aron would have been 18 years old. I don't know if Neil Young was as popular back then as he is now, but in my opinion, one of the greats. And man, I could listen to Neil Young songs like all day long. I just love it. I mean, it's very simplistic music, but it's got a story to tell, and it's got a heart of gold. Every single one of his songs has a heart of gold, and it's got passion and story, but with simple music. And sometimes you don't need complexity in order to have something good. You just have to have simple. And that's exactly what this play is. This play is a simple play. There's nothing complex about it. Let's see here. Markets this morning are, let's see, VIX is showing up as down, so you should be seeing a little bit of an increase in the SPY, but it's not. It's down 0.53. We've got mortgage-backed securities are up right now. They're pumped to 0.37 and 0.35. Oil is down quite a bit. We have pretty much everything in the red right now except for NCMI that I'm monitoring on my page here, but you guys can't see it. But I've got every single one of the. Let's see, I'll take you over to the other page for just a second so you can see the numbers here. But everything on the left-hand side over there, except for NCMI, is showing up as red. Here's the mortgage-backed securities. The SPY is sitting at. Actually, we could look at all the indexes. All the well, not all the indexes. Got a couple of them here that are showing up from green. But yeah, we're looking pretty rough over here. Market is definitely opening up down this morning. And we will continue to move with the market, guys. We will absolutely continue to move with this market. Sub has a boss. Do you know how much he spent? He spent less Sub has a boss. He spent less on HYMC than I think he spent on Nicole Kidman. So I mean, just saying, like in the grand scheme of things, like when you look at how much he spent on that, it was very very marginal, and it wouldn't have certainly not been anything that would have protected the company in regards to paying down debt. It would have been a joke. Um, but it's he bought into HYMC and has the ability to be able to show net profits when gold starts moving upwards. So he's trying to protect the company against recession. So, and I think that's not a bad move. Point Break Thor says the real joke is that Fidelity has a condition where the funds have to settle to buy a stock under $3. That's a condition I was unaware of. I've also heard some people saying that they're having problems buying. I don't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned to me that they were having a problem through their broker purchasing penny stocks. Their broker was saying that they wouldn't allow them to buy penny stocks. And I was asking for advice, and I said, well, I can't really give you any advice other than to tell you that there are other brokers out there. So just saying that in case anybody runs into that problem. Yo says, Casey, can you see how long I've been a subscriber? I think I listened long before I watched chat. Just curious if not cool. No. As far as I know, yo, I don't have the ability to be able to see that. And if I do have the ability, I don't know where. I really, truly, honestly don't know where that would be found. I know you've been around for a long time, though. So remember, Curtis, the golden rules on this play. Margin is buying shares of AMC on margin is probably not the best thing in the whole wide world, but it is your money and your choice. If that's what you want to do, that is entirely up to you. Thorblade says, well, we definitely gap filled. Yeah, yo, if I could check it out, man, I would tell you, but I don't even know. Uh, I know that I can see like some of the more recent people who have joined the as a subscriber. Like it does tell you like when new people have subscribed, and it tells you like how long ago they subscribed. But I don't think I can see everybody though. Yeah, the whole market's down, guys. I understand the frustrations, but you got to realize that this was going to happen. It's something that I've been trying to prepare you guys for a really long time. I've been telling you for a really long time that as the market goes down, we will go down with it. It's something you knew was coming until those margin calls come rolling in, and they will. They will come rolling in just like they did in 2008. But when those margin calls come rolling in, that's when you'll start seeing price turn around. And you'll still see the rest of the market probably heading down. But you'll see few selected stocks that are starting to move up, maybe particular stocks that are specifically heavily shorted. So when margin calls is a great question, but nobody knows. Nobody knows their books. Nobody understands the deals that they're making in the backside to continue to keep their doors open. But the question isn't really when. It's more about are you going to be able to last? And for me, there's no limitations on how long I can last for because it's not costing me anything to hold these positions. So it doesn't matter how low it gets. It just still is going to be pressure on them. Harry Paris says frustration. Come on, this is fun to watch. Hedges, inches, and die one day at a time. I mean, it is exciting. I kind of like it, but I know a lot of people have a lot riding on this, and so they're nervous and scared, and I can understand that. Cuddy Cut says 2 weeks. I know I wanted to say it, Cuddy Cut. I wanted to say it, but people just don't want to hear those kind of numbers or those kind of. They're getting tired of hearing 2 weeks. It's just like, yeah, I know. Did y'all see Yahoo Finance show 2 billion short Ape shares? Something about Ape price being over 900. I have not seen that. Haircuts during trading hours or no? Curtis, I don't know the answer to that. I really don't know if haircuts are based off of closing price from the previous day or current price. I would imagine that it's based off of a closing price, but we were at $9.99 on the closing price between AMC and Ape. But those haircuts are only going to be on AMC 1. So it's not going to be on everything. It's going to be on AMC 1 and only AMC 1, as far as I can tell. Because that's the only place where we have a combined price of AMC and Ape together. Roseanne says, Casey, it seems like there are a lot more buying than selling for AMC. So, let's take a look at something real quick here. Since I got another 15 minutes, why don't we pull up OBV for this and check it out and see what it looks like. Give me 1 second while I'm trying to find out if I've got a page here already open for it. Let's just pull this one. Give me 1 second. Oh man, it's all mucked up here. All right, let me get rid of this junk here and add OBV. All right, let's take a look at OBV and what's happening, because this really truly is a great indicator for understanding what's happening to our position. So I'm going to move this down, and I'm going to drop this just a tad bit here as well to kind of bring it into perspective. Oops, wrong one. All right, that should be about right. So anytime you see spikes in price, really what I want to try to do is I want to try to line up. I'm going to try and line up specifically like probably right about like this. So we had a little run up in January of last year. Everybody remembers that. The buying pressure that came in from the run up in January of last year, price kind of settled in. Actually, I'm gonna lower just a tad. Price came in. I'm gonna meet price and volume at the same point and say that there was more buying pressure that held through this. So I'm setting an expectation here. I'm saying like, okay, you had buying pressure that met expectations for the price increase to, somewhere around 14. So I think the high on this was what was it, 17? It says high was 1251. All right, got up to 1251, started to settle back down, and you can see that people continued to hold through this period of time here. There was a little bit of buying and selling off through here, but for the most part, you can see that the average amount of volume that was held here was much greater than the amount price was. Then you see price launch way above where the holding value was here. During this launch, you did have some extra buying that came in here, but never actually reached up to the points of additional buying that occurred here. So the price was higher than where maybe perhaps the volume would support. And so you're seeing price coming back down and correcting back in here and actually starts meeting back up with expectations. But then you see price shorted down below the amount. So you have an inflated volume, more volume holding, I should say, than you have a deflated price and value, right? So you have price knocked down underneath where the holding volume is. If I put my line right here across and I draw it straight across, I can see that the level of support that's held from volume that we had back in June of last year is equal to what we have as far as holding volume goes currently. And so what I think, the representation here is the idea is that price has been shorted down so much so that it's severely not representative of where holding volume has been at, which means that you're going to have this shooting upwards effect again on price. As price does go up, you're going to see volume go back up as well too, because there's going to be FOMO buying that happens when that happens, and you're going to see a similar type pattern over here back in June happening over here. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Yeah, you can see. Okay. And so if I zoom in on current day, you can see that volume, for the most part, even though price has been falling since September 15th, volume, if I put the volume right where September 15th is pretty much holding in right there. So it doesn't appear that there's a whole lot of selling pressure going on with the price fall. So while the closing price on the 15th, and of course I'm just looking at AMC right now, but the closing price of AMC on the 15th was $9.88. There hasn't been a whole lot of selling off going on over here now that we're down lower. So I don't see selling going on here in regards to AMC. We could pull up Ape and see what Ape looks like. Ape, on the other hand, does look like there's selling going on in Ape. Somebody's selling shares in Ape. There's definitely a sell-off going on Ape shares. So based off of what I'm seeing here on OBV, it does look representative of positions being sold off in Ape. Now, whether or not people are trusting in Ape or not as a position to hold, it doesn't look like it as much. So AMC doesn't seem to be a problem with holding, but Ape does. So you want to know why price has fallen? That's the reason. Not very many people are holding Ape. It is what it is. It's part of the value of AMC, and if people don't believe in it and they sell it, then that's they're getting rid of their position, and you got to see it for what it is. If you take a look at AMC and Ape together combined, you're going to see the difference, right? It's going to add them together. So you're saying that the position of AMC holding and Ape is not, so since AMC was not increasing in volume and Ape is decreasing in volume, then you can tell that there's definitely, it's going to affect OBV and the combined volume that's being held. Yep. But that's the reason why Ape price is falling. It's not because Aron's selling shares into the he's not selling his shares. It looks to me like people are selling their shares, or institutions, one of the two. If institutions have shares as well, they could be selling them as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be retail. Actually, I would say it's probably not retail. And the reason that I say it's not retail is because we've been watching Ape and AMC, and Ape has had a really high buy volume from retail in contrast. So what you probably have is you have a bunch of institutions that are selling off their positions. And I don't know why they would do that, but they are. Every single day we monitor that on Ape, and you can see that we have like almost every single day it's over a 60-40 ratio of buy sell orders. In fact, let's take a look at it right now. Let me log into my broker since we got a few more minutes here and find out what that looks like. I know yesterday we had like a 70 something percent buy to, it was like 72% buy ratio to sell ratio. Give me 1 second. Come on, Fidelity. Let's see here. Ape has a 65% buy, almost 66% buy to 34% sell. So I don't think this is retail. You know, I see OBV dropping, but I have nothing to indicate that it's retail that's selling off here. The 65% buy to 34% sell ratio is really super high. And I also see that there's loaning of shares that is still occurring and more short interest being added. So I don't have any reason to believe that there's mass amounts of retail like exiting their positions out of Ape. Do know AMC's back on the list today. And AMC has a 72% buy to 27% sell ratio. I'm not worried, guys. I see OBV failing, right? That doesn't look good, but I see that people are holding their positions and buying more. No, myself, that's for daily numbers. Just for today's positions, as far as I can tell. Every single day it's changing, and it changes by quite a bit. So it's a daily position. I mean, think about it like this, guys. If institutions have a lot of shares of Ape, and they wanted, they may be selling their positions at a higher price and then wanting to be buying in at a much lower price so they can make more money per share that they buy in at, and they can increase the size of their positions dramatically once the price gets low enough. I'm a professional says, so if OBV is flat, price goes down, no one is buying. That's not the case. If OBV is flat and price goes down, it means that the amount of selling volume did not appropriately match what price was doing. What you need to do, I'm a professional, is go check out Investopedia and check out go to OBV and try to understand what it's telling you about what's going to happen. I would highly recommend that, and I can give you that link if you want. Give me 1 second. I would use this link. Go read this and try to understand what OBV is telling you. But it's essentially what it's saying is that if price is moving down, then you should be seeing a sell-off in volume, which should be large. But if there's really low volume on price falling, then you don't really have the situation of people selling their positions. So, either price increasing or price decreasing should indicate a spike in volume. Otherwise, what's being reported is not it's unhealthy movement is what I think is how I kind of when I did the presentation this last Monday when I was talking about DRS. It's price moving. Let me pull up the exact words I wrote down. It's much better to do that because I just don't talk off the cuff very well. Here we go. So, and I was talking about the Chinese stocks that we've seen skyrocketing up in price and then back down in a single day on low volume. That kind of price movement on low volume is a sign of very unhealthy price movement. In regards to OBV, for example, when you have big price movements with low volume, this means that something is amok and that the price movement is not natural. However, price moving down with large volume indicates that there's a real true sell-off happening. Likewise, when volume increases with price going up, the buying volume supports the idea that the value is real because it's FOMO buying and thus supported by that heavy volume. So that's really kind of what OBV is an indicator of, is telling you like whether or not the volume indicates whether or not the true price movement is indicative of what's actually happening. So large price movements down with very low volume is not real. Very large price movements moving up without high volume is not real. Those are fake movements in price. Somebody's buying and manipulating price in one of those directions, because in order for you to have a healthy increase in price, you need to see volume increasing. In order for you to see it, not a healthy decrease in price, but if you see a decrease in price and people are truly selling, then you should see volume. You should see large amounts of volume moving, exchanging hands. It's a great way to look at and if you go and you look at you can pull up almost any stock you want to that's gone into bankruptcy before, and I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. I think probably Redbox would be like a fun one to pull, but if you go pull up something like that and you look at it, you can see where the people who are selling off their positions as OBV just absolutely takes a dump with the price, and that's because there's massive amounts of volume happening. Yeah, I already showed that, Doug, and it shows it going down, but that's because Ape has volume going down though. If you have one flatlining and you have one going down, you're going to show downwards movement. If you have one going up and one going down, you're going to show a flat line. So depending upon how much volume there is. But yeah, combining the two, Doug, is not going to help you to understand what the overall picture is. What you really want to do is you want to look at the standalone between the two, and then understand where the selling pressure is coming from. And in this case, I just showed you AMC shows that it's flatlining on OBV and it's going down. So we have seen large amounts of volume here over the last week, and it's institutional selling. And the reason I can tell you that is because we've seen retail buying into these drops. We've been seeing like over 60% buy to sell ratios, 70% usually, almost 80% on some days. So the idea that retail is selling into this is not the case. This is institutional selling. And they're likely trying to double their positions, right? If you think about it, if an institution were to sell, like let's say when we jumped up to $10, if they were to start selling from $10 all the way down to $3, and then they start rebuying back in at $2, they've now, in some cases, they probably started doubling their positions, maybe even tripling. So it really just kind of depends. But I think I do believe, based off the numbers that I'm just looking at just now, it looks like institutional selling. Which makes sense because all of our brokers, every single one of our brokers needs to make money on the front side of this, because guess who pays us? In the long run, guess who pays each one of us our money? It's our brokers. And if they're going to get money, then they got to either have the shares or they got to have the money, one of the two. So if they need to double and triple up on their positions, that's how you do it. Steve says Millennial Group Management had bought a lot. Maybe they are selling. They were the ones. They were the ones that did the share recall, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it, Steve? The ones that filed the 13G where they did a share recall on like 28 million shares. They absolutely did so, and they reported it. No, 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 no. They're not selling. You think that they're well. I see what you're saying, selling at a loss. But if they can double up their position as price is moving down, though, Ed, I think in the long run, that's they're probably looking at. They'll take a short-term loss to make a long-term gain, right? So think of it like this: if you know you're going to drive the price down, let's say you initially bought in for $6. You know you're going to drive the price down to $2 and you start selling on the way down from 6 down to 2. You're taking a loss initially, but if you double up your position when you rebuy back everything at 2, you could have potentially double the amount of shares, maybe even triple the amount of shares that you originally had. Yeah, institutions would sell at a loss if they knew they could double or triple up on their position. It's called accumulation, and that's exactly how they do it. They'll sell at a loss on the front side, and they'll hedge against that, knowing that they're going to drive the price down. They'll hedge against that, make money on the front side as they're driving the price down, and absolutely buy back in for larger amounts. Maggie, I didn't delete your comment. If you put in a link, your comment will get deleted automatically. Oh, and not only that, Monty, but we saw that millennial group reported a loss. Not only do they take losses, but they take losses and not even make gains. We watched the millennial group buy in at higher prices than what they were sold for, and it's because they couldn't get their shares in time. If you go and look at the oh gosh, I just lost the name of it. Threshold list. You could see that they were having problems getting shares back to them in time to be able to sell before they could have made a profit. So that group, that millennial group, thought that they were going to be able to make money off of hedging off of AMC, and then found out that they couldn't. When they went to go sell, they were losing. They took a loss. I see no deleted comments, Maggie. I'm going to scroll back up here and see. I just scrolled back to 7:58. There's no deleted comments in here. I'm looking through the chat comment and it shows me all deleted comments. I'm going back. I've gone back to as far as 7:34 this morning and there's no deleted comments. And that's an hour, or that's a half hour ago. Yeah, Steve, absolutely. So if you know you're gonna drive the price down, what do? You're gonna start selling, and then you're gonna start creating positions where you're opening up put positions to selling into price moving down. And the reason that it's a hedge is because you're long, right? You have shares that you hold long, and you're putting in put positions. So you're buying puts as you're selling shares, long shares. That's a hedge. So they're making money off the hedge, and then they're selling their shares, and then they get to rebuy back in at a lower price. Sammy, I have no idea how long. I would be mentally prepared for whatever you need to do because the one thing that I've always said is if I told you you're holding Bitcoin, how long would you hold for? Be mentally prepared for whatever you need to. No, they didn't, Monty, and the reason is because they're a hedge fund. They were going to use their position to try and simply make money off of loaning out of shares for other institutions to hedge, and they just simply took a loss. Because there is no options chain for Ape. And if they did buy back in, we haven't seen a 13G yet for the same amount that they sold out for. To me, Monty, it sounds like they're not. My guess would be is that they're not done driving the price down. That's why. Once you start seeing price driving back up, then I would imagine that probably means that they're buying back in. I don't. My reasoning makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. If you're an institution and you know that that's what they always do, man. If you go and look up almost every single institution that buys into a stock buys long and short positions. They buy puts and calls, and then they buy shares, and then they work the system on both sides, right? That's how you hedge your position. That's how you make money in a market. So they're always constantly trying to make money on both sides of price movement. But we haven't seen, I would say, Monty, that we have not seen them buying back in yet. So that could possibly mean that price is going to continue to drop until you start seeing price rising. You know, accumulation hasn't occurred yet. So if we go back to that VIX uh, post that I had posted out a while back, let me pull it up here. The standard look. Oops, that's not the right one. Hold on a second. The standard look for accumulation, markup, distribution, and markdown is a sine wave, right? If you come over here and you look at, let's just take a look at AMC or Ape rather for a second here. The question that you have to ask yourself is on a daily chart here, does Ape look like a sine wave yet? Let me get rid of all this junk in here. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like a sine wave. This is distribution. This is distribution here, and there'll be accumulation when you see the bottom here, right? Let me pull up here. I'm trying to get to it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to my posts. Where is it? There it is. Accumulation area. Once price is done dropping, they will accumulate shares. Then you're going to see a markup. Then they're going to distribute shares, and then you're going to see a markdown. This is the standard Wyckoff price cycle, right? And so the question you have to ask yourself now is you have to say is, okay, did institutions start buying back in yet? And the answer is obviously no. This is the markdown phase. Or not markdown. Well, this is the markdown phase from the beginning when they first purchase shares, right? So then they're going to accumulate. So this would be the top of the chart here. Wait, let me pull back up again. This one. Pull this down. So this right here is this spot right here, right? So right at the top right here is where they did the distribution. They're selling off shares into the market. Distribution, and then you have markdown in price, right? And then at some point, this cycle starts back over on this side, right? You just take it and you loop back over, and now they're going to start accumulating when price gets low enough, right? And in the meantime, they're selling puts throughout this to try and make money on the downside, as they know that they're going to be driving price down. Selling calls, buying puts, and then once they get to the bottom and they start accumulating, you'll see price start to swing the other direction, and that's when you have markup. And this is where they're going to start making money, and then they're going to start distributing, and people are going to start buying as price is moving up, and then it's going to go back down again. It's a normal price cycle. Very, very common. But we haven't seen the bottom of this yet, so we're going to have to wait to see where the bottom's at before the accumulation starts happening. All right, guys, it's 9:13. I'm a little bit past time and look at the numbers here. So let's take a look at what we got going on. I'm trying to read through the comments here real quick. James, you should always be living your life constantly. Don't let this rule your life for sure. Always live your life and don't let anything like this rule your life to the point to where it's the center of your life. I would agree with that. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers. Let me expand a couple different pages here and move them over. And last but not least, this page. Not that page. Alrighty. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So hold those thoughts until then. Starting with price prediction tally points for the day today. Monty's got 3, Eric's got 4, I've got 4, and Keto has 4. Monty still has a chance. He's not out of the game yet here. I've got 890 to 1190. Eric has 9 to 12. Keto has 913 to 1213. And Monty has 851 to 1151. If price were to go below 890, Monty would get the extra point, and he very likely could get the bonus point for the day and still win. So Monty still has a chance here if combined price of AMC and Ape closes below 890. Let's see, we have short exempt volume for the day today is at 192.4 for AMC. Ape, it was at 96.8. Utilization's at 163 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. And then we've got, sorry, I'm getting messages here. And then we've got Ape at 77.38% utilization. Day-over-day price was a decrease on AMC by 7.43% and 13.95% for Ape. Max pain decreased again from $8 to $7.50 day over day. Exchange volume, off-exchange volume. Let me refresh that real quick here and see where we're at. I would expect somewhere around 44% off-exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11% on the EDGX. And we've got 59%. 59.97% going through off exchange, and the EDGX is at 9.81 for a grand total of 69.78%. Nice. That's high. That's high for this time of the morning. I usually expect to see somewhere around like, I don't know, 54% by this time of the morning, maybe 55, and it's at 69. So we're like a full 15% higher than what I would expect on an average day already on AMC. So there's a lot of price suppression going on through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ape, it's got 60.59% through off exchange and 12.94 through the EDGX for a grand total of 73.53% just going through those two exchanges alone. That is extremely high for this time of the morning. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, it's been fluctuating a little bit with somewhere around plus or minus 500,000 shares, but no change as of this morning. Let's see if it's changed now. 154.185 million, no change, still the same. Taking a look at, we're gonna skip over straight to options, and we'll take a look at Fidelity's numbers here in just a minute. Taking a look at the options here, highest amount of volume so far this morning. For AMC, we've got 5.7 thousand contracts at a $7 strike for the calls. And then for puts, it looks to me like they're buying puts that are in the money again because there's 2.6 thousand contracts at a $7.50 strike. And and those should be in the money. They are in the money. Those are in the money puts that are being purchased, which tells me that somebody needs shares really, really bad that they're buying. They're willing to pay a premium for shares. Highest amount of open interest today was at a $10 strike for both calls and puts on AMC, which is pretty substantial considering the fact that there's 8,000 contracts of open interest for puts at $10. Somebody, like I said, somebody really, really needs shares of AMC. Thanks to everybody's help on here today. I noticed, well, I didn't notice, but you guys noticed that the ADGA, or the adjusted, is down below. I thought this was just a split, and I didn't even really notice that there was a change in values here. If I would have noticed that, I would have understood what was going on. But it doesn't appear that there's anything open. There's no open interest below a $15 combined price of AMC and Ape. So I can't really show you guys. I can't show you anything for this in regards to open interest. There's open interest there at $15 on both puts and calls. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, currently we're at $9.82. Opened up a little bit. Let's see, we opened at $9.87, so we're about 4 cents below that. We did drop immediately right at market open down to about $9.56 and then rose back up to $9.83. Orders by Fidelity customers. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I want to go straight to Ortex because I skipped over it. There we go. Let's do Ortex. So far this morning, Ortex is reporting a increase of borrowing on AMC at 393,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest slightly to 19.3%. Cost of borrow average is at 27.13. Shares on loan for the day today is at 186.81 million shares. Day over day, that's a 2.8%. No, 2.9. Sorry, 2.9. I said percent. 2.9 million shares more in shares on loan. And about 978,000 of those shares I'm estimating to be in new short interest. And let's see here. What other numbers to cover? I guess that's pretty much it. Still at 100% utilization. Oh yeah, let's take a look at what those numbers look like. There's your utilization for 163 straight days. On loan amount, there's your increase in on loan amount. On loan average age per day, because we had about 3 million shares that went new shares on loan. I suggested earlier this morning it would be a flat line on loan average age per day, and it did pretty much flat line out. It went from 52.69 to 52.72. Highest amount of shares that we've ever had on loan at any given time before was 195.76. So we're less than 10 million shares away from that. Short interest of the free float is currently estimated at 19.27 when we opened up, and now it's already up to 19.3 today. Security lending volume was slightly down day over day from 5.54 million to 5.28. On Ape, so far it's being reported for the day that we have 13,000 shares having been borrowed. That's not really going to do anything to the short share interest of the refloat. It's just sitting at 7.39%. Cost of borrow average is at 6.49. Shares on loan increased by about 500,000 shares day over day to 24.42. Your utilization increased as a result, and your on loan average age per day flatlined from 12.72 to 12.73. Short share interest rose because of, well, marginally rose from 7.35 to 7.39. Security lending volume did drop yesterday from 8.74 to 6.5 million. Ape is, according to orders by Fidelity customers, Ape is first on the list with 67% buys, a 32% sell ratio. GME's next on the list with a 73% buy to 26% sell ratio. AMC is back on the list here with a 76% buy to 23% sell ratio. So again, like I was saying earlier, OBV is saying that there's a sell-off going on, but Ape does not reflect that. And we've seen it. I think there was like 2 days where we did see Ape we had more selling than buying for the day, and I think it was like maybe it was the day that Trey announced that it was the day after. I think it was like Tuesday and Wednesday we had some selling on Ape that was going on. It was right after Trey announced that he wasn't going to be talking about AMC anymore. But other than that, for the most part, we've had a very strong buy to sell ratio on Ape. SSR is triggered today for AMC and Ape, and the trigger price for AMC today would be at $6.39. For Ape, it would be at 2.61. Shares available to borrow. It does look like they've returned some shares. That means that they closed out some short interest, and then they've borrowed some more shares again. So far for this morning, I've only seen mostly returns. And about 50,000 shares. There's a little more than 50,000 shares having been borrowed, but I'm not going to count the rest of it. Fees did drop a little bit from 24% to 19%. NASDAQ is up 0.53. Dow Jones is down 0.16. S&P 500 is up 0.16. We currently have 4,270 advancers to 2,403 decliners. The market is yielding net positive right now. Let's see here. I just want to look at the SPY real quick, see where that's at. It is up 0.17. Mortgage-backed securities are all up right now. Let's see here. What do we got going on? VTI is up 0.22. IWD is up 0.2. Tesla is up 1.08. Amazon is up 0.49. Cinemark is down 1.04. Doge is down 0.66. Bitcoin is down 0.12. GameStop is flat even. Hycroft is up 1.54. Hood is up 3.07. NCMI is up 2.49. Ape is down 1.38, and AMC is down 1.21. Inflow versus outflow so far this morning, we've got about 700,000, no, 600,000. Wait. Sorry, $500,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 4.93 million shares traded so far after, let's see, 57 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 33.7 million shares traded for the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. So we look like we're on pace for that. On the hourly, let's see, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.16, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.16, which is just below average. On Ape, we've got, let's see, about $200,000 more in inflow than outflow. And hold on a second, guys. All right, let's see here. We've got, looks Looks like we're on pace for about 24.4 million shares having been traded, or to be traded is the pace that we're on for Ape for the day today, which is definitely elevated volume. So I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares. Looks like we're on pace for that for this morning. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.79, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.43, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure or more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.59, which is just about average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on the hourly time frame, we have the lagging line below price lines. We have the conversion line below base, and price is at 2.841 for price right now, and conversion line is at 2.875. So we're just below the conversion line. I suggested in pre-market that we would see outside FOMO buying at 360 and 475. 360 is going to be as a result of making it above the cloud. If that were to happen today, which I don't really expect to see that happen right now. It's quite a big, large jump to see have happen. And 475 obviously would be a much higher point. There is a stepping stone here, however, due to SPF, that would be at $3.32. So normally if price starts to rise at $3.32, you could see some additional pressure coming in at 332, which would be just underneath the cloud. I don't know if we'll see that happen or not, but just kind of know those are like three different levels of buying pressure at 330, 360, and 475. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, and this is where you're going to see the 475 recommendation. 4-hour chart has lagging line below price line, price below conversion, conversion below base. All of these not indicators for outside investors to start buying on this, so it's not quite ready yet. We do have a thinning portion of the cloud, but it may hold off on this. We'll have to see how low this is going to go before buying starts occurring here. Taking a look at AMC on the hourly chart here, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and really funky looking short green cloud going on here. You could potentially see price rising through on Monday. It could rise through today and come and maybe kind of be stagnant going into Monday, and then maybe increasing some more on Monday or Tuesday. That's what the price looks like there. We do have 3 different levels of support for buying pressure, and those levels are at 750, 780, and 830. Those are different levels, and you'll see the 830 in the 4-hour chart here. Lagging line below, lagging line below price line, conversion below base. I believe 830 is right below the cloud. You could potentially see some buying pressure around that price range. Market is starting to look a little green. VIX is down 2.45. Bollinger Bands are looking fairly large. Seems like some extra volatility. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. Lisa says, good morning. Adam Aron's birthday today. That is correct. He was born in 1954. Let me just make sure you guys are seeing the screen correctly. All right, good. Let me make sure I've got. Okay, I didn't have my numbers up here. Looks like on the Fibonacci retracement of AMC, it looks like we've got a little bit of a resistance at $7.27. And then also for Ape, it looks like we got a little bit of resistance at 307. Myself says, I think Adam Aron lost his password, no tweet. I imagine he's, I'm sure he's probably celebrating his birthday and probably staying away from all the noise. Ricky Bobby, I think I'm gonna remove that comment, man. I just want to stay away from talking about that kind of stuff, if you don't mind. Jared, the reason that we're combining the prices on the guess, we're doing the combined price of guessing on the two, because it makes it a little more. We kind of, I don't know. I think from the group of us, we kind of felt like it would be a little more challenging. Maybe it was just my decision. I don't know. I know Keto had recommended that we do the price combined between AMC and Ape, in regards to in regards to not combining the price of AMC and Ape. I think you need to understand what the context. It sounds to me like you're failing to understand the context of what it was he was probably referring to. And I oftentimes feel like a lot of people kind of misconstrue concepts of what it is somebody's talking about. So what I would suggest is that next time just ask for clarification what he means by that, because if all you're doing is keying in on one specific thing that he says, like don't combine price of AMC and Ape, and not understanding the meaning why he's saying not to combine the price of AMC and Ape, then you're not understanding the full complexity of what it is that he's talking about. So don't just attach to specific comments. Try to understand the meaning behind the comment and not just the comment itself, because I'm sure he had a reason for what he's talking about. Now, in regards to, I can give you an example. In regards to limit up and limit down orders, you shouldn't be combining the price of AMC and Ape. It doesn't. They're individual tickers. You wouldn't combine the price of AMC and Ape for circuit breakers. I'm just trying to give you an example. It seems odd to me that somebody would just make a comment that would say don't combine the two prices of AMC and Ape without having some kind of context behind it. Myself, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to myself, not me. Myself is down there trying to reverse psychology guys into thinking it's my birthday when it's not. It's actually his birthday. Mike says, can you reach out to Trey and have a talk with him? I really think he can benefit from having a talk with you. I've reached out to Trey on plenty of occasions. I can tell you right now, Mike, that I've had opportunities to try to talk to the Trey and Trey group before and been denied. For whatever reason, I think that I'm not really welcome in that group or that circle. So it is what it is. I know I've said things in the past that probably. I think the last time that Trey ever responded to anything that I ever said was when I said that there was perhaps a little bit of something going on between Trey and Adam Aron that they weren't talking about. And he said that's not the case at all. But then Adam Aron and Trey never had any other get-togethers again after that. So that was the last time. That was the last time that Trey ever responded to anything that I ever had to say. So I don't know, man. I would be more than willing to talk to Trey. I've had plenty of opportunities, especially when he was trying to talk about convincing everybody to buying puts. I went in there to go talk to him on his own Discord and was there with my hand up for quite a while to be able to talk, and then he cut it out. He cut off the Discord chat before I could be brought up to talk. There was another time where he was answering questions on a space call. I raised my hand to come up to talk. Somebody brought me up that was other than him. I'm positive. Somebody else brought me up to the top, and then immediately I got rejected by somebody back down. Somebody kicked me back down. It was either the host or one of the co-hosts kicked me back down, and when I put my hand back up, I was never invited back up to speak again. So I don't know, man. I've tried. I've tried and tried. I've tried. I'm not welcome. Don't let myself kid you guys. It is his birthday today. He just doesn't want anybody to know it. But I've tried. I've tried, man. Hey, when you guys look at my name, oh, wait, no. The blue check mark means that you've been confirmed or not confirmed. What does it mean? It means that you've been yeah, it means you've been confirmed or something like that, right? Doesn't it mean that verified? Verified? I think the blue check mark means you're verified, right? I don't know. Tell me what the blue check mark means because I have no idea what it means. I thought it meant that you're verified. It means you bought it cold cash? Oh, is that what it is? I thought it meant that you were verified. When Astro and Trey made their first video, they were in an office like a high rise and people were in the background with files, etc. The sheet didn't close all the way. They had behind them. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't want to get into the whole conspiracy theory stuff. But I'm just saying, I've reached out to Trey on multiple occasions, and I've tried to be a part of the conversations, and I'm just not welcomed. So it is what it is. I don't really care. Congratulations, Dana. You've not missed anything other than price moving upwards on both AMC and Ape. AMC is net positive right now, but Ape is still showing down 0.04. Nope, not here spreading lies. J Fro says it's a new age. I'm popular, Casey. That's all. I was trying to get verified actually, J Froze, because I thought it'd be kind of cool to have a check mark next to my name so people know I am who it's that it is truly honest me and it's not somebody else who's imitating me because there are bots that imitate people out there. In fact, I haven't even looked recently to see if I have any bots at all, but there could be. Um, and I looked into doing it, and then it was trying to get me to do something with like promoting or something like that, and I was like, oh no, this is too far. So I was like, I don't want to promote tweets or anything like that. I was like, this is stupid. Done. So I backed out of it. Etherzing says, who verifies the verifiers? Money. That's probably, if I had to guess, I'm gonna guess that that it's maybe it's money. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but that's a possibility. Oh man, other things, you have no idea what it is that you're asking me to do. My dog is like over 100 pounds, and he's not fat, not by any means. Bringing him on here would be like it's asking me to like bring a miniature bear on. He's not a lap dog. Let me just put it that way. Although he wouldn't mind being one. Look, if Trey reaches out to me and he wants to talk to me, I'd be more than willing to talk to him. I've been saying for a really long time that he needs somebody to talk to that's a better friend, and he needs better friends overall. Period. I really, truly, and honestly believe that part of the problem that he has right now is that he just has really shitty friends, and you are what you eat. If you start hanging around people who are just really crappy people, you're gonna end up starting to kind of be like those people. And so, but the thing is that he's 24 years old. He's got time to make mistakes in his life and figure out who he wants to be and what kind of people he wants to hang around. And until he figures those things out, he's gonna have a struggle. But I do agree with what John's saying. He needs a good friend, not just a friend. He needs a good friend, somebody who's he always talks about his dad that passed away. He needs a mentor, is what he really needs. He needs somebody that can mentor him around and kind of give him some like sound advice, and who genuinely cares for his health and his well-being. Bringing on a miniature bear would be great for ratings. Well, too bad I'm not here for ratings. That's wait. Here, you know what else is good for ratings, Sam? Bobblehead Ross.
Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part, this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it.
That's my favorite part. Beating the devil out of it. Joe Dirt says, I like turtles. Andrew says, I thought him and TMI were friends. I think they might be. I don't know. Oh, man. Thorbladed, somebody was saying something earlier this morning, and I don't know. I left out Boss Blunts. I left out AMC Bigums. Somebody was saying, like, how do you feel like being the last man standing? I said, I'm not the last man standing. There's plenty more out there. Maslornian's still in it. Tony's still in it. And I don't even know how I left those guys out. But Boss Blunts, AMC Bigums, TWE. I left out so many names this morning. It's probably because I was tired. But you're not wrong. There are still plenty of really good sources of information out here that are still part of this. And I think that people need to recognize that there's lots of good sources. The problem is that a lot of people they only had one source and they were only using one source, and that's the only source they cared for. Now that that source is gone, they're going to start looking for new people, and it's there are people out there. I'm not going to be for everybody. And everybody's not going to like me. I'm too mellow and too calm and relaxed. I think I don't talk fast enough. Yeah, that's what I saw, Marlene. That's what he said. Mitch says mediocre. Is mediocre still doing videos, Mitch? I don't know if he's doing. I was just referring to people that were doing videos. If mediocre's doing videos, I didn't know that. That's news to me. But yeah, I know mediocre's still got his Discord up. That's a great place to go for information as well. I may have Doug. I may have said your name. I don't know. Oh, is mediocre private? I don't know. James of Arizona says unleaded at 490 regular. I saw a post last night where somebody was saying in California it was like $8 or something. I was like, dude, is it already back? Somebody in California, let me know. Is it back up to $8 in California? Because if it is, that's insane. We're gonna have to start tapping into those oil reserves again. here, here goes another sale of oil. Yeah, TWE. I think I said TW. I'm pretty sure I said TW earlier this morning and now. Yeah, definitely. I like TWE. He's a good guy. I think what I like the most about him is that you've seen like a lot of other people who have done where they've done pattern analysis from the past and they've like copy and pasted stuff over to the future, but then they kind of like alter the price and time and they stretch it and conform it. And what I've given as an example before is that you could draw, 100 random squiggly lines on a piece of paper across from one side, horizontal lines, 100 of them, right? And I guarantee you that using some analysis of grabbing a section of one piece and stretching it and increasing and decreasing the size, that can match it up to probably like 20 or 30 different spots on that piece of paper. And so I have a real problem with the idea that you're going to take price and time from the past and stretch it and manipulate it in a way and say like, look, this is where we're going to because the pattern matches. The difference about TWE is he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. He looks at price points and time points and he sees them as hard set items and he doesn't necessarily just manipulate how the structure of the price movements are in that period of time. He looks for patterns that have been repeating both time and price over and over and over. And so I really like the way that he does it. And the other part that I really like about TWE is he's a very positive guy. If you want to be successful in life, I really believe that you have to surround yourself in life with people who are positive. You can be negative all you want. That's fine. You can, and you can be successful being negative, but you're going to be more happier if you're positive. The more people you put yourself around that are positive, the more fun you're going to have. I find I have more fun than when I'm with people who have good attitudes in life than people who are just always pissed off about everything. Um, so choose who you want to be around because it does kind of um, it does um, affect you. Empire Fire, good to see you again. Hillbilly says, look at the sell wall at 729. Let's see, we got 10,800 shares at 734. Nat Nail, good to see you again also. Man, I got a couple different Empire Fire returning, Nat Nail returning. It's good to see you guys again. How you doing? Long time no see. Myself says masochists probably enjoy being negative. You know, there's some people. What do they say? Myself, they say misery loves company. So yeah, I would imagine that masochists probably do enjoy being around other negative people. Sure. I guess it just depends on what you want, though. Like I'm happy. I'm truly more happy around people who are positive. There is being too positive. I suppose a positive. I suppose that there's too positive. You can be. I don't like bubbly positive. That's going that's going way too far. Doug says I'm trying to stay positive about going back to Fort Myers, but the videos don't help. Man, I know. Hey, Doug, send us some pictures, man, on Discord if you have a chance. Thorbladed, you're welcome. Yeah, Nat, it's good to see you. Trey needs to go watch Ape Father. That would give him a good fun laugh. He's funny sometimes. RB just randomly throwing in here Israeli women, the absolute hottest on earth. Just a complete random, I don't know where that came from comment. Um, Thank you. Thank you for that comment. So random. And the Marine guy, he's fighting for AMC, but it's not getting that much traffic. Yeah, he's trying to get his stuff out there, Marlene. He's trying. Too positive. Good name for a rap group. Too positive. So Natnail says, you haven't been on in a while. Gave the streams a little break, but nothing's changed. Still holding and buying. You know, if you got to take a break, take a break. It happens. Oh, you were talking to someone? Okay. This is a totally random comment, though. Marlene says, Casey, what about a good, funny childhood story? Yes, I haven't told any like childhood stories lately. Um, hmm. It's usually good when it's like on topic to something. And I usually like something will trigger and I'll think back to something. Um, I'm the oldest of three. I'm the oldest of three, so I don't know if that. I mean, for some people that means something. For other people, it doesn't mean anything at all. I tend to feel like the oldest is more willing to go and pave their own path in life. A lot of times, not always, but I feel like in general that's kind of the case. They're kind of the ones that want to just get out and you know make their own way in life. Whereas maybe the younger kids are kind of more attached to family, so to speak. Um, Too positive better than too negative. Yeah. So so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of some really good stories. So I had 5 years between me and my brother, and then 7 years or almost 7 years between me and my sister. And so there was a really large spread between us. So I never ever wanted to hang out with my sister. It was just like 7 years between you and a younger sister just does not. It doesn't really. There's nothing in common. Nothing. In fact, I remember one time when my firstborn child, when Bradley was born, we were having her come out to kind of stay with us for a little bit. And I remember on our drive from San Francisco up to Eugene, Oregon, we were talking, and it was when the I think it was when the Challenger blew when it broke up on reentry, and which was like, well, I guess it was when he was born, so it would have been 2002, I guess, right? Because he was born in 2002. So he might have been a year old at that point, or really close to a year old. I think it was 2002. Anyways, so we're driving on the road, and we're sitting there talking about as we're listening to the Challenger break up on reentry, and I'm like, man, I can't believe this is happening again. And she looks over at me and she goes, what do you mean again? And I go, well, I mean, I don't remember which one's which. I always forget which one's which. I was like, Discovery or Challenger, whichever one blew up on when it was taking off, when I was younger, and now we've got this one breaking up on reentry. I'm like, I can't believe it's happening again. She goes like, there's no other space shuttles before this. I was like, yeah, there was. And she's like, no, no, this is the first one. And I'm like, no, there was another one. And she goes, no, there wasn't. And I go, well, yeah, there was. And she goes, no, they just used to go up in capsules before this. And I was like, it was that at that moment in time that I realized that 7 years, the 7 years difference between me and my sister was so great that she had no recollection of anything else prior to what she knew. Challenger blew up. Okay, so Challenger blew up, but it must have been Discovery that broke up on reentry then. So there was so much time then between us that I just it was really a weird concept for me. It was the very first time that I think that I ever realized that seven-year difference between two people is so great that the historical events that are hugely impacting in your life could be missed. And it really it was eye-opening to me, and kind of shocking. If you're ever thinking about getting in a relationship with somebody who's younger than you, just know that 7 years is probably going to be to the point where you and them are not going to have the same realizations as what's happened historically. My wife is 5 years younger than me, so not quite seven, but so we actually enjoy some of the same music and all that kind of stuff. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is that it's really interesting to me how some of the historical events in our lifetimes have impacted us in our lives. None of us have ever lived or had to live around anything having to do with the Great Depression. None of us knows what it's like to not know where your next meal's coming from. Like none of us has probably, well, maybe some of us have experienced that before, but not in the way that they experienced it during the Great Depression. Completely different story. Where you might be living off of water and tomato paste. That's your meals, and or I don't know. I know people do struggle, um, and if you've been through those kind of struggles where you have struggled for food, you know what you kind of know what that's like. And but yeah, time is a really amazing thing. It can really separate us into understanding what things were like from the past and what things are like in the current period of time. So some of y'all are putting in here that Columbia was the one that broke up. I don't know. I always get them mixed up. Björk says I laughed once in 2016 and once in 2020. Yes. And Corbin Dallas brings up 9/11. 9/11 is a perfect example of that because there's legitimately kids, like Hunter, my son. He has no idea. He didn't live through that. Actually, both of them didn't live through it, Hunter and Bradley. They have no idea what 9/11 was or the impact that it had on. And some of us who didn't even live over some people who were alive during 9/11 and remember it but weren't anywhere near it never really felt the impact the same way. I don't even think that I can appreciate the experience of the people who are actually in New York when it happened. I don't think there's any way for me to be able to say that I understood what it was like to be in New York when it happened. I can only say I saw it through TV, but there's no possible way for me to be able to say that I knew what it was like to be in fear of all the events that were happening as that happened. And I think the time is really an amazing thing. Part of the reason why I'm documenting what it is that's happening right here is because I want people to be able to see what it is that we experience, the human interactions, the emotional side of our feelings that we're feeling through this, because you guys are typing things in this comment box, right? Like every single one of you guys are putting things into this chat. People are going to see this in the future. I fully, truly, and honestly believe that people will see this in the future, and they will watch what it is that you guys are saying, and they will see over time how your psyche has been impacted throughout this entire process. And I'm convinced that there's going to be things to be learned from this. But time has an amazing way of separating and yet combining people at the same time. Cuddy Cut says that's what makes you a beaver personality. Very detailed, logical, observant, likes numbers, learning, etc. Thanks, man. I like beavers. I'll take it. Yeah, I really just can't even imagine. There's so many, I don't even want to talk about some of the horrific things that happened, but there's so many things that happened on that day that people saw that just, like, I'm glad I wasn't there. I'm glad I wasn't there because I can't even, I don't know, there's probably things that people experience there that they're still dealing with to this day that none of us can imagine. Shimmer says, Casey, what co? I'm not sure what that means. I think you accidentally hit enter and are still typing. I remember as a kid, uh, I had a portable TV. It was a handheld portable TV with this huge antenna that stuck out like 3 or 4 feet out, out of the top of the thing. And what my parents didn't know is that at nighttime I got it for Christmas one year, and it was something I would just pull. I didn't have a TV in my room, so it was my TV. It was this probably little. The screen was probably half the size of your phone. It was like those old flip phone screen sizes, like real small, super super small, like maybe like a 2 inch by 2 inch, right? And I remember being up at like 10 o'clock at night when I shouldn't have been up, or maybe it was even later than that. I don't recall. And they announced that the United States had gone into Panama to get Manuel Noriega, I think is, if I recall correctly. I'll never forget this. I think I was maybe in middle school when it happened. And I think that was the first time where the U.S. in my lifetime had ever invaded into another country in a warlike situation, or what seemed like war. And I was very impacted by it. It was scary. It was very very scary to watch the news on it. And I went running outside My mom and my dad both being military people, I went running upstairs and told my parents, we're at war, we're at war. Oh my gosh, the world was ending for me. For me, it was ending at that time because that's how the news kind of portrayed it. But it was just it ended up being pretty not important. My parents they didn't even bat an eyelid at the fact that I was watching TV so late in the night that I shouldn't have been, and they didn't freak out, and they were really interested in the fact that something was happening in Panama. But anyways, it was interesting. It's time to go over the numbers, guys. I'm like 10 minutes late here. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that ultimately what I'm trying to say is that we're making news, guys. We're making news, we're making change. This is going to be impactful. I think it's going to have historical changes that are going to be felt and seen for the future. So remember that. Generational PTSD. Yep. Easter Beast says I had one of those TVs too. I remember getting 0.0 channels. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was like pretty much news, and that was about it. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at the numbers here and see what we got going on. We are up on both Ape and AMC currently. Ape is at $2.925, and AMC is at 7.23. Let's check and see what we got going on here. Yeah, PTSD does suck. I mean, we don't even have it bad in this country. I mean, I know we've got a lot of people in a lot of different PTSD from shootings and bombings and planes and stuff like that, but I mean, it's really, I mean, there's countries that have far worse than we have. You think we have PTSD? Nah, man. There's some people in some countries that have it so much worse. Anyways, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. I'll just drop a bomb like that and not see. Just leave to go to the other screen. So rude. Let's see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in there. Make sure you're setting up a secondary phone number to get the code in case something happens to your primary phone number. You'd hate to be left in a situation to where you have to call your broker or somehow log into your broker and get them to fix that for you in the middle of something. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Taking a look at off exchange. As of an hour ago, it was 59.97. This is right next to me right here. It was 59.97 and 9.81 for CBOE EDGX. Let's refresh those two. And we're getting 58.31 through off exchange. And oh, by the way, I would expect to see about 49% through off exchange and about 11 to 12% on EDGX. So off exchange is obviously high right now by almost 10%. And EDGX is sitting at 9.76, so that's a little bit low. But the grand total between the two, let's see, 49, 59, 50. I guess 60 would be what I would expect to see about this time of the morning for total those two off exchanges, the total amount. And right now it's at 68.07%. So definitely elevated off exchange volume occurring for AMC, which is hiding price discovery. For Ape, we've got 56.51. Same values apply here. 56.51 and 12.23. So the grand total between those two is 68.84. Definitely price discovery being hidden a little bit there on those. And it's elevated by about 8 to 9%. Taking a look at Vortex data on the top right hand side of the screen. As of an hour ago, there was a reporting of 393,000 shares having been borrowed. For AMC, it's now down to 27,000 shares having been returned. That's not going to have a whole lot of change to... oh, wow. Has that always been there? I wonder if I should start reading that off. No, forget it. It's not going to have a whole lot of change to short share. I'm looking at next to the 19.27%. I see that they've got a parentheses there, and I think that's your daily change amount right now. So it's I don't even know. Maybe it's always been there, and I just never even recognized that it was there before. But that drop in borrowed shares should decrease that value a little bit. Estimated short share interest now reporting 19.27%. Cost of borrow average is at 27.14. That's a little bit down from what it was earlier this morning. Shares on loan for the day today is at 186.81 million shares. That is an increase day over day by 2.9 million shares, and I'm estimating about 978,000 of that to be in new short interest. On Ape, an hour ago there was a report of borrowing of 13,000 shares. It's now 122,000 shares. That's going to very slightly, if anything, raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.4%. Cost of borrow is at 3.85, which is actually very, very low compared to where it was an hour ago. It was like 6% earlier. Shares on loan is at 24.42. It sounds to me like somebody found some more shares out there with the cost of borrow lowering. It seems like there may be some more shares out there available to be loaning. Shares on loan currently at 24.42 million, which is about 500,000 new shares of short interest day over day. And taking a look at the options, let's see here. Highest amount of call options today for AMC is at a $7 strike. An hour ago there was 5.7 thousand contracts. There's now 9. And those should be in the money, I think, by now. They are. Puts, highest amount of puts right now is currently also at a $7 strike. It was 7.5 earlier with 2.6 thousand contracts, but at 7 now we have 3.1 thousand contracts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 10.21 and rising. It does look like we have a very, very steep ascending wedge. Let me just verify that that's the case. It could be, let's see here. Let me just verify. It could be an ascending parallel channel, but let me just check it and see. Ooh, is it a broadening wedge? Nah. No, I think it's just an ascending wedge. It's almost a parallel channel, but it's not. This should break down at some point. It's very, very aggressive going up. You've got rising price and falling volume, which is bearish. Not sure when this is going to turn around, but the combined price between the two is $10.20. Expect to see a drop out of this trend channel here. It's not even a channel, it's just more of a wedge. It's hard to say when it's going to break out because it's such an aggressive upwards trend. It's hard to say. Orders by Fidelity customers. Of the 3 stocks that I look at, Ape is the first one on the list here. 65% buys, a 34% sell ratio. Looking very strong. GME is also on the list here with 73% buys to 26% sales, which is also very strong. And AMC, 30th on the list, so it's the last one on the list here, 75% buys to 24% sales. We are definitely buying up AMC right now. Looking good. I like what I see. All the numbers look nice. SSR is tripped for AMC and Ape for the day today. SSR triggers at $6.39 for AMC. Ape triggers at 2.61. Shares available to borrow is 85,000 shares. There were mainly returns. It looks like they've borrowed about 15,000 shares and only returns in the ETFs. I'm not going to count those. Fees have dropped from 24% to 19%. So far for the day today, I've only seen about 50,000 shares haven't been borrowed. It's pretty low. NASDAQ is up 1.25, Dow Jones is up 0.31, and the S&P 500 is up 0.73. We currently have 5,039 advancers to 1,714 decliners. The market's hot, cooking with bacon grease because it looks tasty. And let's see what we got going on here. The VIX is down 4.87%, but still above 30. VTI is up 0.81, IWD is up 0.69, Tesla is up 2.25, Amazon is up 1.44, Cinemark is down 0.88, Doge is up 1.01, Bitcoin is up 2.29, GME is up 0.63, HYMC is up 4.2, HUD is up 5.83, NCMI is up 0.76, Ape is up 0.4, AMC is up 1.83. Inflow versus outflow, there's roughly $1.2 million more in inflow for the day-to-day on AMC, with 7.59 million shares traded after 109 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 27.15 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, this does drop down until about 2 o'clock my time, the last two trading hours. We usually see a continuous drop in volume. But our current pace is at 27.15, and I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million shares. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the number within the last 2 hours. RSI at 51.9, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 57.03, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.35, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $200,000 more in inflow than outflow, with 4.95 million shares traded so far after 110 minutes trading, giving us a pace of 17.55 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested 5 to 25 million, so it looks like we're going to hit that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with looks to be a divergence occurring on Vortex Indicator and RSI at 44.10, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.56, which is slightly above average. With that, let's see if I can see where the heck we're going to here on each one of the stocks individually. It does look like we have an aggressive ascending wedge on both on AMC anyways. So we hit right on the, I've got a Fibonacci retracement here at $7.27. We hit right on it and bounced right off of it. What we could see happen here is, since this is an aggressive wedge up, more than likely this will break out going down on price. Very oftentimes you see consolidation off of levels of resistance. So I'm going to go ahead and draw a box here, leaving out just the tip of the triangle that's created between the Fibonacci retracement and the bottom edge of the wedge that we're traveling up on here. And what you'll see have happen is consolidation as time moves forward, and usually a breakout heading down once it's consolidated, unless it can push through that 727. I did say that today on AMC we would see some buying pressure at $7.50. So we're 30 cents shy of that right now. On Ape, I feel like Ape is actually breaking out of the wedge currently. There could be a case that this is an ascending parallel channel, which when this is breaking out, it would break out going down. We'll see if this continues to support this trend. Alrighty. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Kale says, what are the chances these Yahoos will keep both combined above $10 at close, Casey? Let me look at something real quick here. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe that the next, if I'm not mistaken, I think the next expiration date for options is going to be further out. It's going to be October 21st because we're doing monthlies now, not weeklies. So yeah, so the chances that they keep this under 10, let me look at this real quick here. I think keeping it under 10 now is probably more of a priority than it's going to be for the future. So for the future, it looks to me like the ideal would be to keep price lower than 15 going forward. Like Max Payne might be like 14 or 15. So we might be seeing an increase in price coming up next week. But again, that is the expiration date on that isn't until the 22nd of next month. So we're going to monthlies after this on AMC 1. Casey, if you checked failure delivers, when was it last reported? I think we get, is today the last day of the month or is that tomorrow? I think it is. Oh, it is today. Today is the last day of the month. We may get the reporting. Man, I always forget which day it is. I feel like it's supposed to be the last day of the month, but let me just check and see if we're getting failure to deliver reportings right now. Let me just check. Give me a second here. Actually, I should probably do it over here. We did get them. Yep, we got failure to deliver reportings. Let me check and see. So I know where they're being reported at. That I can get them right now. Let me just check and see if they show up on StockSarah. They are reporting on StockSarah as well. Reporting date is up to the 30. Wait, they're not reporting there. I take that back. They're not reporting on StockSarah yet, but they are reporting on Fidelity. I can show you the numbers, but they're not very high. Failure to delivers have actually been pretty low on Ape. One of the more. I'll just show it to you guys. Give me just a second. I'm going to actually zoom in on the more recent period of time so you can see what they look like in contrast to current. Okay, maybe not. Just kidding. There we go. So there's as of the 14th right there. So failure delivers drove down. So this is why on what was the date that we were expecting to see some high numbers? 28th. On the 28th, the amount of shares, let's see here, 928. As you can see from the failure delivers here on Ape, they had this down into the thousands of shares. There wasn't even a million there. So the last time we had a million shares of failure delivers was September 7th. Once September 7th occurred, failure delivers were reporting at like 322,000 as low as 174,000 shares. So that's why on the 28th we didn't see like a huge amount of buying pressure. Those failure delivers from way back on the 24th were not there anymore. They already found all the shares that they needed to find, so there was no additional buying pressure needed. Or required, I should say, is probably a better way to say it. But looking at AMC on the other hand, we had a bump. We're starting to see a little bit of a trend on failure to deliver starting to occur again here on AMC. We are having some spikes here up to as high as 200 or 2.16 million shares. Actually, September 7th and 8th were both showing 2.16 million. There's a little bit of a downwards momentum here in the last reported days, like September 14th. But what typically ends up happening is you'll see that, right? Like you can see the overall trend on this. Can I draw trend lines? Hold on a second. I think I can. I think there's a way to do this. I don't know. There used to be a way to draw on this. Charts, maybe? Let's see if I do this. No, that didn't do it. Well, I'll do this. So you can see the pretty obvious trend in failure delivers over time, trending up here. And then in between each one of these, and I've kind of likened this to like a ruler, right? So you have your quarters, your eighths, and then your halves. Although the time between these might be a little too close here, but and then sometimes what will happen is then you'll start seeing in between you've got your sixteenths that are in here, right? All your sixteenths are in between. So these would be your sixteenths. So you might start seeing eighths again here on the way back down. You might see some stuff that show up like this. So you'll get eighths or quarters, eighths, and it'll just drive down. So that's oftentimes what happens. Now, I don't know if we're at the apex or not yet here of this trend, but it does typically kind of follow this like pattern where we see these cycles. You can see the last one up here did something very similar like that back here, where we had this one's very dramatic. Like when you zoomed in on just this particular portion right here, you could see it looked more like what we're seeing right now. Come on, move over just a tad. Doesn't want to get that one date out from, there we go. There we go. You can see this right here is starting to look a lot like what we're kind of experiencing right now. Right? Like this. This looks very familiar, right? So you might see a little bit of downwards trend a little bit, and then all of a sudden a big spike before you get to the very top. Those look very similar. So you end up seeing that time that I just showed you right there was this right here. And then you see this big period of time where you have some spiking action that occurs. So we may be in a cycle of failure delivers on AMC that may be increasing, but it's not unmanageable yet. Unmanageable is when it gets up to like over 3 or 4 million in failure delivers. Becomes pretty unmanageable. Tank Dog says, did AMC gap fill at 682? Tank Dog, I haven't looked back to last year. I don't even really think I mean, I don't know who's doing gap fills from back at I don't know. Hold on a second. I mean, I just don't think I think trying to look at gap fills from over a year ago, if that's what you're doing, is like probably a mistake. But let's see here. Was there a gap in here? Is the question. I don't see the gaps. I already feel like we've already filled all the gaps. I mean, you'd literally have to go back to data from like over a year ago to suggest that there was some kind of gap fill that needed to occur. And I think that's I mean, the only other spots that you could be looking at right now is these right here in regards to a gap fill on these, and I don't even think I don't see why you need to gap fill that. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not. I think it's the wrong way to look at it. It's just my opinion, but I think it's the wrong way to look at it. You're looking at data from like 4 months ago and saying that we needed gap fill from 4 months ago. I don't know. I just don't agree. No, I think it's the 15th and the 31st myself, or sometimes the 30th, but the date is there. You need 5 million FTDs? What? What do you mean, Steven? Yeah, I've been trying to tell everybody Sugar Crane for a long time. It was a share recall that occurred that caused us to go on the threshold list. Everybody else has been trying to say that it was failure to delivers that was caused by shares that weren't delivered to investors. That's not the case. That's not what happened at all. You can very easily tell that wasn't the case, and you can see from the 13G filing that occurred from the Millennial Group or whatever group that was that did the recall on shares. It's right in the 13G that they did a recall on their shares so that they could sell them. So the idea that the failure to delivers came from the idea that shares weren't delivered to investors, which isn't even considered a failure to deliver, is not the case. So the idea that yeah, that didn't happen. No, there's not supposed to be a short share for every share of AMC that was shorted. Not at all. Not at all. There's payment in lieu of. And institutions that had loaned out shares for short positions would have paid the penalty. They would have paid the penalty for every short share that they had out there that they were supposed to owe for a dividend split, but they did not have to come up with a share. They would have paid the difference. the problem is that there's a lot of people out there that seem to think that that was the case, and they were pushing that so hard for a long time that's just not the truth, though. Let me check the news real quick here. Oops. Okay, I don't see anything. There's no specific new news to AMC being reported currently. Let me just check Twitter real quick, make sure Aron hasn't posted anything real quick. Usually, guys are real good. I have notifications set up for Aron's tweets, and I've even got the. I'll show you guys. I've got the little bell thing set up here for notifications when he tweets out. I never get anything. Nothing ever shows up as a notification when he posts a tweet. So I don't understand how that works. But maybe I have notifications turned off or something, which is probably the case because I hate getting notifications on my phone. Gaseous, how's it going, man? Maccabee says, I think the options on OG AMC, now AMC 1, includes 100 AMC and 100 Ape shares per contract. No, that is correct. If those are exercised, the person who would be exercising would be getting 100 AMC and 100 Ape shares, but they would have to exercise to get it. Sugar Crane says, yes, I agree with you on the failure to deliver. I thought there would be a lot more since they wouldn't be able to give shares to everyone if retail owned more than the float. Hmm. So I guess what I'll say to that, Sugar Crane, is that I know that there was a lot of people who sold Ape shares like right in the get-go. You know, if you look at Wrench Capital, Wrench, he sold all of his Ape shares and bought more AMC instead, and you can see that there was a very definitive uh, OBV shows for a fact that there was some selling that happened, and when we were first in the first week of Ape, it was kind of sucky because we didn't see a whole lot of buying pressure coming in from Ape. But after the first week, we had a lot of buying pressure. But I would say that there was probably a lot of apes out there that sold off their positions in Ape, and so it ended up there were shares available, and they found them. Point Break Thor says crime. No alerts equals crime. I think I just have my phone turned off to no notifications. Adam Aaron has blocked KC due to frequent uncomfortable advances regarding naked shorts. No, I hope not. And then Maccabee says, if this is true, he needs a photo. EJ Collector, the collector, the one thing that I tell people is don't tell me what to do. I find that so annoying, man. Like, don't tell us what to do with our life. Like, if somebody wants to watch the line, let them watch the line. If somebody doesn't want to watch the line, don't watch the line. If it affects you and you feel like you need to walk away, walk away. But don't let anybody tell you what to do. Like people telling you what you need to do, don't let them do that. Like I don't understand like the need for people to tell other people what they should do. Let them just be them. I don't understand. Like nobody tells me what to do. I don't care. You tell me what to do, I'll probably do the opposite. Just because I want to. So I don't understand the need for people to tell people like what you should just go do. Why don't you go do that? You should go do that. I'm just saying. Like if you're gonna tell everybody else what to do, why don't you just go do it? I don't understand why people try to tell people what to do all the time. It makes no sense to me. ABC says Putin threatening nuclear war, global economics collapsing, market is green and VIX is dropping. Welcome to Disneyland. Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes it feels like that. There you go. See, I didn't tell Micah to go work out in a gym, but Micah's like, hey, see, finally got my butt back into the gym at the beginning of this week. It has helped my mind with this crazy markets. Absolutely. Go out and do something. That's what I tell you every single day. Like go spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, get out and do things, live life. You don't have to watch the market all day long, but if you want to, you can. It's up to you. Whatever makes you happy. Do what makes you happy. That's what you should do. ABC says Adam Aron blocked you. You shouldn't have broken his mug. No kidding, right? You guys did a great job of making me feel better about that, though. Let me tell you. Sugar Crane says, "Don't tell me not to tell people what to do." I know, right? Don't let me tell you what to do. You just do what you want. Casey, I won't you not to give me 100,000 $100. Well, I'm not gonna do it because I'm not gonna do what you want me not to do because I'm gonna do what I want to do, and then what I want to do is to not give you $100. So there. No, he didn't block me, Ricky Bobby. Not at all. It doesn't say that. As you can clearly see, he just doesn't follow me. He never has followed me. But I've got him followed. It's just the reason I don't get his notifications is because they don't show up on my phone. I don't allow apps to give me notifications for the most part, unless it's something I really want to see. I just cannot stand. I've worked in an industry where I carried around a pager for 20 plus years, and I hate more than anything like notifications. It's like just constant. It's like, it makes me angry when I get notifications. I go Hulk on notifications. I go like, Hulk angry. Why I get notification? No notification. Stupid phone. It's kind of like with the notifications. It's like how I feel about don't stop telling me what to do. It's like notification, tell me what to do. No do. Ukraine to apply for expedited NATO membership. NATO brief on subject this evening. Habitual line holder says, I think the people who say stop watching the line are the people that watch it and then complain about the play. Doug, I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm not gonna give you $100. Dude, Javi, you gotta tell me, Javi, do you really have a Matt Kors fanny pack? Like, I want to know. I legitimately want to know if you have a real Matt Kors fanny pack. And I don't want you to lie to me. I want you to tell me the honest to God truth. I'm gonna tell you right now. I've got I got a shirt and a Trace Trade hoodie that I purchased. So don't tell me any fibs over here. You tell me straight up. Did you buy a Matt Kors fanny pack? Because I gotta know. I want to know if you really did it. If you did buy one, I just gotta know. Etherzing says this show is a mood elevator. My friend of friend's cousin says. I don't get it. I not trying to elevate moods, but did someone say Hulk smash? Hulk smash! Hate notification. Does anybody else hate notifications as much as I do? I feel like I might be the only person in the whole wide world. I feel like everybody else like rushes to their phone when they hear notifications, and me, I'm like the exact opposite. Like I hear a notification go off, and it's not because of anything that I've done in the last year on YouTube, but I legitimately have been that way like most of my life. I hear notifications and I run the other way. It's like no, no, not another one. Telling me not to lie to you makes the 10-year-old me want to lie to you. Cash says, Casey, you should get some KC AMC Tramp merch. Perhaps you won't have to get a job. No, man. So I just don't agree in trying to take money from the community, man. I just don't agree with it. And I'm not saying that people who do are wrong. I just don't want to do it, man. It just complicates things. It really, really complicates things. I can't have the same there's no way I can have the same interactions with you guys that I have normally if I know that I'm making money off of you. There's no way for me to do that. I can't enjoy myself. You want to know you want to know my true honest opinion? I think Trey feels guilty. I think Trey feels guilty because he's made money off the community and he has guilt for that. And I think he wants to try and rectify that. And he's trying to help fix that situation. If I was in Trey's situation and I had made money off of people, I would feel guilty. I would feel extremely guilty about the fact that I had made money while a lot of people were hurting and suffering. And I don't think that's right of me. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to be put in that position and I don't want to be there. So while it would be fun and cool and awesome to have like merch and stuff like that, I just don't want to go there, man. If you want to start, if you want to start, I think you can make your own merch. Like somebody put out a shirt out there, dude. I'm not even kidding. When this is said and done, I'm gonna pull this up real quick because I really really thought this was cool. I could see this being a real thing. Let me see if I can find it. Like when this is all said and done, I'm going to go out and I'm going to have, I don't know, maybe 1,000 of these printed up. And, I'm going to go to a store and purchase them. What is this under? Memes and funnies, maybe? Hold up. Oh, yeah, here it is. Memes and funnies. I better save this someplace or I'm going to forget about it. I'm gonna print this up, dude. I'm gonna make like a thousand of these and just pass them out to people that I know that were a part of this play. And I think that is I know it's so simple. It is really, really incredibly simple, but I love this shirt. I think that is such a cool looking shirt, and I just love it. And I might even put on the back, like put something like Lowrider, Lowrider, and then the front says Big Tramp. And I think it's awesome looking. But I'm not doing it beforehand, and I'm certainly not making anybody pay for them because that's a bunch of I don't know. I just can't do it. I just can't. Auction off my beard. Uh, that sounds so weird, Sam. That's just too weird. Javi says, no, I don't actually have one. That's not me. I actually have a soccer gym bag. All right. I just wanted to check, Javi, because if you had one, I wanted to see what it really looked like. Maximus, welcome. I hate effing fanny packs and notifications. Casey Beardwig. Ooh, Marlene says, Trey, I think got paid for staying off of AMC platform as he traveled to New York. What's in New York? The SEC. Marlene, I don't even want to go into conspiracy theories. Was that half a shirt? Oh, my bad. You only saw half of it? Sorry, sorry, sorry. Hold up. My bad. There you go. I think that shirt's cool. Myself posted this shirt. Some people posted some other ones too. I just like the simplicity of this. I've for a long time in my life, I was a big just a white T-shirt kind of guy. I just T-shirt and jeans. That's the kind of guy I am. I just like a T-shirt and jeans, and it's nice and plain and simple. If I could literally have a full cloth. I'm like, I am, I'm the epitome of what was it? Fall Guy, where it's like I legit could have an entire closet of the same one shirt, and jeans that I just wear every single day. I could wear the same shirt every single day, not the same shirt, but the same shirt, over and over and over. And I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if people thought I was wearing the same clothes every single day. I don't care. I'll wear it. Can we see photo proof? Actually, that's not entirely true, habitual. So the story behind DFE was is that he actually worked for a bank or a broker. I think he worked for a broker. And so part of the reason was, and I think it was Merrill Lynch, if I remember correctly. I might be getting the story a little bit wrong here, but I think he worked for Merrill Lynch and bank slash broker, right? And he knew the system, and so they had a problem. I guess he was supposed to disclose what he was doing, and the company didn't catch it, and they actually got in trouble and got fined millions of dollars for what he had done. So the reason why he was brought before Congress to testify was because there was a little bit of maybe some insider type how business is done, and kind of gaming the system, so to speak. I think that they were fishing for. So I think that was part of the reason why he was brought in. He was not just a regular retail investor. He did have a background. Yeah, I know he said it, Marlene. I don't even care. I don't even want to talk about it. I just don't. He's done. He's done. It's whatever. I'm past it. Micah says, Casey, it's okay to wear the same shirt and pants, but you got to change your drawers daily. You should print that on women's underwear, Javi says. You know what, Javi? I could see that becoming very, very popular. Although dads around the world, around the country would probably hate my guts. That to know that some guy that like me's printing out women's underwear that says "Lowrider Big Tramp" printed on it. Dads across the U.S. would hate me. And but it probably would be pretty popular. I could see it. All right, it's just about time to take a look at the numbers. Everything you're saying, Marlene, is true. It is all true, but um, I'm just going to choose to move on. Walt says, "Hello, Casey. Hard to get some good ice cream soda these days." That seems very specific, Walt. And an ice cream soda. So I don't know where you live. Tell me where you live, Walt. Well, don't tell me exactly where you live. Give me an idea, like a generalized idea of where it is that you live in the U.S. And let me see if I can't help you with that. Because I am a an ice cream soda uh, fan. So I don't know. Maybe I might be able to help you out. But I agree, though. I definitely agree with the statement. It is getting difficult to find a good ice cream soda. And in fact, it's almost better to just go ahead. You know what? I'll tell you what, Walt. Long Island, New York. I think I could probably help you. I'll tell you what, though. Since you're in Long Island, New York, you're not going to have access to this, unfortunately. But what you need to, if you ever have a chance to buy yourself some Bluebell ice cream, if you're in the South, I don't know actually where all they deliver the ice cream to, but I doubt they deliver it as far as New York. If you ever have a chance to get some Bluebell ice cream, you can make your own ice cream floats at home, and that is a wonderful ice cream to use. Absolutely wonderful. Let me look up while I'm on my break. I'm going to look up some places for a good float for you, and because I mean, you're in New York, man. If you're in New York, there's got to be a place. I drove 6 hours to get a euro once. What? That's insane. You know, I kind of know what that's like though. When I moved up to Eugene, Oregon, I remember, I remember the first time you said difficult. Okay, not impossible. Gotcha. The first time I moved up to Eugene, Oregon, I moved from San Diego, California. And for anybody who lives in San Diego, California, you know, being a border, I shouldn't say border, well, it is a border state, but a border city to Mexico. The food, Mexican food there is, you know, above and beyond great. I mean, it's just awesome, right? I moved up to Eugene, Oregon, and could not find good Mexican food at all. It was nearly impossible. And when I asked people at the places that I was working at where they were getting Mexican food from, everybody seemed to think that El Torito's was the best Mexican food in town. And for those of you who know what an El Torito's is, that's and then you compare that to what you can get in San Diego for Mexican food, that is not Mexican food. It's, I mean, it's just not it's not a true idea of, like, you know, Mexican food, right? So so I struggled until we found a place there in Eugene, Oregon, where they actually did have some really good Mexican food. But it took me a long time to find a good place. There was only one place that you could actually get something very close to authentic. And it sucks, man. It sucks when you live in a location where you can't find good food, like a particular food that you're looking for. So I know what it's like to miss on stuff like that. So while I'm on break, I don't even know if you'll be back or not, but when I see your name next, I'm going to try and give you some locations. You probably already know them, and I've actually never really been there, but I'm going to search for you just because I want the challenge. Einstein had 7 of the same outfit thing that he wore every day so he wouldn't have to waste time about what he was going to wear. You know, that's what I would do. Other things, that's exactly what I would do. I would have seven of the same thing in my closet and never have to. That sounds perfect. I can't even imagine like how like that would be me. I would legitimately wear the same thing over and over and over and over just so I wouldn't have to care about. That's the kind of person I am. I really don't want to have to think about it. Uh, it seems like such a waste of time. You have so many other things you can do in life, and you're wasting your time trying to decide what you're going to wear. I can't think of a worse time to waste your time on. Now, of course, I know a lot of people care about how they look and they want to look nice and they, you know, and I don't find fault in that. It's just that I feel like I have better things to spend my time on than trying to worry about what I'm going to wear, who I'm going to impress with it, because I'm me. I'm me no matter what. It doesn't matter what I'm wearing. This is why I don't wear. There's two things I don't ever do. You'll never see me wear dress socks in a business outfit. Nah, that's not true. I have, but I hate doing it. I'd rather just wear white socks and just never cross my legs. And then the other thing that you'll never see me do is wear, and this is not true too, because I have worn a jacket before, but very oftentimes I won't wear a suit jacket. And the reason I won't wear a suit jacket is because it just seems to like, um, you're always having to take it on and off, on and off, on and off, and it's just like I just want to just walk around and not have to worry about taking something on and off. So I don't like suit jackets. Marlene says, Casey, have you seen my cousin on the news, Nicole Comstock? She started in Eugene, Oregon. Man, Marlene, I lived in Eugene, Oregon back in, well, I guess I moved in 2000 and like 2002 or 3, but the name doesn't sound familiar. Walt says, I do Uber part-time and have been all over the peninsula and nothing incredible. Boy, it sounds to me like I've got a challenge ahead of myself here. Hey, that's really cool, Marlene. That's awesome. I'm curious what she thinks about this whole thing. Have you talked to her about trying to randomly just say that the shorts haven't covered on TV to see how that progresses her career? Joe Dirt says no dress socks at a wedding. Nope, white socks, man. And I won't cross my legs because I don't want anybody to see that I got white socks on with dress pants. Roseanne says, okay, you're scaring me now, Casey. My husband wears white socks and I get so mad. He has 7 white pairs of socks. Yep, that's us. That's the kind of people we are. Javi says, I don't wear underwear. It saves money for AMC shares. There you go. He has 5 white shirts for school and only wears Dockers tan, blue, and black. Sounds like a guy I could get along with. Fritz says, that is autism. I love it. I'm autistic too, and most of my clothes are, I don't, it's not even like autism. I mean, it might be a little ADD-ish, but it's not, I just don't care. I mean, I could have clothes. There's been times in my life where I've wanted to dress nicely and just didn't because, um, I don't know something always seemed to be in the way, like either not enough money at the time to go out and buy a whole brand new wardrobe, or not really, or maybe actually, there's been a couple times where I actually have tried it before, and it's kind of fun, but it gets old quick. I'm a professional says fashion is a first world problem. Look, nobody ever complained about Mr. Rogers having the same clothes every day, did they? No, nobody ever said like, how come that dude's always dressed the same way? Casey, I like to put on white stockings. Yucca, are you? No, I don't even want to ask. Never mind. She's dating a man who works for Goldman Sachs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, be careful. Don't bring the subject up. Might get a little tense. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So hold those thoughts if you want me to comment on them until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. And while you're at it, when you're setting it up, make sure you use a secondary phone number in case something happens to your primary phone number or phone and you need a backup. Also, test it out, see if you like it. If you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. Not a bad idea. Just trying to help you guys out. It's just a suggestion. It is your money, your choice. You protect your money and however you see fit. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, due to what appears to be less volume movement than what we had from earlier, I would imagine these numbers are going to drop a little bit. But looking at AMC rather, an hour ago we had 58.31% going through the off exchange. EDGX had 9.76, which was really high numbers. That has dropped a little bit to 57.5 through the off exchange, and EDGX has gone up to 11.01% for a combined total of 68.51% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Ape an hour ago was 56.51 and 12.23. Current numbers are at 58.05 and 11.07 for a combined total of 69. Nice. 0.12% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Let's take a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex, it was indicating that there was approximately, there we go. It was indicating approximately 27,000 shares having been returned. It's now 199,000 shares. That's going to have very little effect on short share interest of the free float. It's showing 19.22%. Cost to borrow average at 26.4%. That's come down a little bit since earlier this morning when it was around like 28, I think it was. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is elevated by 2.9 million shares more on loan. And I'm estimating about 978,000 of that to be in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago on Ape, there was a reporting of 122,000 shares, new shares being borrowed. It's at 212 now. That is going to slightly increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.41%. Cost of borrow average is at 5.1. It had dipped earlier this morning from like 6 down to 3. Now it's back up to 5 for the cost of borrow average. Shares on loan increased by about 500,000 shares day over day to 24.42 million shares. Options on AMC. At a $7 strike price an hour ago, there was 9,000 contracts. There's now 9.8. On puts, also the highest amount of volume was at a $7 strike. It went from 3.1 thousand contracts to 4. And combined price of AMC and Ape dropped a little bit. We had an ascending wedge that was pretty aggressive, moving up. We did break sideways out of this, traded sideways, had some consolidation here for a little bit. Now, usually if you take this down to say like a 30-minute interval, it's going to look like a flag and pennant. So if I pull this in here like this, what you end up having is you have a flag and pennant situation. In this particular case, the flagpole would have lasted for 3 time periods or an hour and a half. Normally in a flag and pennant situation like this, the pennant portion lasts for the same amount of time before you see a breakout going back up some more. So we'll see if this bullish flag and pennant forms. If it does, it should be breaking out within the next 30 minutes from now and heading back up further. So basically what you're seeing is a rise in price followed by consolidation. And then the next rise in price, usually the way these work is that you'll have a smaller increase in price on the next run up. So it may only get to like 1035. You know, this one went from 955 all the way up to about 1022. So you're looking at like a 70 cent increase price. So you're probably looking at like maybe like a 30% or 25, not 25. I said percent. I meant 25 cent maybe rise or maybe even a little bit less than that, maybe a 20% rise from wherever it starts running from. So right now at $10, that would put us at like 10.20. So it almost put us right back to where we were at when we reached the top. So you'll end up seeing a double top on this. So look for a double top. Now what you'll notice, there's probably a level of support and resistance that's right here. I will put in a trend, oops, not a trend line, horizontal line here at this level of resistance at 1022. So we'll be looking for this to break the resistance. Volume is starting to pick up here. You can see volume started out kind of high, trended downwards, and is now starting to pick back up, starting about 11:38, which was about almost an hour, about 15 minutes to go for an hour ago, so 45 minutes. Orders by Fidelity customers. I look at AMC, Ape, and GME. First one on the list here that comes across is Ape with a 65% buy to 34% sell ratio, which is strong, decent. GME's next one on the list with a 73% buy to 26% sell ratio, which is strong. And AMC is not on the list, but AMC actually had the highest buy to sell ratio earlier this morning when it was on the list. So due to low orders, just not showing up compared to the other top 30 stocks that are listed there. SSR trips today at $6.39 for AMC and at $2.61 for Ape. Neither have tripped, but it did trip yesterday. So SSR is on for the day-to-day. It looks like there was about 15,000 shares borrowed earlier, which I didn't count because I only count in increments of 50,000 shares at a time. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about actually, it was 15 earlier. It looks like they did borrow another 10, so we're looking at 25 now. So we're getting close to another, me counting another 50,000 shares having been borrowed. But so far for the day-to-day, been a very low borrow date. I've only seen about 50,000 shares borrowed so far. Fees have dropped from 24% back down to 19% for borrowing. NASDAQ is up 0.38, Dow Jones is down 0.38, and the S&P 500 is down 0.03. So the market's kind of settling down a little bit, not quite on fire as it was earlier. We have 4,593 advancers to 2,171 decliners. The VIX is down 4.46 and above 30 again. VTI is up 0.08. IWD is up 0.04. Tesla is up 1.17. Amazon is up 0.95. Cinemark is down 0.08. Doge is down 0.31. Bitcoin is up 0.4. GME is down 0.84. HYMC is up 2.13. Hood is up 5.02. NCMI is up 0.72. Ape is down 1.67. And AMC is up 0.89. Inflow versus outflow currently shows AMC with more outflow by about $800,000. And currently we have 9.85 million shares traded so far. Very low volume. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're at 100. Oh, sorry. We've traded for 167 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 23 million shares by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million. So we look like we're on target for that. On the hourly time interval for AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.36, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.25, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover within the last 15 minutes. RSI at 49.86, which is average. On Ape currently has $200,000 more roughly in outflow than inflow, with 5.95 million shares having been traded after 168 minutes of trading. And we're on pace for 13.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 5 to 25 million. That does look like it's going to be right. We've got more buying pressure than selling pressure on an hourly time interval with RSI at 33.51, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.09, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.04, and it just dropped to 45.61. So it's decreasing pretty rapidly. Let's see what kind of, to be honest, guys, this looks like an ascending broadening wedge, the way I've got this drawn out right here on Ape. But let me go back to a 1-minute time interval and see if I can't figure out where we're heading here. Well, I would look for. It's kind of difficult to say exactly, but what I would suggest right now is watch for this to at least maintain a support of 2.841 or 2.84. If it can't maintain and hold 2.84, we may see this drop a little bit here. But if it does hold 2.84, we could see this breaking up again here in the next 15 minutes or so. And it almost broke right where I said, and then it decided it was going to test 727 two more times before breaking down. On this one, I would be looking for a retest of 705 as a level of support. Although the order book is suggesting 698. Yeah, I could see that. That probably is a little more accurate. Watch for support. Watch for there to be support about 698 to 705, somewhere around that range. I'm gonna actually put 2 lines in here. If we don't see it stop at 705, it may drop to 698 before finding support, and then perhaps finding the next rise up in price. And it looks like Ape already broke through that 284 price point that I was saying that it needed to hold. It already broke through that, but we are getting a little bit of volatility, so it may be a temporary break to the bottom side. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna head to break here, guys. So no pimp sock with shorts. I would wear pimp socks with. I don't know what pimp socks are. TJ Lucas, welcome to the channel. Good to see you. So glad that you decided to join in and warn everybody. What should we do? Woodstock says, I think their plan is to drop Ape to. It's a new name, by the way, guys. TJ Lucas, haven't seen that one before. I think their plan is to drop Ape to $1 or lower so that Aron cannot smart dilute to pay off debt to counter his move. That's they can do whatever they want. They can try. Point Break Thor, does that say clown? What did you write there? I think the funny thing is that Ape is down 2.91% for the day today, and it's going bankrupt. But we're like, I mean, nobody's saying that about HYMC. It's under $1. It's legitimately like Ape is. It's got like quite a ways to go before it even comes close to reaching the levels that HYMC's at right now. And it's just like, wow, really? Oh, you were talking in bot speak. Okay. Danny, how's it going, man? I'm gonna head to break here. Danny's here, guys. I'm out. No, I'm just kidding. Hope all is well in school today, Danny. Hope you're encouraging kids to see the brighter side of things, even though it's in a dark moment. I hope all the kids are doing well, not dealing with it poorly. It's got to be pretty traumatic for them, I would imagine, to some extent. Although you'd be surprised, kids are really resilient. Kids are super, super resilient. Things are worse on the West Coast, Naples area, than we thought. Bodies floating around? What? Papa says, do you think TA applies with AMC and Ape? Do you mean together, Papa, or are you suggesting like in general for either of them? Look, I'll just say this, Papa. In regards to TA for both of them together, there might be something to be said about there maybe not being so much. I normally wouldn't put two different stocks together and try to use TA, but I've been doing it and it seems to be working a little bit for the temporary time. But I'm going to tell you this, Papa. Anybody who tells you that TA is not a thing, period, at all, for any stock in general, is lying to you. I'm telling you right now that TA is absolutely a thing. Technical analysis is it works. Not only does it work, the whole market trades off of it. And for anybody to suggest that technical analysis doesn't work on something is just probably saying it because they can't do it. So, what I would say is if you don't know if you don't know TA, if you don't know your charts, if you don't understand how the charts work and that they work off of percentages and that sometimes they don't always there's a certain percentage of times that those charts work and other percentages of times where they don't work, then what I would say is that you don't understand what's happening if you just don't agree with the fact that it works. Because this entire market trades off of technical analysis. Everything. Every single one of these algorithmic systems that are trading off of technical analysis moves. Everything is programmed that way. No, TA means everything in a squeeze. It means absolutely everything. Like I don't understand who would say TA means nothing in a squeeze. Like I don't understand that. Like how do you not use numbers to understand what's happening? I don't know. Like that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand that idea that Yeah, my TA doesn't work, so TA is useless. Exactly. That's my point, yo. That's a great. It's exactly it. Somebody who uses TA and it doesn't work for them, and they're like, it doesn't work 60% of the time, and then they don't know the fact that 60% of the time or not 60, but say 40% of the time that doesn't work out for them. It's because technical analysis is only supposed to be good for 60% of the time. It's giving you an idea for where something is going to move to as a percentage. Like 60% of the time when this pattern forms, it provides you with an information or an advanced notice that something's going to happen a certain way. It doesn't always. There's no assurance in anything in life. It's like saying speed limits don't exist. That's exactly what it's like saying. It's like saying speed limits don't exist because you only get caught 5% of the time speeding. Okay, well, there's still people out there catching people speeding. It doesn't mean that speeders aren't speeding everywhere. It's real. It's absolutely real. This whole market works off of technical analysis, and the idea that anybody would try to perpetrate that as being invalid or not real is fooling themselves. I don't feel like that's the case that it fails 90% of the time, Yucca. I don't feel like it fails 90% of the time. In fact, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is TA right here, right? Fibonacci is technical analysis. Look at this is a Fibonacci retracement that I drew. I don't even know how long ago. $7.27. I drew this Fibonacci retracement. Look how many times it tested off of $7.27. I drew this Fibonacci out like at least a week or two ago. You tell me there's not some kind of support seen right here. How do I draw something out from 2 weeks ago and it shows up as a level of support here? Multiple times, 1, 2, 3, 4 different touch points today alone on that single point, and I haven't even changed this number in weeks. Like, how do you support the idea that it doesn't work? Like, it does. It absolutely does work. You just have to know how to do it right. That's the problem. If you're not doing it right, you're not going to get good analysis. I don't know. That's just my opinion. And it's like saying if it's like saying to a kindergartner, it's like saying geometry doesn't work. Geometry doesn't work because a kindergartner can't do it. you know? What? Of course it works. But a kindergartner's not going to be doing well. There are some kindergartners out there that can do geometry, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got to go to break, guys. If I don't go to break, I'm not going to go. And I didn't enjoy not going yesterday. I was beat yesterday, man. I was super, super beat down. You're not doing it right. That's what she said. Not all TA is guesswork. Not really. Those guys try to call out plays that they shouldn't be trying to call out, though. I know what it is you guys are talking about, and they're trying to look at the bigger picture of a play. They're going out to the daily, for example. Like, I don't know how many times we've seen this happen. So they go out, this is what they're doing. I'll show you. They go out to a daily. They come into the daily chart here. They draw out a graph and they say, like, here's a support line right here. How many of you guys have seen this? I probably notice it's not drawn on mine. They draw a support line right here, right, like this. They go like, oh look, a resist. It's really a resistance line. Actually, let's draw it out from here. They draw out a resistance line. Yeah, we'll use this one. They draw out a resistance line like this, and they go like, we need to be breaking, we need to break this level of resistance. We're getting really close. They'll draw in another line at the bottom, which can't even show you because they'll draw one down here at the bottom. They'll be like, we're coming into the end. You've seen this before, right? They'll draw it out like this. This will probably be more what it looks like right here. They'll draw one from the top. They'll draw one down from here, and you saw the break right here, and they were probably expecting this to be some kind of like breakthrough that should have happened and never did, and never actually showed anything. But the problem is, and then so they start extending everything out. They're like, okay, well, here's the next breakthrough point right here. We should see some kind of break here in the future. Come on, move this. We should see some break here at this level. Price breaks through and then comes back down and retests and is falling right down this thing. And they're going like, okay, this is on the top side of this break line. If it's going to go down below this, we're plays hosed. If it drops, if it starts bouncing off this and takes, we should see a takeoff. And I'm guessing about a week from now, we'll see price moving up. I almost said 2 weeks. I almost said it. 2 weeks from now, price is going to start bouncing up, and we're going to have like amazing numbers here. And it's just like they're always trying to guess when it's going to start popping off based off of analysis. But guess what? All of our charts are jacked up right now. You can't even do technical analysis out more than a week right now. You can't do technical analysis out more than a week because all these charts are jacked up. We didn't look at this price here. Look at the price being reported right here. It's showing a reported price on this jump here at 2109. We didn't hit 2109 on this price jump right here. That's not the price we hit. We hit $34.33. Of course T8 isn't working on this because none of the charts are lined up right because they screwed up the charts on the split. These guys are all charting off of crap charts. You're not doing it right. That's the problem. They're all trying to chart off of charts that are jacked up, and they're trying to sit there and make calls off of jacked up information. It works if you're using good data. You have to use good data, guys. I can't stress to you enough. If you're drawing your conclusions off of bad data, then you're going to give bad conclusions. So yeah, it's kind of crazy how that works out. But I don't know. I'm a numbers guy, and I'm a firm believer that technical analysis works. You'll never convince me otherwise. I promise you that. All right, I'm going to break. Oh, this didn't work. There we go. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, I'm back, guys. So let's see here. I think Walt, since I see that you're here right now, let's go ahead and talk about ice cream for a second, because that's the most important thing to talk about right now. Morgenstern's finest ice cream. Now, I see what it is that you're talking about, because I'll tell you what, as I go through all the pictures of the different types of ice cream that I see in New York, I look for like just the right consistency for ice cream in order for it to be the best float possible. And I see what it is that you're saying about New York. A lot of them don't have the right consistency for a good float. You look like you're dealing with some, I don't know, I almost want to say like really crappy current day ice creams that just aren't quite making it or making expectations from what you're looking for from the past, I would imagine. But I guess what I would say is that this Morgenstern's finest ice cream, which looks like it's on 88 West Houston Street. I don't know if there's more than one. The consistency of their ice cream that they have there looks like the kind of consistency that you would need to have in a really good ice cream float. I would try that one because everything else that I'm seeing here looks like crap. It really does. So, yeah, if you're looking for old school ice cream soda float, that's what I would do. I'd look that one up. Vigorone. Yucca Frida says I need to try some Vigorone. Not sure what that is. But I would give that one a try because I am that's almost one of the first things that I look for anytime anytime I move someplace new, and I've moved around the U.S. quite a bit. The first thing I do is I look for my standard my standard shake place that I go to for my shakes. Unfortunately, Austin, I have to be honest, man. Austin's kind of lacking as well. Although if I go north of here towards Dallas, there's a place that's called Brahms, and Brahms ice cream has wonderful ice cream. But what I've had to settle for here, there was actually a place here that they had that was called, oh shoot, Shaken Steak or Shaken, I forget what it was, Shaken something. But they had a pretty good thing going, and they shut down so when COVID hit. So, but Brahms is the only thing that's left, and I have to drive like an hour and a half to 2 hours away from here just to go get it. So, kind of sucks. But we do have really good ice cream here that's called Bluebell, and Bluebell ice cream is amazing. So check it out. I don't know if that's gonna be your cup of tea or not, but try it. See what you like. Oh, Disney Plus letting us know that they're updating our subscriber agreement. Awesome. Look for a change on that. Thick sign, repo. Another new all-time high. Repo for today is 2.425 trillion with 108 counterparties. Previously 2.371. Wow, that is a leap. That is a massive, massive leap. Nice one. Very, very nice there, Thick. Good update. Thank you. Ken says, Casey, you're making me hungry already with the word steak. I want to say it was like Shake and Steak or something like that. I forget what the name of the place was, but they had like really good burgers. It was a burger fry shake shop, and it was super good, super good. Steak and Shake. Yeah, Woodstock says Steak and Shake. I think that's what it was. Steak and Shake. Well, hopefully it works for you, man. Try it. Let me know how it turned out because I've never been there. I don't know how it is, but I'm looking at the consistency of the ice creams and I see what it is that you're saying because all the ice cream places there have pictures of ice cream and they look like trash, man. I can totally see what it is you're talking about, and there's not much there for you to choose from. So I feel for you. I really feel for you. Thick says a shit ton of bailouts. I bet we see 3 trillion soon. Shake Shack. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was Shake Shack. DJ might be right. It might have been Shake Shack. I thought it was Steak and Shake, but maybe not. Hold on a second. I'll tell you what it was. I'll look it up and see if there's a Shake Shack near me, and because I know it closed down recently. I can't remember if it's Shake Stack or Steak and Shake. Shake and Steak. I don't remember what it is. Come on, show up. Yeah, it's definitely not Shake Shack. I've been to Shake Shack. That place sucks. It is not Shake Shack. Those shakes are horrible. They're absolutely horrible. I bought a shake from Shake Shack one time. I have, to be honest with you guys, I have never in my entire life thrown out a shake before. I could not. I had like 4 or 5 bites of that shake. It was the worst shake in my life. I had to throw it out. It was terrible. It was the worst thing I've ever had. I couldn't even stomach eating the rest of it. It was just terrible. Yeah, it was Steak and Shake, I'm pretty sure is the name of the place. American Traders got it right. Shake Shack's terrible. I just looked it up. I remember going to I went to the one in the Domain. Trash. Burgers are good. The burgers are good at Shake Shack, but I would never ever in a million years order another one of those shakes again. You know, Blake, my mom said Freddy's is good. I actually haven't been to the Freddy's here yet, but the problem is that I think I've seen the ice cream before, and it's not what I would consider to be a good ice cream. Woodstock says that's it. It's settled. Burgers and fries for dinner. Yes, American Trader. The Steak Shack, Steak and Shake place looks like an old diner. Yes, and they're really good. I like them. Yeah, so you're right. That's what it was. It was Steak and Shake. My wife actually got me she got me a gift card to it with like $100 on there because I love my shakes and I don't get them very often. One of my favorite shakes in the whole wide world is a peanut butter banana vanilla milkshake. It is hands down the best milkshake you can ever have in your whole life. But it's got to be done with real peanut butter, not real peanut butter, but I mean, not like some cheesy fake peanut butter that they squirt into it that looks like syrup. Like you need like legit real peanut butter thrown in there, real bananas chopped up, and a real hearty vanilla milkshake with a little bit of cream. And man, tell you what. So I don't do yogurt, GD. So Culver's is not going to work for me. DJ, no, not really. I mean, in regards to like the we look at some of the indexes on occasion, but for the most part, not really. I won't cover anything other than AMC. It is time for me to run through the numbers. I'm actually kind of late here. Got talking about shakes and whatnot, but it is time for me to cover some of the numbers. But I don't cover anything else other than AMC, GME, or Ape. Those are the primary things that I'm kind of covering, and I in the comment section here, I've got a rule to not mention out just random stocks. I'm trying to record history here, and I really don't want to take away from what it is that we got going on there. Yeah, I can't do frozen custard, man. I can't do that. I just can't. You talk about putting frozen custard in a drink, and I pass. No thanks. That sounds gross. I'm a real milkshake kind of guy. I don't like the fake stuff. Sorry. So I am what I am. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take you to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward, so hold those comments specifically for me. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could keep somebody out of your account. And make sure while you're setting it up that you put in a secondary phone number just in case something happens. You need to send the code to another phone. But let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers right now. Starting with the off exchange. An hour ago on AMC at 57.50 was the amount of volume we've seen so far, and EDGX was 11.01. Let's see what it's at now. 56.04. 56.04 through the off exchange for AMC, and EDGX is at 10.83. 66.87% of our total volume has gone through those two off exchanges. That's actually kind of normal. I'd say that's a normal. It's maybe up. It's high by maybe 1%. Taking a look at Ape. Ape's got 58.82% going through and 11.14 for a total of 69.96. Nice. That's a little bit higher there. It's elevated for sure. A little bit of price suppression going on there for AMC, or for Ape rather. Extra price suppression. You know, I want to have a talk about why I don't talk about other stock tickers or the broader market in general. I mean, I'll tell you guys here in a minute what's going on with that because I think I owe you an explanation as to why that's the case. And I think that because there was something that was said by Monty earlier and that kind of pissed me off a little bit, and so I'm going to touch on it. But I'll explain it here in just a minute. So, taking a look at shares having been borrowed, there was 199,000 shares having been returned. An hour ago, it's now 731,000 shares that were returned. Let's see, we got short shares interest of the free float sitting at 19.22% since there was a little bit of shares returned back. That did drop a little. Cost of our average is 26.19. That's holding where it was. Shares on loans at 186.81 million shares for the day today's on loan. That's an increase of 2.9 million shares day over day. I'm estimating about 978,000 of that was a new short interest. And on Ape, it looks like an hour ago there was reporting of 212,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 191,000. It's going to have very little impact on short share interest of the free float at 7.41%. Cost per average at 5.1. Shares on loan 24.42. That's up by 500,000 shares. And options. At a $7 strike, an hour ago there was 9.8 thousand contracts. There's now 10.6. And on puts, they're at a $7 strike. The highest amount of volume for the puts was at 4,000 contracts. There's now 4.6. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $9.94. We did break out of the very aggressive ascending wedge and broke out sideways and then kind of fell down a little bit further in price. I thought I had another white line in here somewhere. Oh yeah, I think I just put this line in here, basically stating that like this would be the value that we would need to see to break through in order for this to continue to move up further. So 1022 is kind of like the price point where we need to see kind of a push through. We may see this come back up and retest 1022 here at some point, maybe. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the three I look for. The first one showing up on the list is Ape with a 64%, basically 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. And then we've got the next one showing up on the list is GME with a 73% to 26% buy to sell ratio. And AMC has fallen off the list due to low amount of orders traded, or placed, I should say. SSR is tripped for the day today on AMC and Ape, but has not tripped for the day. $6.39 would be the price to trip it for today on AMC, and Ape would be at $2.61. Shares available to borrow in the last hour has remained 75,000 shares. The fees have gone back up again. They dropped from like 26 down to 19. Now they're back up to 20.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.33, Dow Jones is down 0.31, and the S&P 500 is up 0.02. We currently have an advancing market over declining with 4,650 advancers to 2,160 decliners. The VIX is down 5.21, VTI is up 0.13, IWD is up 0.15, Tesla is up 0.85, Amazon is up 0.94, Cinemark is up 0.24, Doge is down 0.21, Bitcoin is up 1.09, GameStop is up 0.16, HYMC is up 2.89, Hood is up 5.83, NCMI is down 0.73, Ape is down 3.97, and AMC is up 1.25. Inflow versus outflow on Ape is currently showing about $200,000, roughly more in outflow than inflow, with 11.71 million shares having been traded, so very, very low volume in the last hour here. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We are on a pace for 18.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. It's very, very low volume. It's very atypical to see something less than 20 million, although it's starting to seem like it's going to become more regular. On the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.88, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.10, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have a divergence of the vortex indicator with showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.81, which is above average. Taking a look at Ape. Currently, there's $200,000 more in outflow than inflow for the day today. We have 7.58 million shares haven't been traded so far. The pace that we're on is 12.21. I suggested in the pre-market we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.41, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.67, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.29, which is below average. All right, I want to talk about this. Hold on a second, I just got to make sure you guys can see everything right here. All right. Alrighty, let's talk about this for a second. Monty, I hope you're listening. I don't know if you're not, but I hope you're listening. The reason that I have, one of the primary reasons why I have the rule set up that we don't talk about other stock tickers here is simply for the fact that I'm trying to record history for AMC. Part of the other reason why I don't cover other stocks, one of the reasons is that I do believe that inside this market right now, they are definitely trying to attempt us to try and FOMO chase after different plays that are out there and try to chase the money around, right? If you've got a very sticky situation in your hands, institutions will definitely want you to try and move your money around and try and reposition you the way that they want you to reposition your money so that they can make the most money off of that and get out of positions that they may be locked into that they don't want to be locked into. So I think it's disingenuous to try and chase the money to try and quote unquote hurt the market. I don't think that's the right way to be going about doing things. I think that it's very, very apparent how much the market's getting hurt from buying and holding. And I don't think that there's any need to be chasing the money. Now, in regards to why I'm not talking about the broader market in general, and talking about like just other stocks and other moves and other plays that are happening, is you have to realize, guys, that I am not a financial analyst, nor can I give advice. I'm not certified to be able to give advice about other stocks and plays. Everything here is not financial advice. And the reason why I don't collect money from people is because I think it would be irresponsible of me and reckless to try and collect money off of any retail investor as I do what it is that I'm doing. I think it's highly irresponsible, just as much as I think it would be highly irresponsible for me to be talking about some of the other investments that are out there that you could potentially be making money on or losing money on. And I just don't think that that's something that I should be doing. So, and if you don't like it, the great thing is that you're not stuck here. You don't have to be here. You can go someplace else if you want to go someplace else and find that information. Because guess what? There's like 20, 30, 80 people out there who don't mind giving you this kind of information. They are absolutely out there. Now, in regards to me showing you different tools that you can use to add to your trading repertoire, I don't have a problem showing you that, right? That's really good information for you. And I do show you those kind of things. I show you how you can use different indicators to go find different things that you can make money in this market. And it's your money. It's your choice where you want to invest your money and where you're going to invest it and when you're going to invest it. Sir, this is not a Wendy's, says Yo. I'm telling you guys, like, don't come in here. Don't, Monty, like, dude, it's not cool, man. You come in here and you trash on me for just sitting here talking about AMC, but you know what? Nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is coming in here and just talking about AMC on a daily basis. Nobody. Everybody wants to talk about where chasing the money's at. And you know what? I don't care. I'm not here to chase the money. I'm here to see something change in a system that's broken because I'm not greedy. I don't care about how much money I've made. I can make tons of money in the market if I want to. I can. I've done it before. So I'm here to change a system. I'm here to change a marketplace. I'm here to see changes happen, and I'm recording it as it's happening. I'm not here to try and show everybody where they can make the most money so they can be some kind of like, wealthy person. If that were the case, don't you think that, well, the best way to put this is if I had made millions of dollars in the market already, do you think I would be doing this right here, sitting here telling you guys how to make millions of dollars in the market for free? Of course not. Of course not. Why? Because we're average investors, guys, and this market's rigged against us. That's why. It's truly and honestly why. It's because some of us do well. Some of us do well for ourselves in this market. We make money in it, but it's not millions of dollars. It's because we take losses, but we also make gains. But if that's what you want, there is so many other places you can go get your information. So go there. But don't come here and trash on this place. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to talk about what it is that I think that nobody else is doing, and doing it on a constant basis on a Monday through Friday during market open hours, and sticking to what it is that I believe in. Don't come here and trash on the fact that I'm not talking about other stocks where you could be making money, where you could be doing your research elsewhere. Be grateful that there's something that you have here that nobody else is willing to give you. But don't ask. I'm not asking for anything. I don't want anything. I don't even want you to give me anything. I just hope that you can appreciate what you have. And if you can't, I still love you. I still love you if you don't appreciate it. I hope you guys are all successful in your retail trading everywhere that it is. It doesn't matter if you're in AMC, it doesn't matter if you're in car, it doesn't matter if you're in Netflix, it doesn't matter if you're in Redbox. I don't know, I'm trying to just come up with like trash ones. I don't care if you're in DWAC. I don't care what it is that you're in. I really don't. I want to see you guys be successful. I really want to see you be. I know that's a good thing, right? And I'll give you the tools that you may need. We can talk about different kind of like trading indicators that you can look at. I don't have a problem with that. That's the kind of stuff that I would love to talk about. But I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to promote other stocks and try to find plays where you can go out and make cash, because there's other people that do that already. Anyways, just saying. I still love you, Monty. It's no hard feelings. But I don't want to get in fights over like, why aren't you covering other stocks? And it's like, dude, you just had like, everybody's trashing on Trey for doing. I'm doing it different. I'm doing it my way. So, it's my way. Z Wade says, I'm munching on a gas station burrito, listening to Casey ripping ass. But I am what I am, guys. And if you don't like it, I'll see you later. But I'll see you back. I'll still be here. If you want to go check something else out, go check somebody. If you want to come in here, I'll tell you what. If you want to come in here and you want to say, hey, so and so is promoting a different play right now, you can go check them out. I don't even have a problem with that. I really don't. If that's what you want to do, but don't be naming out what it is that they're talking about. Don't be naming what they're talking about, because I just just go do it. I just rather you just go in silence and just go check them out, and then you can come back when you want to come back. Casey, check out the fib speed resistance fan indicator. Oh my gosh, yo, you're telling me. I've only used that in an attempt to try and use it on a couple different occasions, yo. Adam and I were looking at that. I don't know. I want to say like 4 or 5 months ago. It seems like. and I never really use it all that much. I think it's a good tool, but I would be probably the worst person to try and give you advice on how to use that. So I'm still in Radio Shack. Yeah, I hear you. You sound like Powell talking about his tools. What? I didn't fart. Harry Parrott says, Casey, you don't have to apologize for what you want to do with your platform. We know the rules. We follow or leave. Well, I mean, Monty's comment looked like he has a complaint, right? Like Monty wants me to talk about other things, and so it kind of irked me a little bit because it was just kind of like, you know what? You've been here for a while, Monty. You know what it is I talk about. You know, why are you gonna be trashing on me like that? You know what I stand for. You know, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm apologizing. Maybe it sounds like I'm apologizing. I guess I'm really just trying to tell you why it is that I do what I do, so you guys just know. Um, I don't know that it's really necessarily an apology, but more or less just to understand. It's 3 rules now, Joe. Thanks to Flat Earth. It's got to get complicated around here. I really didn't ever want to have any rules, to be honest. I can't believe, did I really sit here and talk for like 20 minutes about crap? I feel like it's almost time to do numbers again. We got like 15 more minutes. What the heck? That was too long of a rant. Why didn't you guys start throwing up the emojis earlier? It's all your guys' fault. You let me rant on for so long. Sometimes I beat around that. If I ever do that, guys, throw up a bunch of emojis in there. Get me to like see the emojis. When I see a bunch of yellow faces going by on the screen, I know something's going on, and so it makes it easier for me to change my focus of attention and be like, oh yeah, yeah, maybe I should like change the subject. Cause I'll just beat the dead horse all day long. That's how ADD works. Like ADD makes you think you didn't say something that you said like 5 seconds ago, so you say it again, and then you're just like, wait, I think I just said that. Okay, yeah. American Trader says you need a bobblehead Ross quote. Hold on a second. We need a bobblehead Ross here for a moment here. All right, here we go. Deep breath. Okay, bobblehead Ross, what do you have to say to us?
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
It is. Ken says Casey's hangry. You know what? Ken? The funny thing is I didn't eat on my break. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is I'm hangry. It could, and then I come back and start talking about milkshakes, which didn't help any. Tammy says I appreciate you, Casey. Thanks for talking me off the ledge the other day. I don't remember talking you off a ledge, but if I hope that wasn't the case. But remember to have your own 5 reasons why. You don't need my 5 reasons. Look at all these emojis popping up now. Everybody's like emoji, emoji, emoji. Tons of emojis now. Yucca Frida says creepy. I think that's one of the ones that you guys don't like. That's like one of his creepy ones, I think. Vigorone. Is it am I pronouncing it correctly, Yucca, when I say Vigorón? Do I need to roll the R when I say it like Vigorón? Or am I saying it wrong? He's painting myself. He's painting. Vigorón. I don't know. Z-Man says, Casey, how kind should I hold this AMC pile of poop, man? I would suggest anytime you're holding a pile of poop, you should always kindly hold it. It's not good to be Hulk smash when you're holding a pile of poo. It does squeeze between the fingers quite well. It's probably can dig down into those fingernails really good, and the last thing you want to do is be being angry Hulk smashing on poop hands. Angry Hulk, smoosh, poop. that's how kind you should be to it. You should be very like hold it like a kitten. Hold it like a kitten, a baby kitten, very gently. Diaz says this is the best data collection channel on YouTube and it's free. You're good, Casey, and I love Monty as well. I do too. I love Monty. Monty comes in here tirelessly every single day, Monday through Friday, since he's been here, part of this channel, coming in with price predictions, and he doesn't like he's going to be getting some massive amounts of like beer after this is all over, right? And I love the fact that he keeps coming back for more. And I know he's tired of it. I know we're all tired of it. But he knows he can go watch other places too. He knows I'll still be here when he comes back. So it was just kind of, I guess it was upsetting for me to see him say what he had to say. That's all. Mike says that's how they started slowly taking down Trey. They know the rules but keep pushing. I'm not. I think there's other things that got to Trey besides that though. Angry Hulk smash poop. Walt says, Casey, you look like Grizzly Adams. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta look that up. Grizzly Adams. Hold on a second, because I don't even know what he looks like. Huh. Oh, maybe I should have maybe I should go check my lineage out and see if there's some kind of link there. Harry Parrott says I hate phone emojis, but do you hate them as much as notifications? Other thing says you better go eat, Casey. Actually, I had a coffee that peppermint coffee that my wife brought me this morning. So that'll hold me over because I'm gonna go to. I got another break coming up here in like 30 minutes, and I can go eat then. So I'll eat a little something in a little bit here. Mega Johnny says, "Hey dude, I just bought some Ape and noticed something. They gave me a price improvement of 2 cents. Welcome to payment for order flow. Congratulations. You probably didn't buy Lit Market if that's the case." Hey, I'm not looking for handout shout outs, Francis. I appreciate it, man, but that's not what I was looking for. I just wanted you guys to understand why I don't talk about other stocks, you know? If there's one thing that I know that when I started doing this is that nobody else was doing a Monday through Friday during market open just talking about AMC and GME. And I was like, if there's one void that this community has that's inside of it that it needs is that one person will consistently come back every single day and do the same thing over and over and over again and talk about the same things tirelessly, regardless of whether or not it's annoying or hard to do, you know. And then I've got things that I can share along the way. So, but I'm not looking for shout outs. Doug says, just anyone who breaks the rules, feed him a cock meat sandwich. I don't even know what that is. What is it? I don't even want to know what that is. The link is missing. What link? Casey, is your Harley in the back of the Tramp? I have no Harley. I don't think I would buy a Harley. There's a, believe it or not, and this just because I'm not a motorcycle or a car or truck kind of guy. I like how things look. I don't care necessarily about the quality or uh, the stigma behind them. I mean, look, I'm sitting in a big Tramp here, and I love the crap out of this thing. I think it's so cool looking. I just like it if it looks cool, and that's why I liked a Challenger. I thought it was a cool looking car. I don't care. It could have the 4 cylinders and or six. I forget how. I guess it's 6 cylinders. I don't think they have a 4 cylinder Challenger, but I don't care if it's got 6 cylinders, and I don't care what's under the hood as long as it looks good. So, but in regards to motorcycles, there's actually a motorcycle that I want to buy eventually. I can't buy one here in Austin. Austin's pretty unsafe for driving a motor or riding a motorcycle on. I think it's called a Valkyrie Honda motorcycle. I think that's what it's called. Let me look and see and make sure. I always forget the name. Honda? Valkyrie Honda. Nope, that doesn't quite look like it. That does not look like it. Oh, man, what is it? It's a maybe it's Shadow. I think it's a Shadow. That's what I want. I always get it mixed up, the Valkyrie and the Shadow. So I'll show you a picture of what it is I want to get. And I don't know why, but I just think this thing looks badass. And I don't need to have I don't even have a Harley. I don't care about names. Names mean nothing to me in regards. I just care how it looks. That's what I want to have. This, I don't know why. I love it in the matte black. I love the exhaust pipes on it. I think it looks and it looks like it looks like a street rider. I just love the looks of this bike. I think it's really slick looking, and this is what I would ride. I don't know what a Harley. I mean, I've seen Harleys, but I don't think there's anything amazing about them that makes me. I like this one. This one looks really super cool. This is what I would ride, and I would ride it in matte black like this as well. In fact, I also kind of want to make the exhaust tailpipes in matte black as well. I think it looks pretty slick that way. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. I don't know. I've never. I mean, I've ridden dirt bikes, but never ridden a street bike. And if I'm gonna buy a first bike and I lay it over, I don't know if I want it to be chrome or not. It'll probably show up as chrome after I'm done laying it over. Oh, American Trader says the Shadow was based off the Harley. I don't feel like any of the Shadows look like that though, or any of the Harleys look like that Shadow though. It doesn't. It looks cooler to me. Harry Parrot's like trying to knock me down here with the. Is that what she said? I don't care what's under the hood. It's all about the motion in the ocean. It's all about how you use it. Yeah, that's definitely what she said. Definitely. Ron says, I will sell you one. Come to Tennessee. Well, I would rather. I feel I'm kind of one of those. I don't know if this comes from music because this is how I feel about my instruments, but I don't like buying used instruments and I don't like buying used vehicles. My wife and I are completely opposite. She loves used vehicles. I prefer to ride in a brand new one that's all my own, and all the nicks and uh, All the mileage is put on by me. Yeah, see, the thing is, Cash, is I don't need people to hear me coming. I don't really care. I just like the looks of it. I don't care if it sounds mean or if it sounds like a little girl's bicycle going tring 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 as I drive down the street. I really don't care how it sounds. It doesn't matter as long as it looks cool. Faith Family and Fishing says that's the exact bike I used to own. Great bike. That's what I want to have for a first bike. I don't know if it's a good first bike or not, but that's what I'm looking for. I don't care about respect either. A 1980 Pooch mask. All right, hold on. I got to look that up. Hold on, Yucca Frida. I'm going to look that up and then we're going to do numbers again. 2 horsepower. Yo says, I don't need to hear me coming. The quotes are epic. The quotes are epic. Let's see here. 1980. Oh, dude. This looks almost exactly like my dad. My dad told me the very first Honda he ever bought looked like one of these. He showed me a picture of it. It was a Honda, and it looked just like one of these. What you just told me to look up, the Pooch Maxi vintage moped. Only I don't think I'd ride one of those. I think it's funny. I think it would be funny to see me riding one of those. I feel like I've ridden one of these before. I'm almost positive I had. I think one of my buddies had one of these. He had actually 2 of them, and we used to take them up to the school parking lot on the weekends, and we would ride around the school parking lot and race them. It was a lot of fun. It was a blast, man. We were ripping around that parking lot, 25 miles an hour, leaning over on the edge as far as we could, putting our foot down, making sure we weren't sliding out. It was a good time. Ron says it'd be a perfect first bike. That's awesome. That's what I want. Ooh, Cash has a really, really good point. Sound is safety when riding. This is very true. That is definitely true. Walt says, I picture Casey having a shave at Gillette Stadium. Never put your foot down. On a real motorcycle or on those mopeds that we were driving around? Because I'm pretty sure that if we hadn't put our foot down, those things would have been, because we were making those turns without letting off the gas, and I'm pretty sure we were doing like these like really tight 25-mile-an-hour turns. I don't think we could have put anything else down. All right, it's 1 o'clock, guys. Let's go through the numbers again. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts for me that you want me to read, because I won't see them until you see the big tramp back on the page again. 2-factor authentication. I do it every hour, guys, man. It sucks, I know. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And while you're signing up, make sure you get a secondary phone number set up for it, just in case something happens to your primary. But test it out. See if you like it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Boy, we are starting to barcode again today. I'm just kind of noticing as I was switching through the screens here. We are definitely doing the 1 o'clock barcode. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange, 56.04 EDGX, 10.83 for AMC. Let's see what it is now. 56.35 and 11.28 for a grand total 67.63. That's up about 1% from an hour ago. I remember correctly. Ape, 58.78 and 10.63. No, I entered that in wrong. Give me a second. That's 69.41%. Nice. I think that's just ever so slightly less than what it was an hour ago. But it's elevated for sure. All right, taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 731,000 shares having been returned. It's now 827,000 shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float, not going to change too much because of that at 19.23%. Cost to borrow average at 25.58. That's a little bit down than what it was an hour ago. Shares on loan at 186.81 million, up 2.9 day over day, and I'm estimating about 978,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 191,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down 235,000 shares returned. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 7.37%. Cost to borrow at 5.1. Shares on loan 24.42 million shares, and day over day that's an increase of short interest by 500,000 shares. Options. Highest amount of volume at a $7 strike an hour ago was 10.6 thousand contracts. It's now 11.5. On puts at a $7 strike an hour ago it was 4.6. It's now 4.8. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $9.88. I'm pretty sure that's really darn close to what it was exactly an hour ago when we were looking at it. Let's see, 1308. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was really darn close to where we were at an hour ago. 9.88. Actually, we might have been just a slight bit higher, like 9.93, but very, very close combined price of the two. Oops. And let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the three I'm looking for. So I'm going to scroll down and see which one's the first one to show up. Ape is the first one with 65% buy orders to 34% sell orders. That is definitely within the limitations that I like to see, the limits that I like to see. And GME is down here last, it's 30th, with 73% buys to 26% sell ratio. SSR is on today for both AMC and Ape, but has not triggered for either. Would have triggered at $6.39 for AMC and $2.61 for Ape. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow some more shares here. Looks like another 20,000. 5 more thousand shares, and I'll probably say that they borrowed an additional 50,000 shares for the day. I'm going to go ahead and count it. That puts us at 100,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Very, very, very low borrowing. Fees are up to 20.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.38, Dow Jones is down 0.97, and the S&P 500 is down 0.58. However, even though those indexes are down, Casey. Even though those indexes are down, we have the market in total is advancing over declining, with 4,076 advancers to 2,728 decliners. My thought on this is that usually this means blue chips are not doing too well, which means if I go over and check some of our other numbers here on the other page for like IWD and whatever the other one is that I'm looking at, not VTI. I forget what the other one is. They'll probably be red. So let's see. Yep, sure enough they are. Let's check the market again here. Yeah, so SPY is down 0.57, but VIX down 3.05, VTI is down 0.47, and IWD, that's VTI was the right one, I had it right. IWD is down 0.33. So it is probably some of the larger institutions that are blue chips that are probably not doing so hot right now, which is why the markets are down. And some of the mid caps or maybe small caps are doing well. Tesla is down 0.19, Amazon is down 0.02, Cinemark is down 1.08, Doge is down 0.54, Bitcoin is up 0.59, GME is down 0.63, HYMC is up 4.05, Hood is up 4.76, NCMI is down 1.5, Ape is down 5.23, and AMC is up 0.28. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have just almost $100,000 more on outflow than inflow right now, so almost an even day. Only like 1 million shares were traded, I think, in like the last hour, it seems like. So extremely low volume going on right now. 12.57 million shares traded with a little less than 120 minutes left to go here. What do we got left here? Let's see, minus 112. We've traded for 278 minutes. Putting us on pace for 17.64 million shares traded on AMC by the end of today. I think we were looking at like 18 million pace earlier. This is very, very low volume, guys. Extremely low volume. Low liquidity. On an hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.43, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.9, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.02, which is slightly above average. On Ape, total amount of shares that have been traded so far is about 300,000 shares, roughly. I said shares, I meant dollars. $300,000 slightly more in outflow than inflow. 8.13 million shares traded after 279 minutes. Putting us on... I did some bad math here. Hold on a second. Putting us on pace for 11.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested a pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25. So that's actually not incredibly low. We've seen worse more recently. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 28.18, which is below average. On a 30-minute, actually that's signaling oversold, not below average. And that's actually the second time in 2 days that we've seen a dip into oversold territory. On a 30-minute interval, we have more... I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 31.63, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.69, and having just been a double dip for the day, triple dip in the day for RSI being oversold. Let's see if I can get an idea where we're going to be heading here on price. Looks like we did find support off of, what was this line that I drew? 705. We did find the support at 705. Almost had a retest on the 705 support line, but not quite. And it looks like we're on a pretty big wedge right now. But we may be breaking out of it currently. Let's watch and see. What did I just move? Yeah, we might be breaking to the top side here. Let me just check something real quick. Mm-mm. Okay. Yeah, so I was a little late to the call on that one, but it does seem that we might be breaking out of a wedge that started about noonish. We'll kind of keep an eye on that. And let's see what we got for Ape. Definitely barcoding on Ape here, and it's stair-stepping its way down on the barcode. This is really trashy data. I mean, my goodness. If you can't tell something's going on here, you just don't know. What the heck? Even the order book's trash. One share at $2.75. Something going on here, guys. Somebody ran out of liquidity. There's nothing. They're stepping this down. It's almost like the system's just broken. It's like obvious. That is some of the most unnatural movement I have ever seen. What's the time block on these? 39 bars. 37 bar. I don't know. You could call it, I guess we could call it 37 bars. So what I say, 39, 37. 33. 20. 23. The intervals are seemingly getting shorter over time. Well, this one did pick up a little bit here, but there was a little bit of time in here in between that maybe I should have counted. I did count it. I don't know. This is it seems like the intervals are getting closer and closer. $2.61 is what they need to hit in order to trip SSR for Monday. Let's see what the price movement down is on each one of these. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna actually pull up. I'm gonna pull up another screen here real quick just to try and get like an accurate representation of what's going on here. Actually, I don't want to do this one. Keep that the way that it is. What I'm looking at, AMC. Let's pull this. No. I want to look at Ape. All right, let's just change this one. All right, let's see what we got for. I want to see what the step down points are on this. See if there's any kind of like rhyme or reason to what's going on here. Mm, almost each one of these is almost exactly a 1% drop in price on each one. And then time obviously is decreasing over time here. The very first one was a little bit more than that. It was a 1.4% drop, but we got 1% drops on the other ones. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna redo these here. I just want to see. I think I can do time and just want to kind of like zoom in on this just a tad bit and really get deep down into this and figure out how long they lasted for and where they lasted to. So we got 18 bars on this one for a total of 1.75% up. Let's see that right there, 1.4% up. Okay, there we go. We got that one. This one. That one. So we got, when I look at it from this direction, it's actually increasing in time between them. $17, $19, $22, and then we got 1.4% down, then 1% down, 1.07% down, 1.08% down. So it's kind of doing this interesting little pattern. But this very last one that we're seeing right now is actually an uptrend. 0.73% up after 10 bars. I don't know. This is kind of interesting. This is not how a market's supposed to look. I mean, I just don't. This is not normal. All right, let's look at other stuff, see what other stuff is looking like. I don't know. I mean, you can see that a lot of the trades that have been going on today look like they kind of performing the same thing across the board for the most part. Not all of them exactly the same, but they look a lot similar. I don't know. Oh, Captain Awesome said, my wife ordered some stuff for me. When I asked when it will get here, she said 2 weeks. She hot cotched you, man. She got you good. That's funny. Chris McShaw says, just stopped in for the first time today, Casey. Any look ahead for next week? What are you seeing in the charts? Thanks as always. We can look at the long term on this, Chris. It is good to kind of it's good to pull out a little bit and check things. So let's look. So on a 5 minute, so first off, I'm actually going to get rid of all the fluff here, and I'm actually going to show you Ichimoto. I'm going to show you Ichimoto on a 1 hour. Actually, I'm going to show you on a 4 hour because I think that's actually probably a little bit more decent for long term. So as far as AMC goes, long term, the cloud is getting bigger. The red cloud is getting bigger here. Usually, price likes to drive through the thinner portions of the cloud. The only way that price is going to start, or the cloud is going to start to thin, is if price were to start rising. So we would have to see rising price in the short term, and then maybe even trade within the cloud going into some portion of next week. But as it stands right now, it's not a really heavy buy signal for outside investors, as the lagging line doesn't show any improvement, and conversion is below base, and so there's not really any kind of price improvement outlook here in the near future. It does look like, unless there were to be some kind of like unexpected volume that would need to be start purchased um, right now, and I don't see any failure delivers that are stacking. So I don't expect anything. Actually, they are kind of stacking. Hold on 1 second. Let me look at something real quick here. I forgot they're stacking on AMC, but not Ape. 1 second. We're going to be trading next week on the 3rd. We could see some buying pressure on the 3rd. There's some failure delivers that are coming up on, although the failure delivers have been reduced since then, but there could be some potential buying pressure that's coming up here. They reduced it down all the way at 8,000. There's probably not. Let's see what happens on Monday. There's a chance we might see some additional buying pressure coming in on Monday. If it were to drive through on Monday through the cloud, it would be. I think what we're probably going to end up seeing is something very similar to what we saw back here. Coming up though, where price is gonna slowly just kind of stay sideways and maybe trade up through the backside of the cloud, very slightly break out of the red cloud and then kind of back down through a very short-term green cloud. So that's kind of the outlook going into next week. So I would expect to see just a bunch of sideways trading, if anything, slightly up, but not much. That's for Ape. That's for AMC. For Ape, on the other hand, it's actually the same thing. Same thing for Ape. Now let me get rid of the Ichimoto cloud and take a look at some of the other trend lines that might be forming here. So I see them attempting to try to keep price below this trend line right here. If it does break through this trend line before going into Monday, let's see, what are we down 5% today? If going into Monday or Tuesday of next week we see this break this trend line, then we could see a reversal. So I'll keep this line here. That trend line would have to be broken somewhere between on Monday. It would have to be broken somewhere between 280 to 295. Just make it $3. $2.80 to $3 is what we would need to break for Monday, and for Tuesday it would be 260 to 275. And we could see a little bit of a run based off of that. AMC long term kind of looks the same. Although on this, it does look like we have like a 5 day, maybe 6 day bearish triangle forming. So we're going to need to see either on Monday, we're either going to need to see a drive. Price is going to have to drive past or stay above 682 and drive above 730 for the breakout there. So it does look like we're kind of coming to a close of a wedge. I'm not sure if this is a wedge or if this is a triangle, because this is slightly uptrending on this bottom side here, and usually triangles flat. But we have falling volume, and I think this is falling price as well. Let me just check. Yeah. So more long term, that's what I'm looking at. Typically, if it's 750, it just depends. It depends really. I think tech we love. It depends on where the highest amount of call and put options are. So at 750, if I pull up the options chain right now, you're probably looking at wanting to close it on the bottom side of 750. They'll want to close because there's actually there's over 20,000 contracts at seven and a half that they'll probably want to avoid. So under 750 is what they'll want to close at. Yeah, I am seeing some screwball activity. It kind of does look a little bit like a double bottom. Let me just check something real quick here. Yeah. A double bottom. Let me just see here. I mean, the problem is that, well, let me just check one more time. neckline. The neckline would have to be, so you'd be looking at like a neckline. You'd want to see if that's the case, you'd want to see it break something like, you'd want to see it break past 7. Actually, that's actually right in line with about where synthetic price failure is indicating that we would have to see a top on the 681. I think. Let me just make sure that I've got synthetic price failure set up correct. 783. Yeah, that's the right number. So 783 on a synthetic price failure would show a reversal on a if we were to drive up in price starting Monday and Tuesday and have a reversal on this, breaking through 783 would be a key point, and it would actually complete the other side of a double bottom on this. So whether we get there or not is all going to be dependent upon whether or not we can break the bearish triangle kind of pattern that we got going on here. We have falling volume with falling price, which should be bullish when it does typically break. And so I think that once we break this support line or this resistance line right here, you'll see a push up to that 783 range, and we'll know if we break the neckline. Then we probably did have a double bottom if that's the case. So yeah, I would agree. Walt says, I'm not here to get financial advice, just waiting for Casey to get sprayed by the skunk after that'll be something. Tea? That'll be tea? You just want me to get sprayed by a skunk? What the hell? I don't want to get sprayed by a skunk. That's not it. I just want to see a skunk spray. I don't want to have to be like, in real life though, I don't want to see it on TV, or I know I can look up YouTube. I've looked up YouTubes before of skunk spraying, but we might have a catalyst coming up with announcement of completion of Ape share offerings soon, though. I suspect they've been selling throughout this week and last. If they they haven't sold last week. There's no way they could have, because they didn't actually announce that they were putting together the share offering until Monday. The other portion of that is that they have, I think it's either 3 or 4 days. I can't remember off the top of my head. Some of y'all might remember better than I do, but I think it's like 4 days they have before they have to announce with a filing saying that they've sold shares. So that alone tells me that they didn't sell last week. I don't think that they've sold this week, and I'm pretty sure we would see. I think Adam Aron would probably have an announcement pretty soon after the selling of shares. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I think that there's so much illiquidity right now that you can see. I mean, just look at Ape, for example. Look how this thing is barcoding. It is insane how badly this thing is barcoding. There's no shares in this market to be traded. If there were shares that were being interjected into this market, this thing would be reacting much, much different than how it is. But it's not. It's not acting the way that it's supposed to act. Alrighty, guys, I got to take off to break. I'm already leaving a little bit late here. So I'll see you guys at 2:10, and we'll close out the day today.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alright guys, I'm back. That song was going to be a long one, so I didn't want to let it go, especially since I was a couple minutes late coming back here. Let's see here. It is the end of the day. Time for the power hour. And time to toast to the man of the day, right? Myself. Myself, are you here? Myself's birthday is today. How old are you, myself? Let us know how old you are. Wish happy birthday to myself, and then also while you're at it, happy birthday to Adam Aron. It is he was born in 1954. Today is also 21. Myself is 21 today. Happy birthday to Adam Aron as well. I guess myself and Adam Aron share a birthday, which is really cool. It's, only myself knows why I'm laughing. And so, anyways, to both of you guys, may you guys have a great rest of another year, and may a squeeze be in your futures. Cheers to your birthdays. Six Sun Kit says, yeah, it's a lack of liquidity is exactly why that chart looks the way that it does. Pantheon saying the art of war. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. This is happening with the world macroeconomic events. Know the value of what you hold. You hold a royal flush, in my opinion. It is an unbeatable hand unless you decide to fold it. And but yeah, that's essentially what's going on here. As you see, this is a very strong sign of a lack of liquidity in the market. There is a very Javi says, "Sing, Casey." How about no? Oh man, no, it's not my birthday. It's myself, the person in here, not me, not Casey's birthday. It's myself's birthday. It's such a lame name. I hate your name, myself. I really hate your name. I'm not being an ass. Myself's birthday was last week or a week ago. It was a little bit ago, and because apparently I had his birthday wrong, I told him that I was going to celebrate his birthday on the 30th, because for some reason or another I wrote down the 30th as being his birthday, and apparently that was a wrong day, but he never corrected me. So I said, well, that's okay because we're going to celebrate on your birthday anyways. I hate your name too, man. He says. Oh man. Alrighty, it's time to take a look at the numbers. But yeah, lack of liquidity in the market will cause this barcoding type trades to occur. It's what I think is hysterical about this is that you can see that there's obviously large quantities of orders that are there that are being put into the system as limit orders that are set to be placed at certain prices, but nothing is happening, and it's just sitting there doing nothing. 9.06 million shares have been traded. Very minimal shares are actually exchanging places. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So if you have specific comments you want me to read or touch on, hold those comments until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Starting with off exchange. I think. There we go. Final numbers for the day on off exchange. What do we got? 56.73% and 11.06 through the EDGX for a grand total 67.79%. I think that's elevated by about 1.79% from a normal day. So it's a little elevated, not terribly, but definitely more volume than usual going through the off exchange for AMC for those two exchanges. For Ape, it's 60.2 and 9.86 for a grand total 70.06%. I'd say that's about 4% higher than we would normally see by this time of the day. So those numbers are definitely elevated. Price suppression is happening. Taking a look at Ortex data here. Pantheon, that was a great quote, by the way. I wish I've read The Art of War. I've actually quoted Art of War quite a few times and never even read it. I love how you can quote books but never have read them. It's such a cool power. There was 827,000 shares having been returned in the last hour, and it's now reporting 1.98 million shares having been returned. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.14%. Cost of our average is at 26.27. Shares on loan right now is at 186.81 million for the day today. That is 2.9 million shares higher than what we had previous day. And I'm estimating about 978,000 of that to be in new short interest that was opened yesterday. For Ape, an hour ago, there was 235,000 shares having been returned. It's now 263. Not too big of a change, so probably not a whole lot of change on the short share interest of the free float, but that's being reported at 7.37% right now. Cost per hour average at 5.1. Shares on loan for the day today at 24.42. That is about 500,000 shares higher day over day. In short, all that in short interest. Oops. All right, looking at options, because I took you to the wrong page there. Options, we've got highest amount of volume right now for AMC on the call options was at 11.5 at a $7 strike price, 11.5 thousand contracts. It's now 13.4. And puts has 6.7 thousand contracts at 7. An hour ago it was 4.8. So there is no the calls and the puts. Looks like 7 is what they're going to try and close price at. Total price between AMC and Ape currently at $9.85. It's about 3 cents lower than what it was an hour ago. SSR trigger price. SSR is triggered for today from yesterday for both AMC and Ape. SSR would have triggered today at $6.39 for AMC. Ape at $2.61. As far as I know, neither have triggered. I'll have to check that here in just a second to make sure, but I don't think either of those have triggered yet. Shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing new. Shares fees for borrowing is at 20.9%. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape has a 63% to 36% buy-sell ratio. And GME has fallen off the list, and AMC fell off earlier today, so not a whole lot of orders going through. This whole market seems to be coming to a grinding halt. NASDAQ down 0.74, Dow Jones down 1.2, S&P 500 is down 0.86. The market has just slightly more advancers than decliners, with 3,447 advancers to 3,388 decliners. And we've got VIX down 2.1 at 31. VTI is down 0.75, IWD is down 0.63, Tesla down 0.39, Amazon down 0.55, Cinemark down 3.47, Doge is down 0.39, Bitcoin is up 0.65, GME is down 0.61, HYMC up 3.22, Hood up 4.12, NCMI is down 3.25, Ape is down 5, and AMC is breaking even. And I'm laughing because we were seeing Ape break even like 3 days in a row, practically, or not 3 days in a row, but 3 days out of the last like 5. And then now it looks like we're gonna break AMC very close to even. It's almost as if the market just doesn't want to trade. We have more outflow than inflow currently by about $400,000 on AMC, with 14.08 million shares traded. This is just massively gone down in volume. Earlier it was 17 million shares that were going to be traded by the end of the day today, and I think it's going to be far less than that now. We're looking at 355. We're looking at 15.5 million shares maybe traded by the end of the day today on AMC. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. So we'll hit that, but I mean it's really on the low side. Very, very low volume. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.06, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.88, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.39, which is below average. On Ape, there is about $400,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 9.18 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's check it out and see what we got here. We're on pace for 10.05 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Definitely some very low volume. I said somewhere between 5 and 25. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.96. Very low volume. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.87, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we've got a little more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of 42.9, which is below average. It's just, there's no liquidity. The market's just decided to stop trading. You heard BlackRock was threatening to stop trading. I don't know what to call this. That's broke. That's what that is. That is a broke system right there. Smooth move, X-Lax. You broke it. All right. Well, love what I'm seeing here. This is truly and honestly a fine representation of the amazing system that we have in place in our markets. Coming to a screeching halt to an SEC investigation. I'm kidding, guys. I have no idea. I have no idea if they're even looking at this, but I mean, it's just absolutely insane. Let me just look at like Tesla, just for comparisons. At least it's moving around a little bit more. That looks like it's actually moving naturally for the most part. Amazon looks like it's moving kind of naturally. Cinemark. Hoy vey. For the most part, pretty natural. Jimmy's kind of mixed. HYMC is like all over the place. I don't even know what to make of this. I mean, it's just like, you look at the amount of, this thing is just so, there's so many massive amounts of orders out there, guys, on these order books for HYMC. This order book is absolutely insane. 63.9 thousand shares. What percentage is that? Hold on a second here. Total amount of shares in the outstanding floats at 200 million. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not that much, I guess. I don't know. It seems like a lot. I'm kind of curious what their total order book flow looks like, though, in totals. I feel like this looks like Burke A. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like Burke A at all. Burke A doesn't have any orders on the order book. I'm trying to think what it is I've seen recently. There's something that looks like this out there, and I can't remember what it is, but it's got like massive amounts of orders on both sides, and there's nothing trading. Speaking of Burke A, oh, maybe it is Burke A, but Burke A is actually moving. Oh, wait, that's not the right one. Whoops. Yeah. Usually their order book's like dead. As soon as the order comes in, it like goes through, it completes. Since March of this year to current. So in 6 months' time, Burke A has lost 544. It was at $544.3 thousand a share to 395.202. It has lost a massive amount of price value. Not half yet, but it's getting there. Alrighty, that's the numbers, and I can see what it is you guys are writing. So I'm gonna open up the back of the big tramp because it is Friday, and allow everybody to come in and talk. All right, heading over to the back of the big tramp, and for anybody who wants to show up back there, you're more than welcome to jump on in, and we could talk. I think I'm gonna jump in. It's not allowing me. There we go. That took a hot minute. Joe Pont says those are true diamond hands, and the Burke A, yeah, no kidding, man. Most definitely. BTW says 20% close to half. What do you mean by that? Myself says my conscience is at ease knowing we have Gary Gensler on our side. I'm a professional says it smells like weed in this van. Don't know what to tell you. Lucas, a long time ago, I used to draw trampolines. I still do on occasion when people ask for them. I used to draw these trampolines, and it was kind of like it was kind of funny. We would draw these big trampolines, and so it was known as the Big Tramp. And then somebody sent me a picture of this of this big tramp, short bus, whatever you want to call it, and then it just kind of evolved. It just has been getting modified, and it started getting to the point to where we had I could start sitting in the windows, and then we made it a lowrider, and now it's a lowrider big tramp. And this thing's decked out now, man. So it's just kind of home. And yes, Papa, we can definitely park the van down by the river. In fact, that's what it's meant to do. Who we got in here? Pantheon, how's it going, man? Yucca, good to see you.
River.
Hi,
Tremendous
Casey.
advantages.
Ooh,
Hi, Pantheon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I think I'm lagging, guys. I'm sorry. I think I'm lagging really bad. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. I have at least one screen I can shut down that I think will help. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Guys, got any plans for this weekend?
Go ahead, Yucca.
Not really. I don't have any plans. How about you, Casey?
I know my wife's off this Saturday, so I might try to convince her, believe it or not, to go see a movie. We've actually not been out to go see a movie lately, and I know there's a couple different ones that have been recommended, so I think we might go try to see one. Are you guys? I can't even tell if you guys are talking. I don't even hear you. Wow, guys.
I wasn't saying anything.
No, we're not saying anything.
Okay.
We're just listening. Listening.
I was like, man, this must be really bad
Mesmerized.
lag because I'm not hearing them at all.
The sweet sound of Casey Shaw, just mesmerized. We've got some beautiful weather coming up here this weekend in Vancouver. High at 26, well, from Celsius. Nice sunny days. So Mrs. Pantheon and I are probably going to head downtown Vancouver and go check out Second Beach. That's the name of it, yes. And Stanley Park, and just kind of have a nice day on Saturday to just chill.
Nice. Sounds like a good weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. We used to live downtown and just be, a few blocks away from the beach pretty much at any moment. So, yeah, it'll be nice to pop back down there and see how things are going, go to her favorite restaurant, stuff like that.
What kind of food is her favorite restaurant?
Oh, it's a high-end place that does they do everything. Like, it's like one of their main dishes is swordfish. She loves the swordfish there. They've got pretty much anything you can imagine. It's just a really beautiful place called Botanist, and it's not cheap, but it's worth it. It's kind of a special place you go once in a while. So we haven't dined out in a long frickin' time. So yeah, we'll have a nice day there.
That sounds like fun, man.
You said you haven't read The Art of War?
I have not. I actually bought it for my son, and he's read it.
Yeah, I read it back in college. You should get the audiobook and just kind of when you're on a break, just listen to it in bits. It's pretty nice that way.
Is it like, do you feel like it's a long read, or is it like go through? Does it feel like it goes by pretty quickly?
No, I think it's a long read. It took a while to get through it. So when you go through some of those famous quotes in it, for me, I had to stop and really think about it. and there's so many amazing quotes that people hear all the time. But as they go through the strategies that you can apply to anything in life, not just to the military, it just sort of makes me read a little bit, stop and think about it, read a little bit, stop and think about it, and kind of bring it to a comprehensive whole. It's a fascinating piece.
Six Sun says, Pantheon, how come you don't make any more videos?
So
has anybody ever asked you that question?
Every day, every day, I get asked every freaking day. But August 11th was the last live stream that I did, and from that point until now, I have been extremely busy in my real life. This is real life, but I've been extremely busy. There's been all kinds of things I've been up to, and it's completely consumed all my available time. And I'm not saying my videos were good or great or anything like that, but if I'm not able to put a certain amount of proper due diligence, the way Tony De Niro and the way Casey shot things, if I'm not able to do the proper due diligence, I don't want to talk about a topic. And I haven't had time to put effort into being ready for these things. So I've been so busy, I haven't had time to properly be ready to hit a topic, but I'm starting to get some time freed up. So I am looking to a night that I could pop on and do another stream. But it's just been, real life has been way too busy, man, here at home to do any more of the live streaming. But I've been visible all over the place, right? I've been in people's chats and on Discord and things like that. So that's what I've been up to. I haven't left the play, haven't changed my mind, haven't lost faith in the stocks. AMC Ape, 100%, never sold a share. With this play, 100%. Casey's my go-to guy. So whenever I can, I listen to Casey.
It always makes me smile when I see you in here.
You bring an approach and a level of information that isn't my jam. So when I watch you and listen to you, you're saying things that I don't see and I don't think of for a large part of it, right? I do a lot of DD and stuff, but you take a different on things, and I find it fascinating. So thank you, Casey.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Pantheon went from time.
Just want to say, hey, Pantheon. It's nice to see you around. Hi, Casey. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Good to see you.
That's Wendy, guys. For everybody who's listening, that's Wendy that's talking right there. It's good to see you too.
Hi, Wendy.
Wendy D.
And I want to say hello too, but first to Pantheon, and then of course Casey, because I love you both.
I got second, Pantheon. I got second.
Don't take.
It's an inside joke with me and Pantheon.
Yeah, don't take offense to that, Casey. I am legally obligated to provide a hello to Dana, and I'm usually, after she does it, she beats me to it. So hello, Dana.
Nothing personal. I love you so much, Casey. And hi, everyone else.
Hello.
Oh, that's great. That's all right. I'm okay. I'll be okay here. Let's see here. Myself says, I also never read The Art of War, but I read The Fart of War. Okay. Yep. That's a good one. Lowboy says, Pantheon, you always did great and always look forward to listening to you on my way to work. You know what's interesting, Pantheon? I feel like, you say the last video you did was in August, and I feel like we have just absolutely flown by. Do you remember? You said August 11th, right?
Yeah, the interview with Diane Garrett that I did with Marcel was on the 4th, and then I did a live stream on Thursday the 11th, and it does not feel like a month and a half.
No, it doesn't. It
But
doesn't at all.
I've been busy though, so the days have flown by.
I feel like this last month and a half has almost been a blur. I don't know. Let's see here.
It might be a blur for you, but I think for these hedge funds, it's not a blur.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Or maybe it has been, and it's just been from all sides, and they haven't even been able to focus on what's truly like. I mean, they might be dodging bullets left and right.
I think they don't know what to get out of this.
Well, Tony De Niro has always been talking about the black swan. I mean, many people have said it, but Tony's been very specific about black swan and the unknown catalyst per se, right? Not that he's talking about catalysts, but he's been very consistent on that. Look, we've got a currency crisis going on all over the world, right? You guys know about the UK, you know about Japan. China's divesting themselves right now of U.S. bonds. It's a mess, and this is something that as the U.S. dollar gets stronger and stronger, that's not good for the rest of the world. So this is a major currency problem going on, and if you want to call something a black swan event, this could be it. I mean, I'm not saying that we are primed to squeeze today, folks. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is a kind of thing that nobody could have. I mean, people could have anticipated that the markets were going to react like this, and yes, people see it coming. People like Marcel Boss-Bluntz have been calling this for a long time. I think Casey's been as well. But this is something they can't control, and it's fascinating to watch this unfold. Unfortunately, the result of it all is going to be chaos for many people, and some pretty hard times. But I feel like this is the hedge that we're in. I feel like we're positioned for this pretty well. Not financial advice, but it's going to be tough for a lot of people, and that's the pill that's very difficult to swallow. Sorry, Casey, I haven't talked on here for a long time, so I rambled a bit.
No, that's okay, man. I love hearing it because it's been a while. I was just watching something on YouTube when I was on break, eating some of the food I was having, but there was a gentleman who was on there saying that with the VIX running around 30, 32 right now, that equates to a 2% change in volatility on any given day that we're trading in the markets. And when you think about the amount of volatility that is, 2%, change in prices on a every single day basis, those are some really big swings. There's going to be a lot of movement happening, and the unwinding of the markets. I feel like when we've gone through like bullish periods of time in markets, you have almost this like weaving of the web that's going on, right? Everything's being attached to everything. People are trying to balance money and throw money at things and trying to move money around different places in such a fashion to where, they're making the most that they possibly can as time is going on. And then when you have these events where it's a bearish market, all of a sudden it's a recession, you have what is an unweaving of all of those webs that have been woven. And so you see these really volatile swings in price because everybody's having to undo what it was that they've done. And I don't know, man. I really do think that we're going to start seeing some more and more heavier volatility as time goes on.
100%. 100%. They're fighting everything they can to keep it below that 35 magical number right now, and it's not easy for them to. Holy smokes! Boy, Ape just took a big push. Yeah, they're constantly trying to hold this thing back, and all they're doing is delaying the inevitable, in my opinion.
Yeah. It just looks big because I have it. I was so zoomed in on it. I mean, it only dropped from 2.729 to 2.72, so it was less than a penny. It's just that I was so zoomed in on it because it hadn't been doing anything for so long. I could zoom in on that one penny difference, so it looked like a big drop, but it was less than a penny. But yeah, I'm kind of curious about the whole currency thing. I'm kind of wondering if like the U.S. is trying to, force everybody into this like, we've talked about CBDC in the past, and I can only envision that, how do you keep that web woven, or how do you convince other countries to keep the web woven, other than by convincing them that we need to have like a centralized world currency instead of a just each country having its own currency. And I can't think of a better way of convincing everybody that needs to be the case other than to devalue their currencies. And so this may have been part of the plan all along, is to cause this instability in currencies to make that a favorable option.
I agree with you that I think this whole thing is not just happenstance. That there is definitely a finger on the pulse of why this has happened the way it has. But I would also say between Russia and China, they own enough US dollars that if they dumped them, that would have a devastating effect to the US currency. And right now you've got China dumping. You've got the BRICS nations looking to get a gold-backed currency to trade amongst them, right? So, you know, that's how do you convince them to stay within a world currency? I'm afraid they're going to start dropping their US dollars. And that's going to be nasty, especially with the amount of what it's doubled in the last, was it 2 to 3 years? Man.
It's what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. I mean, can you imagine if somebody told you 5 years ago that you would live through a pandemic, that you would live through to see a market recession, and you know some of the other potential things that are in our near future that lie ahead of us? I think I would have laughed at somebody. I probably would have laughed. No, I know I would have. I would have laughed right in their face.
I could give you a long list of things that if 3 years ago somebody would have told me this is what the next 3 years is going to bring for you, I would have absolutely laughed in someone's face.
Yeah.
From personal things to have taken place to a freaking YouTube channel to, you know, AMC to the world economic events to, I've always had my finger on the pulse on macroeconomic stuff. This isn't something I just started getting into. But yeah, 3 years ago, if you'd have laid out to me what's actually happened, I would have said no possible way. And yet here we are, right? And we're resilient. We're resilient, man. Like it's people could say these things, you'd say, oh man, that sounds like the end of the world. Sounds like everything's going to be devastating. But when you live through it, we're resilient. People are so resilient. They figure out a way around it. You know, we deal with it. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, Dr. Zeno's mentioning something that you've actually said before to me too as well. He's saying an article out today says Powell recently saying CBDC several years away. They keep saying several years away, and I'm not trying to say it's going to happen tomorrow by any means, but I do think that it certainly seems like a way to try and keep the web that I'm talking about together.
Yeah, so the central bank digital currency was an analysis done that was due early September. It was a 6-month presidential executive order called Project Lithium, where they were going to go through and figure out all of the benefits and negatives to a central bank digital currency. Don't think for a second they don't already have those answers. But that was the presidential executive order, which came due in September. The report got put out. Okay, so it met its deadline. They've already got the way to settle that through what's it called? Project. What's his face? Used to call it Robot Godzilla. Project. I'm drawing a blank here. Give me 1 sec. I'll look that up. But that's the.
Lou used to call it that.
Yeah, I don't want to mention.
Oh, you did that on purpose. I'm sorry, Pantheon.
No, it's all
My
good.
bad.
No, you're great. You're great. Give me 1 sec. I'll dig up the name of that. But in the meantime, this allows settlement to take place in a T+0 instant settlement, which is what they need. So they've already got the system in place to do that, which can go with a T+2, T+1, or T+0. That already is created and it's in hand. Let me get that name for you guys. Where did you go? Sorry about this.
No, that's right. Combined price, I'm seeing at $9.69. Somebody was asking what the combined price is.
Project Ion.
Ion, yeah.
That was the name of it.
Anthony G got it.
Oh shoot! I should have been looking at your. See, you do the same thing. You don't look into your comments, and your viewers are smarter. I know they're smarter than me, so I should have been looking. Good job, Anthony.
Yeah.
Project Ion, yes. And so no, Aladdin is the. That's different. Aladdin is the algorithm.
Yeah.
So they've already got the system in order to take care of that. They've already done their report to show how the benefits would be. I know that there's people that have said it's going to be years and years out, and perhaps Powell may have said that as well too. But the system is in place, and I wouldn't be shocked to see this take place much quicker than 2 to 3 years out. This is where things are headed across the world. Even in Canada, they're talking about it.
Yeah, I know they've already been they've already started the process, I believe, in Europe as well. Apparently, they've been talking about it and moving towards that type of. Well, I mean, I guess. Do you think that the euro was kind of like the start of like heading towards something like that, where they make like this like. I feel like that's like the beginning project that you would start off first, is you see if you could have multiple countries dealing with the same unit of currency.
That's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah, like a trial to see if you could do a centralized currency, and then what was Brexit part of all of that?
Brexit wasn't that was the extraction from it,
right,
from the European Union.
So they had to get out of it.
Which would also yes.
Yeah, so they had to get out of it. So now they can, but they did prove that to some extent that it didn't work, I guess, right? Since they had to move away from it.
Yeah. I think the euro has been proven to be a failure, but that doesn't mean they haven't learned from that experience. Of course, you learn from your mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Because each country was still completely independent in their way. So while they were tied into the Eurozone, that meant their success and failures were all tied to each other. And as Italy and Greece and other companies completely crapped the bed, others had to, keep pulling them up, which was not optimal for the countries that were doing things better. That's where anyways, I won't get into that.
Something we have to start at a much earlier time than 2:30 in the afternoon. Let's see here. So it is getting really, really close to time to wrap this up. Who else do I have in here? I've got Wendy, Pantheon, Dana. Okay, Yucca. All right. Well, thank you guys for coming into the back of the Big Tramp. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Casey.
Casey, have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
All right, guys. I'm going to head out. I will see you later. It is that time of the day, unfortunately. We are really close to wrapping this up here. Looks like the combined price of AMC and Ape is looking to close right around $9.69. They're not really trading up or down too much on this, and it looks like they just want to close this out right here. Oh, never mind. Take that back. It's $9.68. But yeah, just a lot of sideways trading here, and sideways trading and a little bit down, and definitely no liquidity in the market whatsoever, as you can see from, at least for these two stocks. Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Make sure you go out and see a movie, because that is, after all, what it is that we're here to do. So get out, see a movie if you can, and enjoy the time while you've got the time off. Get away, relax. You don't have to do AMC stuff if you don't want to, but if you do want to, go ahead and do AMC stuff too. It's entirely up to you. But let's go ahead and sign this off for the day today. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest, because you have a 2-day weekend, and we'll come back on Monday. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, walk your pets, because they need some walking too, or go out and see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
searching for a heart of gold. You keep me searching and I'm growing old. Keep me searching for